The low-lantern market began after sunset, when honest stalls shuttered their windows and dishonest ones lit their lamps. Brindlehook changed color at that hour. By day, the harbor city was gull-white stone, wet rope, tarred pilings, and merchants shouting over the slap of waves. By night, beneath the low lanterns strung from mast to mast, it became copper and shadow. Pearls gleamed on velvet trays. Salt mist curled beneath awnings. Canal water turned black enough to hide anything that fell into it, whether coin, knife, secret, or body. Vessa quilltide preferred the city after sunset. Darkness made people careless in ways daylight never could. It softened the proud and hurried the guilty. It put shine in their eyes and noise in their ears. A merchant watching an auctioneer's hand was not watching his own purse. A guard laughing at a dice table was not guarding a door. A clerk sent to fetch wine was not thinking about the key ring bouncing against his hip. And Vessa, dressed in the grey apron and ink-stained cuffs of a pearl sorter, moved through them all like a bit of harbor fog. She kept her head bowed just enough to seem obedient, but not so low that she could not see. Her dark hair was tucked beneath a faded scarf. A narrow braid crossed the back of her neck, fastened with a plain brass clasp that looked cheap enough to ignore. It was not cheap. Inside the clasp rested 2 lockpicks, a bent needle, and a sliver of tied glass sharp enough to cut purse strings. Across the market, Orivane Kel laughed. Vessa heard him before she saw him. His laugh was broad and polished, the sort of laugh a man practiced so others would know when to admire him. He stood beneath 3 whale oil lamps in a coat the color of bruised plum, rings glinting on every finger. Beside him, a thin diver with saltburn scars on his neck kept his eyes fixed on the planks. Orivane lifted a pearl between finger and thumb. "Clouded," he said. The diver's shoulders tightened. "Sir, that pearl came from the Red Shoals." "I nearly lost, clouded," Orivane repeated, dropping it into a tray marked rejects. "Half rate." A few nearby merchants smirked. The diver said nothing. Men like Orivane Kel did not merely buy pearls. They bought silence, debt, and hunger, then sold them back at interest. Vessa's hand brushed the inside of her apron pocket, where a folded scrap of paper waited. She had written the evening's list in charcoal. 3 loaves from Auntie Saffron. Dried eel if cheap. Fever syrup for Pip. Thread for Luma's coat. No sweets unless coin left over. There was never coin left over. A small tug came at her sleeve. Vessa did not look down at once. Looking down too quickly drew attention. "West door has 2 guards," whispered Kel Crowell from behind a display of oyster knives. Kel was 12, narrow as a mast rope, and forever pretending he was not afraid of anything. His cap sat crooked over one ear. His bare toes gripped the damp planks. "Only 2," Vessa murmured, turning as if inspecting a tray of dull seed pearls. "One big, one sleepy. Sleepy has keys. Big has a toothache." "Useful toothache?" "Very. He keeps leaving to spit." Vessa selected a pearl from the tray, held it to the light, and frowned as if displeased. "And Orivane's counting room?" "Behind the blue curtain, up 5 steps, brass latch, no window. He sent his clerk to fetch spiced wine." "Good lad." "I'm not a lad. I'm an associate." "You're a pickled shrimp with opinions." Kel grinned despite himself. "Do associates get supper?" "If the shrimp keeps his eyes open." He vanished into the crowd as neatly as a dropped button. Vessa set the pearl down and drifted onward. A string of bells chimed from the auction platform, announcing the sale of a matched set of moon pearls. Every wealthy head turned toward the sound. Even Orivane's guards looked. That was the thing about rich men. They hired guards to protect what they owned, then trained everyone around them to worship whatever glittered most. Vessa crossed behind a pillar wrapped in fishing nets, slipped between 2 stacked crates, and reached the blue curtain Kel had described. She did not pause. Pausing made a person visible. She pushed through as if she had been sent there. 5 steps. Brass latch. No window. The lock was better than she expected. Vessa smiled. "Orivane, you vain old barnacle," she whispered. "You've been keeping secrets." The brass clasp came free from her braid. Her fingers chose the narrow pick by feel. The lock resisted, gave a soft internal click, resisted again, then surrendered. Vessa caught the latch before it could make a sound and slipped inside. Clasp's counting room smelled of ink, old wood, and expensive soap. Shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Ledgers sat in neat rows, their spines marked with dates, cargo names, and initials. A small iron stove glowed in the corner despite the warm night, keeping damp from the papers. On the central table rested scales, sealing wax, stacked coin trays, and 3 velvet pouches. Vessa moved first to the coin. Not all of it. Never all. Taking all made men furious. Taking some made them suspicious of clerks, rivals, wives, and their own arithmetic. She lifted enough to matter and little enough to confuse. Silver links slid into the hidden pocket beneath her apron. The first pouch held common pearls. Good. The second held tiny pink river pearls. Better. The third held promissory tokens stamped with Boren's hook and clasp mark. Vessa's jaw tightened. Tokens like those had ruined half the dockside. A hungry mother took one for flour, a fevered father took one for medicine, a child took one after an accident on the quay, and soon Boren owned their labor, their boat, their tools, and sometimes their names. Vessa swept the tokens into her pocket as well. Those would burn nicely. She was turning toward the door when the stove gave a faint hiss. Not a stove sound. Vessa stilled. There it was again. A whisper of pressure, like breath escaping through teeth. She turned slowly. Behind the stove, the wall shelves seemed ordinary. Ledgers. Wax. Boxes of quills. A painting of Boren shaking hands with a harbor official whose smile had too many teeth. The hiss came again. Vessa crouched and felt along the shelf behind the stove. Warm. Dustless in one strip. Her fingers found a notch no wider than a fishbone. Hello, she murmured. The hidden panel opened inward. Behind it waited a silver cradle fixed into the wall. It had not been made by any Brindlehook smith. The metal flowed in curved lines like frozen water, clasping an object wrapped in dark blue silk. Vessa's breath slowed. She should leave. She knew that before she touched it. Good thieves survived by knowing the difference between opportunity and invitation. Opportunity was a loose purse, a lazy lock, a merchant who underpaid divers and drank too much. Invitation was a secret so neatly placed it seemed to whisper one's name. Vessa glanced at the door. Beyond it, the market roared. Boren's laugh rose again, louder than before. Whatever he had hidden here, it was not bread money. It was not wages owed. It was something deep enough to frighten a man who feared nothing but loss. Vessa unwrapped the silk. The pearl inside was larger than a gull's egg and round as a winter moon. It did not merely shine. It glowed from within, pale blue and silver, the light folding over itself as if currents moved inside the nacre. When Vessa leaned closer, she heard the sea. Not the harbor outside. Not the slap of canal water beneath planks. A deeper sea. A held breath. On the inner rim of the silver cradle, someone had scratched a merchant inventory mark. Vessa recognized Boren's cipher for undeclared goods. Stolen, then. Or hidden. Or both. Vessa slid one finger beneath the pearl. Cold shot through her hand. She bit back a gasp. The pearl's light flared, then steadied, pulsing once against her palm like a frightened heart. From outside came a distant groan of wood. Vessa froze. The stove flame flattened sideways. Every lamp in the counting room burned blue. No, Vessa whispered. No, 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 you are not going to be that sort of pearl. The floor shifted under her boots. Somewhere below the market, something huge and hollow rang. Not a bell above the city. This sound rose from beneath the harbor, through pilings and stone, through Vessa's bones. It told once, deep and ancient. The market noise faltered. The pearl pulsed again. Vessa shoved it into the hidden pocket inside her bodice, rewrapped the silk around nothing, closed the panel, and crossed to the door. Voices outside sharpened. What was that? Did the tide just turn? Look at the canal. Vessa cracked the door. The market had become confusion. People crowded the railings, peering into the black water below. The canal current, which should have been sliding seaward, now pulled inland in a smooth, impossible sheet. Fish slapped onto the lower steps. A line of foam crept uphill along the gutter seams. Boren Clasp stood near the auction platform, his face gone flat with shock. Not surprise. Recognition. That settled it. Whatever the pearl was, Boren had known enough to fear it. Vessa slipped out of the counting room and into the crowd just as the sleepy guard with the keys shoved through the blue curtain. Master Clasp, he called. The latch. Vessa ducked beneath a pearl merchant's arm, caught a hanging lantern rope, swung across a gap in the planks, and dropped behind a stack of salt cod barrels. A woman shrieked as fish flopped at her shoes. Men cursed. A tray of pearls scattered like hail. Stop her. Boren's voice cut through the uproar. Grey Apron. Stop that girl. Vessa sighed. Girl, is it? She tore off the grey apron, flung it over a guard's face, and ran. Her boots struck wet planks. The pearl chilled her through her shirt. Behind her, guards shouted. Ahead, the crowd thickened at the bridge. Vessa veered left, jumped onto the railing, and ran along it with arms out for balance. Vessa. Pel's voice squeaked from below. Home, she shouted without slowing. Now. But. Now, shrimp. She leapt from the railing to a fishmonger's roof awning. Canvas sagged, dumped rainwater, and sprang her forward. A guard grabbed for her ankle. She kicked loose, slid down the awning, and landed in a cart full of oyster shells. Pain flashed up her knees. Vessa rolled out the other side, grabbed a cloak from a peg, and vanished into an alley between two counting houses. She ran until the market noise dulled behind her and the city narrowed into the maze she knew best, leaning walls, dripping balconies, rope bridges, little shrines to sailors who had not come home. Only when she reached the old eel steps did she stop. The canal water below was still moving the wrong way. Vessa pressed a hand over the hidden pearl. It hummed against her palm, softer now, but not silent. Well, she breathed, that was a mistake. A voice behind her said, You've had worse. Vessa turned. Auntie Saffron Dock stood beneath a crooked awning, her arms full of wrapped fish. She was old enough that no one knew exactly how old, with brown skin lined by sun and salt, sharp eyes, and a scarf tied so tightly around her silver hair that it looked like armor. Vessa tried to smile. Depends whether anyone saw. Half the low lantern market saw somebody run. Only fools saw you. Saffron's gaze dropped to Vessa's hand. What did you take? Coins. Pearls. Debt tokens. And. Vessa said nothing. Saffron's expression did not change, which was how Vessa knew it had worsened. Vessa. I may have taken a pearl that dislikes being taken. Pearls do not dislike. This one has strong opinions. The old woman looked toward the canal. Then get it away from my stall and away from those children until you know what it is. Vessa's mouth went dry. I have to check on them. You have to not lead trouble to them. Trouble had already been led. Vessa could feel it coming, as surely as a change in air before storm rain. She should hide the pearl somewhere far from the net lofts. She should go to Miral Oyst and ask about deep-sea markings. She should throw the cursed thing into Boren's bed and let him wake glowing. Instead, she thought of Luma's too-thin wrists, Pip coughing into a rag, Nib pretending a knife with a cracked handle made him a grown man. I'll only look from the far side, Vessa said. Saffron caught her wrist before she could move. For an old fish seller, her grip was iron. Child, whatever you stole tonight rang the drowned bell. Vessa went still. The what? Saffron released her slowly. There's old stories. Bells beneath the harbor. Warnings from before Brindlehook had stone under it. I do not know enough to tell you truth from tale. But I know this. When the sea rings a bell, even kings should listen. I'm not a king. No. You are more likely to ignore good advice. That is hurtful. That is history. Vessa kissed Saffron's cheek before the old woman could object. I'll be careful. You'll be clever, Saffron snapped. Careful would be new. Vessa ran before Saffron could say anything worse or wiser. The net lofts hung beneath the North Fish warehouses, built decades earlier to dry mended nets where rain could not reach. Now the beams were warped, the ropes stiff with salt, and the merchants had forgotten the place existed. That made it useful. Vessa took the long way, circling twice, doubling back through a cooper's yard, and climbing a drain ladder slick with moss. She paused on the roof opposite the loft and watched. No guards. No lanterns. No boron. Only a faint glow leaking through the gaps in the boards, where the children had lit their shell lamps. Vessa crossed the rope bridge, tapped 3 times on the loft wall, then twice more. A board slid aside. Nib's narrow face appeared, one eye suspicious beneath a fringe of black hair. He held a kitchen knife as if he expected it to become a sword through determination alone. "You're late," he said. "I was detained by commerce. You smell like oyster shells. I was embraced by seafood." Nib opened the panel wider. "Did you get fever syrup?" Vessa climbed inside. Warmth and child noise wrapped around her at once. 12 children lived in the net lofts this week. Sometimes there were 9. Sometimes 15. The number changed with ships, sickness, arrests, and rumors of workhouses. Tonight, they sat among patched blankets and crates, mending socks, sharing stale biscuits, or pretending not to wait for Vessa's pockets. Luma Brinepetal sat near the shell lamp, trying to sew a button onto a coat sleeve. She was 8, small and solemn, with pale brown curls and eyes that always seemed to be listening to something beyond the room. Pip lay asleep beside her, cheeks flushed with fever. Vessa's chest pinched. "I have syrup," she said. The children perked. "And bread," she added. "And dried apples if Pell did not eat them on the way." "I heard that," Pell said from the rafters, offended. "You were meant to." Vessa unloaded the coins and common pearls into a cracked teapot hidden beneath a loose board. The debt tokens she set aside for burning. Nib watched with bright eyes. "You took from Clasp." "Clasp had too much. He'll be mad." "Clasp wakes mad." The children laughed. Vessa let the sound settle her. This was why. This room. These faces. These little bodies that the city stepped around, these hungry mouths that merchants called unfortunate while counting profit. Then Luma dropped her needle. The tiny sound cut through the room. Vessa looked over. "Luma." The girl's eyes had fixed on Vessa's chest. "It's loud," Luma whispered. No one moved. Vessa crouched slowly. "What is?" Luma pressed both hands over her ears. "The pearl." Vessa felt cold climb the back of her neck. "You can hear it. It's not singing right." Luma's eyes filled with tears. "It's holding back something. Something big. It wants to stay closed, but somebody hurt it." Nib stood. "What pearl?" Vessa drew the glowing pearl from its hidden pocket. The net loft filled with blue-white light. Every child stared. Pell slid down from the rafters, all swagger gone. "That's not a market pearl." "No," Vessa said softly. "I'm beginning to suspect not." Luma backed away until her shoulders touched the wall. "Take it out." "I will. Now." Vessa had never heard that tone from her before. Not fear alone. Warning. The canal below the loft slapped hard against the pilings. Nib grabbed Pip's blanket. "What did you do?" "I stole from a man who deserved it." "And that?" "I didn't know." But the answer sounded thin even to her. She had known enough to hesitate. She had taken it anyway because Boren had hidden it, because hidden things in rich men's walls usually meant someone else had paid the price. A ripple of sound passed through the air. The shell lamp went out. In the sudden dark, the pearl shone brighter. Then the canal beneath the floor began to glow. Pell whispered something Vessa had never heard him say before. A prayer, perhaps. Water rose between the floorboards. Not pouring. Not splashing. Rising in thin, vertical threads, each one twisting like a living cord. The children scrambled back. Nib lifted the kitchen knife. "Behind me," Vessa said. "Against water?" Nib demanded, voice cracking. "Against whatever comes after it." The threads of water bent toward the loft entrance. 3 knocks sounded on the outside wall. Not Vessa's pattern. Not any human hand. The boards trembled. A voice spoke from beyond them, calm as a sealed verdict. Vessa quill-tied. "By authority of the Thalassene court and the ancient compact of tide and threshold, surrender the pearl of held waters." The children stared at her. Vessa tucked the pearl against her side. That name sounds expensive. Vessa, Nib hissed. She moved toward the panel. Everyone stay back. Pell, West rope. Nib, if I say run, you take them to Auntie Saffron. I'm not leaving, you are doing exactly what I say. His face twisted, but he nodded. Vessa opened the panel. Outside, the rope bridge had vanished beneath a smooth sheet of hovering water. 3 figures stood upon it as if standing on glass. Their armor was dark and ridged like mussel shells, their helmets tucked beneath their arms. Behind them, canal mist rose in pale columns. At their center stood a man in a long coat of deep gray blue, fastened at the throat with a clasp of white coral. He was tall, straight-backed, and still in a way that made the restless water around him seem untidy. His hair was black, marked by a single silver streak near his temple. His face was not old, but seriousness had settled there as if invited years ago and never asked to leave. His eyes were the color of stormlit sea glass. He looked at Vessa as though she were a line in a legal document written incorrectly. I am Judge Orivane Kel, he said. You are in possession of a sealed object belonging to the Sea Court. Vessa leaned one shoulder against the frame. Good evening to you too. His gaze did not flicker. Surrender it. Can't. I'm very attached to my possessions. It is not your possession. That is often said by people who want things. Behind him, one of the wardens shifted. Orivane did not. The pearl you carry restrains a force capable of drowning this harbor. Vessa's fingers tightened around it. That, she said, is a dramatic accusation. It is a measured statement. I stole it from Boran Clasp. I know where you stole it from. Then arrest him. I intend to question him. After I secure the seal. Well, that sounds wonderfully fair for him and inconvenient for me. Orivane's gaze moved past her, into the loft. Vessa stepped sharply into his line of sight. No. One dark eyebrow lifted slightly. No. The children have nothing to do with this. You brought a volatile tide seal into their shelter. I did not know what it was. That does not make them safer. His words struck because they were true. Vessa hated him for that at once. The water beneath his boots rippled outward. The pearl pulsed in answer, and somewhere below the canal, the drowned bell sounded again, softer this time but nearer. Luma began to cry. Orivane's expression changed. It was slight. So slight Vessa almost missed it. His sternness did not vanish, but something behind it tightened with concern. The child hears it, he said. Vessa's sarcasm dried up. What does that mean? It means the binding is strained. Can you fix it? If you give it to me, will you leave them alone? If they are uninvolved, they will not be charged. That is not what I asked. No, Orivane said. It is the answer I can lawfully give. Vessa laughed once, humorlessly. There it is. She stepped backward and slammed the panel shut. West rope, she snapped. The loft exploded into motion. Pell kicked open the rear hatch. Nib lifted Pip. Older children grabbed younger ones, blankets, food bundles. Vessa shoved the pearl back inside her bodice and ran for the rafters. The rear hatch opened onto a narrow rope strung between the net loft and an abandoned sailmaker's balcony. It was dangerous in dry weather. Tonight, mist slicked every fiber. Vessa pushed 3 children across before the front wall burst inward. Not shattered. Opened. Water peeled the boards apart without breaking them, curling them aside like pages. Orivane stepped through, wardens behind him. Vessa seized a hanging net and swung toward the rear hatch. A warden raised a hand. Water snapped up around the exit, forming bars. Pell skidded to a stop. That's cheating. I agree, Vessa said. She cut the net with the tide glass sliver. The weighted bottom dropped, tangling one warden's legs. Vessa grabbed a crate of shells and hurled it at the water bars. The shells passed through and clattered uselessly. Orivane moved toward her. Not fast. Not rushed. That irritated her more than pursuit would have. Do not make this more dangerous, he said. You brought soldiers into a children's bedroom. Wardens. And I brought them because you ran. I ran because you brought them. That sequence is inaccurate. I don't like you. That is not presently relevant. Vessa flung a handful of pearls at his face. He lifted one hand. The pearls stopped in midair, suspended in droplets of water no larger than tears. Each pearl hung there, trembling. Vessa stared despite herself. Orivane looked at the pearls, then at her. That was your strategy. I was hoping you'd blink. I did not. I noticed. Nib darted from the side, kitchen knife raised. Leave her. Orivane turned slightly. Vessa's heart lurched. No, she shouted. The judge did not strike. He did not even lift a hand toward Nib. Instead, the water on the floor rose gently around the boy's ankles, holding him in place without pulling him down. Nib thrashed. Let go. You are not under arrest, Orivane said. Feels like arrest. It is restraint. Feels like wet arrest. Despite everything, one of the younger children giggled. Vessa moved then. She sprang from a crate to a beam, from the beam to a hanging rope, and kicked off toward the broken front wall. Orivane turned too late. For one glorious half-breath, she was past him, above the bridge of water, pearl cold against her heart, an open night ahead. Then the pearl flashed. Pain burst through her chest like ice. Vessa gasped. Her fingers slipped. The world tilted. Orivane caught her. Not with water. With his arms. They hit the bridge hard enough to drive the breath from both of them. His grip locked around her shoulders, keeping her from rolling into the canal below. For a moment, Vessa could not move. The pearl's cold pulsed through her bones. Overhead, clouds twisted in a circle where no wind blew. Orivane looked down at her, and for the first time, his composure cracked. The seal is failing, he said. Then fix it, Vessa whispered. I cannot while you hold it. Then take it. His hand moved toward the pearl. The moment his fingers brushed it, blue light surged across the bridge. Water rose on both sides in walls. The children cried out. Orivane went rigid, jaw clenched, as if listening to something terrible. Then he withdrew his hand. Vessa stared at him. Why did you stop? His face had gone pale. Because this pearl was not merely stolen tonight. What does that mean? It was wounded before you touched it. The wardens exchanged uneasy glances. Orivane stood, bringing Vessa carefully with him. He did not release her until she found her footing. Then his sternness returned, though now it seemed less like stone and more like a door barred against storm. Vessa Quiltide, he said, voice carrying through the mist, you will come before the Thalassene court. Do I have a choice? No, at least you're honest. I try to be precise. Worse. He glanced toward the children. No harm will come to them by my order tonight. By your order, she repeated. And tomorrow? His silence was answer enough. Vessa looked back at Nib, still trapped in ankle-deep water, Pip limp and feverish in his arms, Luma crying silently beside Pell. The old instinct clawed at her. Run. Bite. Lie. Escape first, solve later. But the pearl was cold against her heart, and the drowned bell had rung beneath the city, and Luma had said something big was roaring. Vessa lifted her chin. If I go with you, your wet soldiers leave them. Wardens, Orivane said. I will call them decorative soup ladles if I please. One warden muttered, decorative? Orivane ignored him. They will leave. And the children go to Auntie Saffron Dock. No workhouse. No merchant shelter. No apprenticeships signed while I'm gone. That is beyond the immediate, then I run. His eyes narrowed slightly. You are surrounded. And yet I remain inspired. For several heartbeats, they watched each other. Then Orivane said, Clark Tovran. A thin young man Vessa had not noticed before emerged from behind the wardens, clutching a waterproof ledger to his chest. Yes, your exactness. Record an emergency threshold protection for the miners present. No merchant claim, labor claim, debt transfer, or shelter seizure may be executed upon them until this matter is reviewed. Tovran blinked. Under which article? Harbor Compact, Child Salvage Protections. That applies to shipwrecks. These children are at immediate risk due to a tide event. The clerk's mouth opened, closed, then curved with reluctant admiration. Creative, Your exactness. Lawful, Orivane corrected. Vessa did not want warmth to touch her chest. She did not trust it. You made that fit. I applied existing language. You bent it. I interpreted it under pressure. That is judge talk for bent. Orivane looked at her. Do you accept? Vessa looked at the children. Nib's face was white with fury and fear. Luma clutched the edge of her coat. Pell shook his head frantically. Vessa forced herself to smile. Go to Saffron, she told them. Tell her I was careful. Nib made a choked sound. That's a lie. Tell her I was clever, then. That's not enough. It usually is. Orivane gestured. The water released Nib and the rear bars dissolved. The wardens stepped aside. One by one, the children crossed the rope toward the sailmaker's balcony. Luma paused beside Vessa. Her small hand touched Vessa's sleeve. The pearl is scared, she whispered. Vessa swallowed. Pearls don't get scared. This one does. Then she was gone. When the last child had crossed, Orivane lifted his hand. The bridge of water beneath them flowed outward, descending in a smooth path toward the canal below. Vessa eyed it. I hate this. It is safe. I hate safe things that look impossible. Then do not look down. Naturally, she looked down. The canal opened beneath the water path like a black throat. Instead of falling, they sank through the surface. Cold closed over Vessa's boots, knees, waist, shoulders. She sucked in a breath, panic flashing sharp. Orivane touched 2 fingers to the air before her mouth. A bubble of clear warmth formed around her face. Breathe normally, he said. I was breathing normally. You were not. I dislike being observed. You chose a public profession. I chose a private profession with public misunderstanding. The corner of his mouth almost moved. Almost. They descended through the canal into a place Vessa had never seen. Brindlehook's pilings stretched above like a drowned forest. Lantern light shimmered from the market, broken into wavering gold. Beneath the harbor floor, where there should have been mud and stone, a gate opened. It was made of coral ribs and black iron, sealed by currents flowing upward. Pearls glowed along its arch. At Orivane's approach, the water folded aside. Beyond the gate lay the Thylacine court. Vessa forgot, briefly, to be afraid. The court was carved into the living bones of the sea. Coral towers rose from blue depths, their windows lit by pearl lamps. Bridges of tide glass curved between chambers. Long ribbons of silver fish moved like thoughts through the water. Figures passed in flowing robes weighted with shells, some walking on floors, some drifting through open currents as if gravity were merely a suggestion. At the center stood a great courtroom shaped like an open shell. Its walls shimmered with lines of writing that appeared and vanished as currents brushed them. Vessa's wonder lasted until 2 wardens guided her onto a platform before a crescent bench of judges. Then irritation returned like an old friend. The chamber filled quickly. Sea courtiers gathered in tiers, whispering behind shell fans and coral masks. Orivane stood to Vessa's right, dry now though she had no idea when that had happened. Her own clothes were damp, her boots squelched, and her hair had escaped its scarf in curls around her face. A woman in pale green robes stood across the chamber, watching with unreadable interest. She was elegant, silver-haired, and beautiful in a way that reminded Vessa of knives kept polished for ceremony. Her gaze moved from Vessa to the hidden pearl and back again. Orivane saw the direction of her attention. Lady Maurex Vade, he said. The woman inclined her head. Judge Kel. You bring us the thief herself. I bring a suspect in possession of the seal. Such careful language. Her smile was faint. Even now. Especially now. A murmur passed through the court. A clerk struck a staff against the shell floor. The sound rang like a spoon against crystal. Proceeding opened under emergency tide statute. Matter of the pearl of held waters. Suspect, Vessa Quiltide of Brindlehook. Pearl thief, someone whispered. Vessa turned. Only on busy evenings. Orivane gave her a look. She gave him one back. The presiding elder judge, a broad woman with skin like dark polished stone and white shells braided through her hair, leaned forward. Vessa Quiltide, you stand accused of stealing a sealed vessel of the Thalassene court, endangering the ancient compact, and risking breach of the first surge. I stole from Boron Clasp, Vessa said. If he had your ancient compact in his wall, perhaps your court should ask how it got there. Several courtiers hissed. The elder judge's eyes sharpened. You will show respect. I will show respect when someone shows me a reason. Orivane spoke quietly. Vessa. There was warning in it, but not contempt. That was unexpected enough to quiet her. The elder judge turned to him. Judge Kel, identify the vessel. Orivane extended his hand toward Vessa. She hesitated. Every instinct rebelled. A thing in hand was leverage. A thing surrendered was a chain. Yet the pearl throbbed painfully against her ribs, and the court watched, and somewhere far above, children were crossing wet roofs toward Saffron's stall. Slowly, Vessa drew out the pearl. The courtroom changed. All whispers ceased. The lines of writing on the walls flared blue. The judges rose. Even Lady Morex's composed face tightened. Orivane did not touch the pearl this time. He studied it where it lay in Vessa's palm, his expression grave. It is the pearl of held waters, he said. Primary seal of the Brinewell Gate. Binding vessel of the first surge. The elder judge gripped the edge of the bench. How came it to land? That has not yet been established. Lady Maurex stepped forward. What has been established is that a land thief removed it from containment. I removed it from Boron Clasp's counting room, Vessa said. Do you all practice not listening, or is it just a court custom? Orivane's voice cut in before the hisses could rise again. The accused statement is relevant. Maurex turned her cool smile on him. Relevant, perhaps. Exculpatory, no. I have not declared it exculpatory. Then proceed to judgment. Something in Orivane's posture hardened. Not until the path of custody is known. The pearl flickered. Vessa nearly dropped it. A dark vein moved beneath its surface, thin as a crack in ice. Luma's voice echoed in her memory. Somebody hurt it. Orivane saw the dark line at the same moment. He reached for a tide-glass instrument from Tovran, held it near the pearl, and went utterly still. What is it? Vessa asked. No one answered. The courtroom walls dimmed. Then every pearl lamp in the chamber went out. Darkness crashed down. For one breath, there was silence. Then the sea roared through the court. Water burst from the shell floor in a violent column. Courtiers screamed. The judge's bench shuddered. Vessa stumbled, clutching the pearl as the platform tilted beneath her. Orivane caught her elbow with one hand and raised the other. Seal the chamber. Wardens slammed their staffs down. Lines of blue-white law flared across the walls, but some sputtered and died, eaten by spreading stains of murky green. Brackish rot, Tovran cried. In the archive lines, Morex's voice rang out. The thief has corrupted the seal. I did not. Vessa shouted. Orivane's grip on her elbow tightened, not painfully, but firmly enough to steady. His gaze swept the walls, the failed wards, the pearl in her hand. No, he said. The single word carried. The elder judge turned toward him through the chaos. Judge Kel? Orivane looked from the dark vein in the pearl to the rotting lines in the court wall. This damage predates her theft. The chamber went still in pieces. First the wardens. Then the clerks. Then the judges. Lady Morex's expression did not change, but Vessa saw one finger curl against her palm. The elder judge spoke slowly. Can you prove that? Not yet. Then the charge remains. The charge is incomplete. Vessa stared at him. He was still stern. Still precise. Still the man who had dragged her beneath the harbor and called her dangerous. But he had just refused the easy answer in front of his own court. That did not make him kind. It made him inconveniently honest. The elder judge studied the pearl. Judge Kel, what do you recommend? Orivane released Vessa's elbow. Delay sentencing. Secure the pearl of held waters under active watch. Investigate the chain of custody from Brinewell Gate to Boron Clasp's possession. Question the accused as a material witness as well as a suspect. Morex's voice chilled. You would partner the court with a thief. I would use the available facts. She is a danger to both worlds. Orivane looked at Vessa. Yes. Vessa folded her arms. I'm standing right here. I am aware. Try sounding less pleased about it. I am not pleased. That makes two of us. The elder judge lifted one hand. Enough. The court grants delay until the next full tide. Judge Orivane Kel will hold authority over the investigation. Vessa Quiltide will remain under court supervision. No, Vessa said. Every eye turned toward her. She lifted the pearl. I'll help find who put this in Boren's wall because I don't want my city drowned. But I don't belong to your court. Orivane looked at her for a long moment. No. You do not. That answer surprised her enough to steal her next retort. He continued, but until the pearl is restored and the truth established, your choices affect more lives than your own. You may refuse lawful cooperation. If you do, you will be confined, and the investigation will proceed more slowly without your knowledge of the docks. Vessa thought of Nib carrying Pip through mist. Luma hearing the pearl cry. Saffron watching the canals rise. Orivane's voice lowered. If the seal fails, the lower docks flood first. Vessa hated him again for saying the true thing. The pearl pulsed in her hand, cold and frightened. Fine, she said. But I have conditions. Maurex laughed softly. She thinks herself in a position to bargain. Vessa smiled at her. I think myself in possession of the thing everyone keeps staring at. Orivane's gaze flicked briefly to the pearl. State them. My children remain protected. Boren clasp is questioned. I am not locked in a shell closet while your court misplaces the obvious. And if someone here helped steal that pearl, you do not hide it because their robes are expensive. A long silence followed. Then Orivane inclined his head once. Agreed, within the bounds of law. Vessa sighed. We are going to argue about those bounds, aren't we? Frequently, I expect. For the first time all night, she nearly smiled. The elder judge struck the bench with a coral rod. So ordered. Tovran hurried forward with a strip of tide glass etched in tiny script. Temporary supervised release. Investigative compulsion. Threshold protection. Evidence preservation. Oh dear, I need more margins. Orivane extended his hand once more. The pearl. Vessa looked at his palm. Trust was a foolish little bridge, usually built by people who had never fallen. But the city was in danger, and the pearl was wounded, and the judge had already proven one thing. When the easy lie presented itself, he had not taken it. Vessa placed the pearl of held waters in his hand. The glow steadied. Just slightly. Orivane looked as surprised as she felt. Lady Maurex watched them both. Far above, beyond coral chambers and black canals and the upside-down forest of harbor pilings, Brindlehook creaked under the weight of a tide that had begun moving the wrong way. Vessa tucked her empty hand against her side, feeling the absence of what she had stolen. Well, Judge, she said, where do we start? Orivane closed his fingers carefully around the pearl, as though holding not treasure but a sleeping storm. With the first lie, he said. Vessa glanced toward Lady Maurex, toward the dimmed court walls, toward the water stains spreading like bruises through ancient law. At last, she said, something I know how to find. The first lie, Vessa decided, was that courtrooms were built for truth. The Thalassene court certainly believed they were. Everything about the place announced it. The great shell chamber. The glowing records in the living walls. The clerks with their tide-glass ledgers and grave little frowns. The judges sitting above everyone else as if elevation improved wisdom. Even the currents seemed trained to move respectfully, curling around pillars and benches without splashing anyone important. Yet Vessa had seen more truth in alley dice games. In a dice game, at least everyone knew someone was cheating. She sat on a low coral bench outside the main chamber with her wrists resting on her knees, damp hair curling against her cheeks, while Clerk Tovran Sill tried to explain the conditions of her temporary release for the third time. And you must remain within sight of either Judge Kel or an appointed court warden unless otherwise permitted by written dispensation, he said, tapping a line in his ledger with a narrow stylus. You must not remove, conceal, damage, swallow, sell, trade, gamble, pawn, gift, or otherwise displace any evidence relevant to the matter of the pearl of held waters. Swallow? Vessa asked. Tovrin looked pained. It has happened. With a pearl the size of a gull's egg. The statute is broadly written. Sounds like a fascinating court history. It was not, Orivane said. He stood a few paces away beneath an arch of blue coral, conferring with a warden captain whose armor was ridged like black shell. The judge had exchanged his damp coat for one of darker tidecloth, severe and perfectly fastened. The pearl of held waters rested inside a clear vessel at his side, suspended in a coil of moving water. It glowed less violently now, but the dark vein remained beneath its surface. Vessa had not liked the feeling of surrendering it. She liked even less that part of her had been relieved. Captain Run Pelagic folded his arms. He was a broad man with grey-streaked hair shaved close on one side and braided on the other, his skin weathered by salt and battle current. We should keep her below. Vessa lifted a hand. She can hear you. I am counting on it, Run said. How brave, saying so from behind armor. His eyes narrowed. Land thieves always mistake insolence for courage. And sea wardens mistake standing damply in formation for personality. Tovrin made a tiny choking sound into his ledger. Orivane did not look amused. That, Vessa was beginning to learn, did not mean he wasn't. It only meant any amusement had been filed somewhere internal and marked for later review. She knows Brindlehook's lower docks, Orivane said. The pearl was found in Borenclasp's possession. We require a path between court custody and his counting room. Run's gaze stayed on Vessa. She could run. I could, Vessa agreed. She admits it. I also could steal your left boot before you finished blinking. Admitting possibility is not intent. Run looked down despite himself. Vessa smiled. Orivane finally turned. Captain, if she runs, I will retrieve her. Comforting, Vessa said. I feel cherished. You should feel warned. There it is. Tovrin cleared his throat. Judge Kel, the release terms require her acknowledgement. Orivane approached. Vessa quilted. Do you understand that while you are not presently sentenced, you remain accused? I have grasped that everyone here dislikes me. That was not the question. Yes, I understand. Do you understand that any attempt to flee will worsen your standing before the court? My standing seems low enough to scrape barnacles. Vessa. There was that tone again. Not loud. Not angry. Simply exact, as if he had placed her name precisely where a pin should go. She sighed. Yes, Judge Kel. I understand your beautifully damp threats. Do you agree to assist the investigation into how the pearl of held waters left its lawful chamber and came into Borenclasp's possession? I agree to assist the investigation into whoever tried to make me look like a fool. And into whoever endangered both Brindlehook and the Thalassene court. That too. Tovrin wrote quickly. Acknowledged with hostile qualification. Make it spirited qualification, Vessa said. Hostile sounds plain. Tovrin glanced at Orivane. Hostile is accurate, Orivane said. Vessa rolled her eyes. The clerk pressed his thumb to the tideglass strip. Pale script shimmered. Orivane did the same. Then, to Vessa's surprise, Tovrin held the strip toward her. Thumbmark here. I don't bind myself to things I haven't read. Tovrin blinked. I just read it to you. You read like a man being chased by punctuation. Orivane took the strip, scanned it, then offered it to her with his own hand. It says what he read. No concealed service clause. No debt transfer. No forfeiture of personal goods except evidence relevant to the case. Vessa studied his face. And I should trust that because you have honest eyebrows. You should verify the script. I can't read tideglass. A faint pause. Not judgment, exactly. Adjustment. Orivane lowered the strip and turned it slightly so the glowing marks caught the current. This line names you as material witness and accused. This line protects the minors present at your shelter until formal review. This line grants me authority to question Borenclasp on land. This line says you may not flee. Unkind line. Necessary line. And this one? Evidence handling. And that small curled bit? Clerk's seal. Looks like a dead shrimp. Tovran's shoulders fell. It is a stylized wave. It is struggling. Orivane held out the strip again. You do not have to like the language to know it. Vessa looked from him to the contract. No one had ever turned legal words toward her before. Men like Boren hid them. Officials recited them after doors were already locked. The workhouse matrons used them like broom handles, pushing children into corners no one else had to see. She pressed her thumb against the tide glass. Cold pricked her skin. The script flared once, then settled. Tovran exhaled. Bound. Temporary, Vessa said. Very temporary, I hope, Run muttered. Orivane lifted the vessel containing the pearl. We begin with Boren clasp. Excellent, Vessa said. I've been hoping someone official would ruin his evening. They left the Thalassene court by a different gate than the one through which Vessa had entered. Orivane led her along a tide-glass bridge that curved through blue depths where small silver fish gathered to stare at her. Your fish are nosy, she said. They are record minnows. Of course they are. They are attracted to unusual testimony. I refuse to be judged by minnows. You are not being judged by minnows. Only recorded. Possibly. She stopped walking. Orivane stopped as well, though not immediately. His patience seemed to have hinges, not edges. It opened and closed in measured degrees. Everything here watches, Vessa said. Most things here remember. That is worse. It prevents certain kinds of lies. No, it changes the price of lying. Rich people always find another coin. Orivane regarded her. The pearl's glow reflected faintly along his jaw. You speak as if law has only harmed you. Not only. Sometimes it ignored me first. The words came sharper than she intended. She looked away. For once, he did not answer immediately. They passed through a vertical current that lifted them upward without wetting their clothes. Vessa's stomach lurched. She grabbed the nearest solid thing, which happened to be Orivane's sleeve. He looked down at her hand. Do not comment, she said. I was not going to. You were forming a comment. I was forming a caution. Keep it unborn. The current pushed them through a slit of moonlit water, and then they stood on the eel steps beneath Brindlehook. The night above had not improved. The harbor still moved the wrong way, sluggish and dark. The market had scattered, leaving broken trays, trampled awnings, and pearls crushed into mud between the planks. Guards with lanterns shouted from quay to quay. Vessa released Orivane's sleeve and pretended she had not held it tightly enough to crease the tide cloth. This way, she said. Boren Clasp's counting house is east. Which is why we're going west. Orivane did not move. Explain. You want to question him. He wants time to hide things. If we go east by the main quay, every paid guard between here and the pearl market sees us coming. If we go west, through gutting sheds, over the rope loft, down Bellwether Drop, and behind the cooper's yard, we arrive where men like Boren throw out what they don't want found. The refuse canal. Look at you, learning crime. I know what a refuse canal is. Knowing what it is and knowing what it says are different. Tovran, who had followed at a nervous distance with two wardens, looked appalled. We are going into the refuse canal? Vessa smiled at him. Only if you want truth. I had hoped truth smelled better. It rarely does. Captain Run had remained below with the court. The two wardens assigned to Orivane were younger, quieter, and clearly unhappy about being led across rooftops by a thief. Vessa made the path deliberately difficult, though not impossible. If they were going to follow her, they might as well respect the education. She moved through Brindlehook's hidden ribs. Between warehouses, along beams slick with mist, under drying racks of cod, past sleeping cats and watchful gulls. Orivane followed more gracefully than she expected. Not like a dock runner, no. He placed his feet too carefully for that. But he had balance, and he did not complain when the rope loft swayed. Tovran complained enough for everyone. Is this bridge inspected? He asked, gripping a rope with both hands. Often, Vessa said. By whom? Gravity. Tovran whimpered. They reached the refuse canal behind Boren's warehouse just as a servant door opened above them. A boy in a stained apron dragged a crate to the edge of the platform and dumped its contents into the water. Broken wax. Burned papers. Splintered wood. A smashed ink pot. Vessa caught Orivane's arm and pulled him into shadow. He went still beside her. Close, but not touching more than necessary. She appreciated that. She also noticed it, which irritated her. The servant glanced around, shivering, then hurried back inside. Vessa waited until the door shut. Then she dropped from the ledge to the narrow stone lip beside the canal. Orivane followed. You think he destroyed records after the pearl reacted? I think men like Boren destroy records before breakfast. Tonight he had reason to do it quickly. The refuse canal stank of fish rot, lamp oil, and wet ash. Vessa crouched at the edge, rolled up her sleeve, and reached toward the floating scraps. Orivane's hand caught her wrist. She looked at him. We are going to have a very short partnership if you keep doing that. The water may be contaminated. It is a refuse canal. That is its ambition. Magically contaminated. That gave her pause. He released her and drew a narrow cord of water from the canal with 2 fingers. It twisted upward, filthy and shimmering. He murmured words too low for her to catch. The water trembled. Most of it fell away, but 3 pieces of ash-black paper remained suspended in the cord. Vessa stared. Convenient. Limited. I can lift what the water recognizes as recently discarded. Not reconstruct what has burned. Still convenient. It requires focus. I can pick 3 locks while sneezing. That is also focus. She blinked at him. He studied the paper scraps as if he had not said anything unusual. This ink is land-made. This seal wax, however, is not. He held one scrap closer. A smear of blue remained along its edge, dark as deep water. Vessa leaned in. I saw that in the counting room. On a crate mark. It is abyssal sealing wax. Used for confidential court transfers. So Boren had court papers. Yes. Can you tell whose? Not from this. Vessa took the scrap before he could object. The paper had nearly dissolved, but one corner still showed part of a curved symbol pressed into wax, 3 lines like waves crossing a blade. Orivane's face tightened. You know it, Vessa said. It resembles the private seal of an advocate. Which advocate? He did not answer quickly enough. Judge. It may be Lady Maurex Vades. The name slid between them like a knife placed gently on a table. Vessa glanced toward the warehouse. She seemed eager to blame me. She is an advocate. Eagerness in accusation is not proof. No, but it's rude. She has long argued that land violations are underpunished. And is she wrong? Orivane looked at her. Vessa folded the paper scrap carefully and slipped it into a dry fold of her sleeve. Do not make that face. I can dislike someone and still know when part of their anger has teeth. What do you know of sea court politics? Nothing. But I know hungry people. Angry people. People who got ignored until they learned to shout with knives. Lady Maurex is not hungry. Not for bread. His gaze sharpened, thoughtful despite himself. A muffled crash sounded inside the warehouse. Someone cursed. Another voice snapped orders. Vessa moved toward the back wall. Now we question him. Orivane stepped in front of her. We question him lawfully. You do. I'll look around. No. Yes. Vessa. Orivane. Tovran gasped softly, as if using the judge's given name might summon lightning. Orivane's expression remained composed, but something in his eyes shifted. Judge Kel will do. Pearl thief will do. You objected to that earlier. I object to other people enjoying it. The faintest line appeared between his brows. Not anger. Weariness, perhaps. We need evidence that survives court challenge. And evidence that survives Boren's fireplace. Which do you think is in more immediate danger? That struck home. She saw it. He turned to the wardens. Secure the back exit. Prevent removal of goods or documents. Use minimal force. One warden nodded. And her. Orivane looked at Vessa. She remains with me. Tragic, she said. They entered through the servant door. Inside, Boren's warehouse was in chaos. Clerks scurried between crates. Guards stood at the stairwell. The counting room door hung open, its lock broken now where Vessa had left it neat. Boren Clasp stood beside the central table, face flushed and hair disordered, shouting at a man holding a broom. Find it. Every scrap, every mark. Looking for something? Vessa asked. Boren spun. His eyes widened first at her, then at Orivane. The calculation in his face was nearly audible. Judge Kel, he said, smoothing his coat with both hands. Had I known the Sea Court would honor my poor establishment, I would have prepared a proper welcome. You may prepare answers, Orivane said. Boren's smile twitched. Gladly. I have been robbed. Yes, Vessa said. It was terrible. I felt underappreciated. Boren pointed at her. That gutter rat stole from me. Pearls, coin, debt tokens, Vessa said. A decent haul. You should improve your locks. Orivane's gaze cut to her. What? She said. He already knows. Boren's nostrils flared. You confess before a judge. To stealing from you? Gladly. To stealing from the Sea Court? That depends why its precious flood pearl was tucked behind your stove. Silence clamped over the room. Boren's hands went still. Orivane stepped forward. You possessed the pearl of held waters, a sealed vessel of the Thalassene court. Explain how it came to be in your counting room. I have never heard that name before tonight. The pearl, still in its vessel at Orivane's side, pulsed once. Vessa smiled. It dislikes you. Boren's eyes flicked toward it before he could stop himself. Orivane noticed. You knew the object was unusual. I trade in pearls. Many are unusual. Not many reverse tides. A thief breaks into my counting room, steals goods, causes some sea disturbance, and now I am accused. You are questioned. By a sea judge with a known fondness for condemning land merchants. Careful, Vessa said. He's more fond of rules than people. I've tested it. Orivane ignored that. Who gave you the pearl? No one. Who delivered the abyssal sealed documents you burned? Boren's face changed by a fraction. Vessa leaned against a crate. That was the wrong fraction. I do not know what you mean. Orivane took the paper scraps from Vessa's sleeve. He did not ask how she had kept them dry. A good sign. These were discarded in your refuse canal after the tide event, he said. Abyssal wax. Court transfer script. You will provide all remaining records related to confidential pearl custody. My records are private. Not under compact breach. This is a land warehouse. And the compact binds land receiving sea vessels. Boren's lips thinned. My advocate will contest this. I look forward to their argument. Vessa saw then what Orivane looked like when he was truly dangerous. Not loud. Not threatening. Simply immovable. Boren saw it too. He snapped his fingers at a clerk. Bring the blue ledger. The clerk looked terrified. Sir, I. Bring it. The clerk hurried toward the shelves. Vessa's attention followed him. Not because he moved, but because Boren did not watch him go. Boren watched the stove. There. Vessa drifted sideways. Orivane's voice continued, measured and sharp. You will also identify every individual who entered your counting room in the last 7 days. That is absurd. It is thorough. It is harassment. It is lawful. Everything is lawful when your court says so. Not everything, Orivane said. That is why records matter. Vessa reached the stove. The hidden panel remained shut, but the edge sat a hair crooked from her earlier haste. Beneath it, ashes had scattered across the floor. Not stove ash. Paper ash. Fresh. In the ash lay one small object almost hidden under a coal chip. A bead of pearl. Not round. Not decorative. A fragment, carved with a mark so tiny she had to tilt it toward the lamp. A wave crossing a blade. She closed her fingers over it. Boren stopped speaking. Orivane noticed the silence before he noticed Vessa. What did she take? Boren demanded. Vessa widened her eyes. Me? Take. Open your hand. People are always saying that to me. Orivane held out his palm. Vessa. His tone was quieter this time. Not command. Request, edged with urgency. She considered lying. It was habit, not plan. Then she placed the bead in his hand. His fingers curled around it. A faint blue line shivered across his knuckles. A transfer bead, he said. Tovran, hovering in the doorway, nearly dropped his ledger. Those are used to authenticate sealed movement from restricted archives. Vessa looked at Boren. Restricted. That sounds important. Boren's face had gone grey. Orivane's voice lowered. This bead is keyed to court authority. You could not have obtained it through trade. I did not know what it was. The pearl pulsed. Vessa clicked her tongue. Again, it objects. Orivane looked toward Tovran. Record that Boren clasp possessed an unauthorized court transfer bead bearing a probable advocate seal. Probable? Vessa asked. It must be verified. Your caution is exhausting. Your impatience is hazardous. Boren lifted both hands. Judge Kel. Let us not be dramatic. There are misunderstandings in business. I receive consignments from many sources. Some are mislabeled. Who mislabeled this? I would need time to review. No. The single word fell cold. Boren's mouth shut. Orivane stepped closer. The pearl of held waters is damaged. The harbor tide has reversed. If the seal fails, the lower docks drown first. You will give a name. For the first time, something like fear cracked Boren's Polish. Not remorse. Not concern. Fear for himself. I never touched your sea pearl, he said. It was delivered sealed. I was told to hold it until a buyer was arranged. What buyer? Orivane asked. I don't know. Vessa snorted. I don't, Boren snapped. Messages came through intermediaries. Names, Orivane said. A runner called Pell. Vessa moved before thought. One step, hand on knife. Orivane's arm blocked her path. Boren flinched anyway. Try again, Vessa said softly. The merchant swallowed. Not your boy. Another. I don't know names. Messages came with tide marks. From the sea court? Orivane asked. Boren hesitated. The pearl glowed brighter. Yes, he said. Tovran wrote so quickly his stylus squeaked. Who in the sea court? Orivane asked. I never saw a face. But you saw a seal. I saw many seals. Vessa tossed the broken transfer bead up and caught it. This one. Boren looked at the bead, then away. That was enough. Orivane's face gave away nothing, but the air around him seemed to still. Until the seal is verified, I will not name its owner in accusation. Very proper, Vessa said. Very slow. Boren seized on that. Yes, exactly. Proper procedure must. But, Orivane continued, your warehouse is now under compact hold. No goods leave. No records are destroyed. No employees are dismissed. You will remain available for further questioning. Boren's outrage returned. You cannot freeze my trade. I can. On whose authority? The authority you accepted when you stored a sea court vessel inside your wall. Boren looked as if he might choke on his own tongue. Vessa enjoyed it more than she should have. Outside, the wardens began sealing the doors with ribbons of water that hardened into translucent bands. Clerks protested. Guards looked to Boren, then to Orivane, then wisely decided the floor was fascinating. Orivane turned to leave. Boren called after him, voice low and venomous. Be careful, Judge. Land courts do not love sea interference. Nor do sea nobles love judges who drag their disputes into the mud for dock thieves. Vessa expected Orivane to ignore him. Instead, the judge paused. Truth is often found in mud, he said. You should know. You have buried enough there. They left through the back door with Tovran clutching the blue ledger and wardens at their heels. Vessa waited until they had crossed 2 alleys before she laughed. Orivane glanced at her. What? That was almost a joke. It was not. It had shape. It was a statement. A statement with little teeth. I regret it already. No, you don't. He did not answer. The tide slapped backward against the canal walls. Lanterns along the quay flickered blue whenever the wrong-moving water touched their posts. Brindlehook was awake now. People gathered in doorways. Mothers pulled children away from gutters. Dockmen muttered prayers. Far down the harbor, the drowned bell sounded once more, faint but clear. Vessa's amusement faded. We need to get above the lower docks, she said. Orivane looked toward the dark water. The tide is still rising? Not like normal. It's feeling around. Feeling. 4 cracks. Low places. Cellars. Sleeping corners. She began walking faster. The net lofts sit high enough for now, but Saffron's stall doesn't. Neither does Sister Vauntine's shelter. The emergency protection order covers legal interference, not floodwater. You noticed. We will send warning. Warnings do not carry feverish children uphill. He matched her pace. Then we go. She glanced at him, startled. What? He asked. No argument. You identified an immediate risk. And you believed me. I am learning when to. That should not have warmed her. It did anyway, briefly and dangerously. They found Auntie Saffron at the fish market, directing chaos with the terrifying competence of a woman who had survived storms, shortages, and foolish men for decades. Children huddled beneath her stall awning, wrapped in blankets. Pip slept in a crate padded with sailcloth, feverish but breathing. Luma sat beside him, shell lamp in her lap, face pale. Nib stood guard with his kitchen knife. When he saw Vessa, fury and relief fought across his face. Fury won because he was 13. You said you'd be careful. I told you to say that to Saffron, not believe it. Nib's eyes darted to Orivane. Why is he here? To irritate me professionally. Orivane stepped forward, hands visible and empty except for the pearl vessel at his side. The protection order remains in effect. No merchant or labor officer may remove you. Nib lifted his chin. And when you change your mind? I will not. That's what judges do. Say words and make them true. Orivane considered him gravely. No. Judges say words and are then responsible for whether those words are kept. Nib looked confused by the answer, which was probably why he did not immediately insult it. Auntie Saffron pushed through the children and seized Vessa by both shoulders. You look drowned. Only briefly. Do not be charming with me. I wouldn't dare. You always dare. Saffron's sharp eyes moved to Orivane. You're the tide man. I am Judge Orivane Kel. You took her. She came under court authority. She came because she had children to bargain for. Vessa opened her mouth, but Orivane answered first. Yes, he said. She did. Saffron studied him. Chem. That HM had drowned stronger men. Orivane inclined his head slightly. The lower docks may be at risk if the seal weakens further. We need to move the children and anyone sleeping below canal level to higher ground. Saffron's suspicion did not vanish, but usefulness mattered more. Old Rope Chapel. Hillside of Netmender Lane. Dry floor. Bad roof. Enough space. I can assign wardens to assist. No armor. You send shell soldiers through here and half these children scatter into worse places. Orivane absorbed this without offense. Plain cloaks, then. Vessa blinked at him. You have plain cloaks? No. Tragic. I will obtain some. Saffron pointed at Vessa. You. Help me wake the west stalls. Vessa moved at once. Orders from Saffron came naturally. They did not feel like being caged. For the next hour, the investigation became something less elegant and more necessary. Vessa ran from stall to cellar to quay arch, knocking on doors, yanking blankets off men too drunk to understand danger, carrying bundles, bribing stubborn elders with lies about free soup uphill. Orivane worked beside her with unnerving focus. He did not try to command people who did not know him. He listened when Vessa told him which doors stuck, which stairs rotted, which sleeping men would swing first and understand later. Once, she found him crouched beside Pip, one hand held above the child's forehead. A soft ring of water turned over his palm, clear and luminous. Vessa stopped. What are you doing? Cooling the fever. With court magic. With clean water. Pip sighed in his sleep and stopped shivering. Vessa's throat tightened in a way she disliked. Is there a statute for that? No. Careful. You may become useful without permission. He looked up at her. Would that be unlawful? Deeply suspicious. Something almost like a smile touched his mouth. This time, it did not vanish before she saw it. By the time the children were settled in the old rope chapel, dawn had begun to silver the edges of the city. The chapel smelled of dust, hemp, and old prayers. Its roof sagged, but the floor was dry. Saffron organized breakfast with supplies Vessa had stolen and food Orivane had quietly purchased from a baker who looked too frightened of him to overcharge. Nib watched the judge hand out bread. He paid. Nib whispered to Vessa. So it seems. With his own money. Or sea money. I don't know how damp accounting works. Nib frowned. Could be a trick. Definitely, Vessa said. He's luring us into good nutrition. But her eyes followed Orivane as he gave the smallest children first choice of roles, solemnly accepting their suspicious stares as if he were before a panel of high judges. Luma approached him last. She looked at the pearl vessel at his side and shivered. It's quieter with you. Orivane lowered himself to one knee, making his height less intimidating. Can you still hear it? Luma nodded. It wants to close. But something keeps pulling. From where? She turned her head, listening. Down and out. Like a drain in the sea. Orivane's expression sharpened. The Brinewell Gate. Vessa crouched beside Luma. What does that mean? The original binding site, Orivane said. If something is calling the pearl open from there, the damage is more deliberate than I thought. Luma's small hand crept into Vessa's. Don't take it there yet. Why? Orivane asked gently. Because someone is waiting. The old chapel seemed to quiet around her words. Orivane rose. We need the chain of custody from the court archive. Vessa squeezed Luma's hand before standing. And Boren's route through the docks. He said messages came through intermediaries. Someone planted the rumor Pell heard. Someone knew I'd take the bait. You are certain? I steal from cruel merchants to feed children. Someone left a glowing pearl in the wall of the cruelest pearl merchant in Brindlehook and whispered about it in dock alleys. Yes, Judge. I am flattered and furious. We follow both paths, Orivane said. Court records and dock rumors. Separately? No. She sighed. I was afraid you'd say that. You remain under supervision. And you remain slow on rooftops. I kept up. You did not fall. That is not the same. Saffron came over carrying a chipped cup of tea and a look that had opinions in it. She handed the cup to Vessa. Drink. Vessa drank. It was bitter enough to count as discipline. Saffron looked at Orivane. You mean to drag her below again? I mean to find who endangered her city and mine. Your court will protect its own first. Orivane did not deny it quickly. Vessa noticed. The court may try, he said. I will not. Saffron held his gaze for a long moment. Fine words. Yes. The old woman's brows lifted slightly. Orivane continued, they will have to become actions. Saffron gave another but this one was less fatal. They left the chapel by the side door. Vessa glanced back once before descending the steps. Nib stood in the doorway, arms folded. Luma waved. Pip slept on. If this goes badly, Vessa said, I'll blame you. You were already blaming me. Yes, but with less evidence. Orivane adjusted the pearl vessel at his side. We will go to the restricted archive first. Lady Morex's seal must be verified. And you think your court will simply hand over proof against one of its own? No. Good. For a moment I worried you'd become optimistic. The archive cannot lie. People choose what to ask. He looked at her, and she saw that the remark had landed somewhere deep. The descent to the court felt different in daylight, though daylight did not truly reach the thylacine gates. It came down in broken shafts through harbor water, catching on fish scales and submerged chains. Vessa kept her hands loose and her eyes moving. She told herself she was studying escape routes. She was absolutely not comforted by the fact that Orivane walked slowly enough for her to adjust to the breathing charm this time. The restricted archive lay beyond the court's main chambers, inside a coral tower shaped like a spiral shell. Its entrance was guarded by a door of living mother of pearl, veined with script that rearranged itself whenever Vessa tried to read it. Tovran met them there, looking as if he had slept for 7 minutes and spent 6 of them worrying. I pulled the public custody records, he said. The Pearl of Held Waters was listed as secure in the Brinewell chamber until 3 nights ago. Listed, Vessa said. Tovran swallowed. Yes. Orivane touched the door. Open transfer memory for primary seal, last 7 tides. The mother of pearl door rippled. A voice came from it, neither male nor female, but layered like water over stone. Requesting judge authority. Orivane Kel. Tide judge, compact division. Authority recognized. Witness required. Tovran stepped forward. Clerk Tovran Sill. Witness recognized. Subject. The Pearl of Held Waters. The door shivered. For one moment, the script glowed blue. Then a stain of green-black rot spread across the center. Subject unavailable, said the door. Orivane went still. Tovran whispered, that is impossible. Vessa folded her arms. In my experience, impossible usually means someone worked hard. Orivane leaned closer to the stain. Archive, identify removal authorization. Subject unavailable. Identify last advocate to access Brinewell chamber transfer logs. Subject unavailable. Tovran's face had gone pale. The records are not merely sealed. They're spoiled. Brackish rot? Vessa asked. Orivane nodded once. A false judgment or corrupted binding introduced into the archive line. So your court can lie. No, he said, voice low. Someone made the record unable to speak. The distinction mattered to him. Vessa could tell. It mattered to her too, though she did not yet know why. Orivane drew the transfer bead from an evidence pouch. Can this authenticate against the door? Tovran blinked. If the bead truly belongs to an advocate's seal, yes. But if the seal owner is present in court, they will be notified of the inquiry. Good. Vessa smiled. Now you're learning. Tovran looked horrified. Notifying a possible conspirator is not generally considered good. It is if you want to see where they run. Orivane glanced at Vessa. That was my reasoning. Was it? Yes. How unsettling for both of us. He placed the bead against the mother of pearl door. The archive inhaled. Vessa felt it. The tower drew current inward, tugging at her clothes, her hair, the moisture on her skin. The bead glowed, first blue, then silver, then a green so dark it seemed almost black. The door spoke. Seal recognized. Advocate Maurex Vade. Emergency transfer authority invoked 3 nights past. Secondary witness omitted by flood risk privilege. Tovran made a strangled sound. Flood risk privilege? That can only be used if immediate action is required to preserve the seal. Apparently immediate action required moving it behind Boran's stove, Vessa said. Orivane's jaw tightened. Archive, state destination listed. The door flickered. Destination, temporary containment, West Brinewell Annex. Is there a West Brinewell Annex? Vessa asked. No, Tovran whispered. The green stain spread wider. Record terminates, said the archive. Further inquiry restricted by advocate challenge. The door sealed itself. For several seconds, only the soft hiss of currents filled the hall. Then Orivane turned. We go to Lady Maurex. Vessa caught his sleeve. He looked at her hand again. She dropped it. You said the seal owner would be notified, she said. If she knows we just pulled that, she'll be ready. She has been ready from the beginning. Then stop walking into rooms where she wrote the rules. And do what? Vessa smiled. Walk into one where I did. They returned to Brindlehook by a drainage gate that Orivane disliked on principle and Tovran disliked in every possible way. Vessa led them beneath the pearl market, through a passage where smugglers had scratched symbols into the stone. Some marked safe routes. Some marked paid guards. Some marked places one should run from without asking why. At a corner beneath the old sail exchange, she found a chalk sign half hidden behind moss, a small open eye inside a fishhook. Pel's mark. He came this way after the market, she said. Orivane examined the symbol. This tells you that. It tells me he saw something worth watching. And this. He pointed to a line beneath the hook. That tells me he was scared. Tovran peered at it. It is a line. It's a shaking line. It may be uneven chalk. Vessa looked at him. Tovran stepped back. Shaking line. The mark led them through the old underquay, where the city's forgotten foundations sweated salt. At last they reached Mirel Oist's map-room. It was tucked beneath a chandlery and hidden behind a wall of empty lamp crates. Inside, every surface was covered in maps. Not ordinary maps with north marked neatly and borders drawn by men with offices. Mirel's maps were layered on sailcloth, fish skin, slate, and thin beaten copper. They showed tide moods, bribed locks, rotten beams, roof paths, smuggler knots, and places where the sea listened. Mirel herself reclined in a chair with boots on a table, eating candied kelp from a paper twist. She was a lean woman with copper-brown skin, cropped black hair, and amber eyes that missed very little. Her earrings were made of tiny brass compasses, none of which pointed north. Vessa quill-tied, she said. You bring me a sea judge. How formal. Should I put on sleeves? You own sleeves? Vessa asked. 2. For funerals and fraud. Orivane looked around the map-room. You are Mirel Oist. And you are very clearly trouble with cheekbones. Tovran coughed into his fist. Vessa pointed at Mirel. Behave. Never. What did you steal? A flood pearl. Mirel stopped chewing. Ah, she said. That explains the canals. You knew about it? No. I knew something old moved through the smuggler routes 3 nights ago. Paid passage. No questions. Which naturally made everyone ask questions. Orivane stepped forward. Who paid? Mirel leaned back. Judge, I don't run a charity. Orivane reached into his coat and placed 3 small white shells on the table. Mirel stared. Vessa stared too. Did you just bribe her? No, Orivane said. I paid an information fee. That is a bribe wearing court shoes. It is documented. Mirel picked up 1 shell and held it to the light. Court tender. Clean and traceable. Disgusting. She slipped the shells into her pocket. I accept. Vessa grinned. Mirel unrolled a dark blue sailcloth map. 3 nights ago, a sealed crate came through Gullet Turn. Tovran frowned. The Whirlpool Road? Gold star for the clerk. Yes. The crate was marked as dead coral, which no one smuggles because dead coral is worth less than the crate. 2 carriers. 1 landside, 1 seaside. The landside man wore Boren's clasp stamp. The seaside courier had her face covered. Ha! Orivane asked. Walked like a woman. Expensive boots. Court posture. Vessa glanced at Orivane. Court posture? Mirel stood, clasped her hands behind her back, lifted her chin, and looked faintly disappointed in the furniture. Vessa pointed. Yes, that's him. Orivane did not react. Mirel continued, the crate caught in the outer spin. Nearly cracked. Something inside rang. Every smuggler within 10 boat lengths decided to retire from curiosity. Can you show us where? Orivane asked. Mirel's smile thinned. Gullet Turn is unstable right now. Because of the pearl? Because the tide is running backward and the whirlpool has opinions about that. You go in, you might come out yesterday. Or boneless. Tovran shut his ledger. I vote against boneless. Vessa leaned over the map. If the crate nearly cracked there, it may have shed something. Wax. Casing. More transfer beads. Or teeth, Mirel said. Pearls don't have teeth. This one seems ambitious. Orivane studied the map. We need physical evidence not dependent on corrupted records. Vessa tapped Gullet Turn. Then we go. Tovran looked between them. Surely we should assemble a proper team. Teams are noisy, Vessa said. Teams have rescue capacity. Also witnesses, Mirel added. And if your court has a leak, Judge, a proper team tells the leak exactly where you're swimming. Orivane's expression settled into decision. We go now. Vessa arched a brow. How bold. It is not bold. It is necessary. Of course. I withdraw the compliment. Mirel rolled up a smaller map and tossed it to Vessa. Take the eel chain route in. Avoid the white bubbles. If you hear singing, turn around. If the water goes warm, pray to whatever listens. Wonderful, Tovran said faintly. You're not coming, Orivane told him. Tovran's relief was so naked it was almost indecent. Return to the court, Orivane continued. File the archive result under sealed judicial review. Tell no one else. The clerk straightened. Yes, your exactness. And Tovran? Yes. Be careful what margin you use. Tovran swallowed, understanding. If the records were corrupted, even filing truth in the wrong place might expose it. I will use the old rec docket, he said. No one reads those except me. Good. Mirel watched the exchange with interest. Your clerk is less decorative than he looks. He is very good, Orivane said. The simple praise made Tovran blink rapidly. Vessa looked away, annoyed to have noticed. Gullet Turn lay beyond the outer harbor, beneath a ring of black rocks where the sea spun even on calm days. Fishermen avoided it. Smugglers used it because forbidden routes were often just dangerous places with better marketing. The sky had turned pearl gray by the time Vessa and Orivane reached the outer quay. No wardens followed. No clerk scratched notes. Only the wrong tide moved with them, sliding under the city toward the waiting sea. Orivane held out a breathing charm, a small loop of tide glass threaded on silver cord. Vessa eyed it. Is this going to bind me to obedience? It will allow you to breathe underwater. That is exactly what a binding to obedience charm would say. He placed it in her palm. You may choose not to wear it. And drown. That would be unwise. You have a gift for making choices feel theatrical. She slipped the cord over her neck. The tide glass rested cold against her throat. Orivane adjusted the vessel containing the pearl. He had wrapped it in layers of warded water until the glow was muted, but Vessa could still feel its presence. Like a second heartbeat nearby. Stay close, he said. Because you worry? Because the route is dangerous. How moving. He looked at her, steady and unreadable. Also because I worry. The words landed with no flourish. That made them worse. Vessa turned toward the water before he could see her face properly. Try not to make a habit of it. I suspect that is no longer possible. She absolutely did not know what to do with that. So she jumped. Cold swallowed her. For one panicked instant, old instinct seized her lungs. Then the tide glass at her throat warmed, and she breathed water as if it were winter air. Orivane descended beside her, coat moving around him like a dark banner. He gestured, and a thin path of current opened ahead. Beneath Brindlehook, the sea was not empty. It was crowded with motion and memory. Anchors lost decades ago lay furred in green. Broken statues stared upward from sand. Fish moved through windows of sunken customs houses from older versions of the city, built and drowned and built again. Vessa had stolen from half the warehouses above. She had never wondered what lay beneath their foundations. Gullet Turn announced itself with a groan. Ahead, the water folded into a vast rotating funnel, not downward but sideways, tunneling through the sea like a throat. Chains hung along its edge, anchored to black rocks. Some were old iron. Some were bone-white coral. Some looked disturbingly like braided hair. Vessa pointed at the chains. Orivane nodded. They caught the first eel chain and pulled themselves along the outer rim. The whirlpool tugged at Vessa's legs. Her boots slipped against rock. Orivane moved ahead, one hand on the chain, the other extended back whenever the current surged too hard. She ignored his hand twice. The third time, the whirlpool yanked her sideways so sharply her shoulder nearly wrenched from its socket. His hand closed around hers. Firm. Warm, despite the cold sea. She did not let go immediately after she was steady. Neither did he. A cluster of white bubbles rose ahead. Vessa remembered Morel's warning. She pointed sharply left. Orivane followed without question. The bubbles drifted past, and within them Vessa saw tiny images flicker: Boren's counting room, Luma crying, the low lantern market scattering in panic. Memory bubbles. A useful horror. They reached a shelf of stone halfway around the whirlpool. There, caught between two rocks, lay splinters of dark wood, scraps of blue silk, and a curved shard of something pearly and thick. Orivane picked up the shard with reverent care. The outer casing, he said through the breathing charm's magic, his voice strangely close inside the water. It protected the pearl of held waters during transfer. Vessa sifted through the silk. This was cut. He turned. Not torn. Cut. She held up an edge. Sharp shell blade. Clean slice. Someone opened the crate here or checked it. Orivane's gaze moved to the whirlpool. Risky place to inspect a seal. Unless they wanted the road to damage it and make the theft look rougher than it was. The whirlpool groaned again, louder. The shard in Orivane's hand pulsed. Then the pearl of held waters answered from its vessel. The water around them darkened. Vessa felt the pull before she saw it. Something inside gullet turned, shifted direction. The great funnel tightened, drawing loose stones upward. Chains snapped taut. Orivane grabbed her arm. We need to leave. A shape moved on the far side of the whirlpool. At first Vessa thought it was a ribbon of kelp. Then it turned, and she saw armor. A masked figure clung to the chains, one hand raised toward them. In that hand gleamed a shell knife. The figure sliced a chain. The world lurched. The shelf beneath Vessa's feet tore away. She and Orivane were dragged into the whirlpool. Water became force. Direction vanished. Vessa tumbled through dark and silver, unable to tell up from down. The breathing charm held, but panic clawed through her anyway. Something struck her hip. The pearl vessel flashed near Orivane's side. His hand found hers again, then slipped. No. Vessa twisted, kicked, grabbed at his coat, and caught fabric. The current tried to rip him away. He had one arm wrapped around the pearl vessel, the other pinned beneath a broken loop of coral chain. His face was tight with pain. The masked figure vanished into the spin. Vessa drew the tied glass sliver from her braid clasp. The current slammed her against Orivane's side. She hooked one arm through the chain to anchor herself and sawed at the snag trapping him. The tied glass sliver snapped. Of course, she snarled, though no sound came properly through the water. Orivane's free hand moved. A line of blue law script formed in the water, wrapped around the chain, and tightened. His face went paler. The chain cracked halfway. Vessa grabbed the broken ends and pulled. Pain flared across her palms. The chain snapped. Orivane surged free, but the whirlpool caught them both. He shoved the pearl vessel toward her. She recoiled. No. Hold it. I gave it back. Vessa. The vessel struck her hands. The pearl's cold shot up her arms. But this time she did not steal it. She held it because he trusted her to. Orivane thrust both hands outward. The water in front of them opened into a narrow tunnel of stillness. Swim, he commanded. I hate when you're right. They shot through the gap as Gullet Turn collapsed behind them in a roar of spinning stones and broken chains. Vessa kicked until her legs burned. Orivane stayed behind her, one hand at her back, not pushing, not gripping, simply there whenever the current bucked. They burst from the water near the outer rocks and crashed onto a strip of shingle beneath a storm wall. For a long moment, neither moved. Vessa lay on her back, coughing despite the breathing charm, staring at the grey sky. The pearl vessel rested against her ribs, still intact. Her hands shook around it. Orivane rolled onto one elbow. Blood darkened the sleeve near his shoulder where the chain had caught him. You're bleeding, she said. You are holding the pearl. I noticed. Are you injured? Don't change the subject. Are you injured? He repeated. She sat up, furious without knowing at what. At the whirlpool. At the masked figure. At the fact that he was hurt. At the fact that she cared. My palms. Nothing worse. He held out his hand for the vessel. Vessa looked at it. Then at him. Returning something was supposed to be easy when it was not yours. Yet this felt like stepping onto that foolish little bridge again. She placed the vessel in his hand. The pearl glowed softly, steady for 3 heartbeats. Orivane looked from it to her. Thank you. The words were plain. No suspicion tucked beneath them. No lecture. Vessa pulled bits of broken shell from her sleeve. Don't become sentimental. I only saved it because drowning is inconvenient. You also saved me. Yes, well. You were attached to the evidence. Was that the reason? She met his eyes and found no mockery there. Only quiet attention, which was far more dangerous. Partly, she said. He accepted the answer as if it were enough. That made something inside her ache. They sheltered beneath the storm wall while he bound his shoulder with a strip torn from his inner cuff. He did it one-handed and badly. Vessa watched for as long as she could bear. Give me that. I can manage. I've seen gulls manage fish bones more gracefully. He hesitated, then handed her the cloth. She knelt beside him and wrapped the wound firmly. The injury was not deep, but the skin around it had gone pale with cold burn from the broken chain. Tide binding cost, she guessed. Or something like it. Does your magic always bite you? She asked. When overused. You overused it. The situation required it. Your court should put that on your family crest. He looked down at her hands working the knot. And yours? My what? Your crest. I'm a dock thief. Our crest is a locked door with hurt feelings. That seems accurate. She laughed before she meant to. The sound startled them both. Vessa tied the bandage and sat back. The masked person had a shell knife. Expensive boots. I did not see enough. Convenient for Lady Maurex. Possibly. You hate saying names before proof. Yes. I hate waiting for proof while people try to kill us. That is reasonable. She blinked. Did you just call me reasonable? In one specific instance. I'll treasure it. Orivane retrieved the casing shard from his coat. Somehow he had kept it through the whirlpool. Of course he had. The man probably alphabetized disasters while surviving them. The shard bore a seal mark along its inner curve. Not Maurex's full seal. But the same wave crossing a blade. This verifies the transfer bead, he said. Enough for court. Enough to force inquiry. Not enough to convict. No. Vessa looked toward the harbor, where Brindlehook crouched under low clouds and the wrong tide. Then we need something she can't procedurally drown. A witness. Or a mistake. Preferably both. Vessa stood, wincing as her scraped palms stretched. Boren said messages came through intermediaries. Pell found one rumor trail. Mirel saw the crate. The masked courier tried to kill us at Gullet Turn after the archive notified Maurex. That timing is not proof. No, but it is a rope. Pull enough, someone curses. Orivane rose more slowly. She pretended not to notice and offered no help. He pretended not to need any. It was almost companionable. They returned to the old rope chapel near midday. Vessa expected chaos. Instead, she found Saffron ladling stew from an enormous pot, Sister Vauntine Mere arranging sleeping mats, and Nib attempting to teach younger children how to tie knots with the severity of a naval commander. Sister Vauntine was tall, square-shouldered, and dressed in a plain brown habit patched at the elbows. Her face looked stern until one noticed how carefully she tucked blankets around children who had fallen asleep. You brought the judge back alive, Saffron said when Vessa entered. Against my instincts. Orivane inclined his head to Saffron, then to Sister Vauntine. Thank you for opening the chapel. Vauntine looked him over. Thank me by making sure they are not returned to the streets when this excitement becomes inconvenient to officials. I will try. She frowned. Try is thin soup. It is what I can honestly promise before I know what authority I can secure. Her frown eased by a hair. Honesty is slightly thicker. Nib spotted Orivane's bandaged shoulder. Did Vessa stab you? Not yet, Orivane said. The children stared. Vessa stared too. Then Pell burst out laughing from atop a barrel. Nib looked suspiciously impressed. Luma approached, her small face solemn. The pearl screamed. Vessa crouched. At the whirlpool? Luma nodded. Someone pulled at it. Someone with a silver voice. Orivane knelt as well, careful with his injured shoulder. Could you tell where the voice came from? Down court, Luma whispered. Not deep like the old gate. Fancy deep. Vessa looked at him. Fancy deep. The upper advocacy chambers, he said. Lady Morex's offices are there. Luma touched the tide glass charm at Vessa's throat. You went where the water chews. We did. Don't go again. I'm very willing not to. But they both knew willingness would not matter. Orivane stood. I must return to court before Maurex frames the evidence. And I must find the rumor runner who made sure I heard about Boren's hidden pearl. You are not going alone. Vessa opened her mouth. He lifted one hand. The masked courier knows we survived. If they targeted us at Gullet Turn, they may target you in the docks. Concern again? Yes. The bluntness stole her retort. Nib made a gagging noise. Vessa pointed at him without looking. Do that again and I'll make you eat turnip skins. He shut his mouth. Saffron's eyes moved between Vessa and Orivane, too knowing for anyone's comfort. Take bread. Both of you. People make stupid choices hungry. Some of us make excellent choices hungry, Vessa said. No. You make fast choices. Not the same. Orivane accepted the wrapped bread with grave thanks. Vessa accepted hers because arguing with Saffron over food was impossible and often fatal. They left the chapel by the hill road and descended toward the older docks, where messages traveled faster than law. Vessa took Orivane through places respectable maps pretended were solid wall. Behind a cooperage, beneath a fish shrine, across an abandoned laundry roof. All the while, the city murmured around them. The tide's wrongness had unsettled everyone. Sailors refused to launch. Pearl buyers whispered of curses. Merchants sent servants to move goods uphill. Children floated paper boats in gutters and watched them drift the wrong direction. At last, they found Pell near the crab stairs, arguing with a woman selling fried mussels. I delivered the message, he said. You said 2 skewers. I said 1 skewer and a burnt bit. Burnt bit is not currency. It is if I say. Vessa cleared her throat. Pell spun, then tried to look as if he had meant to. You're alive. Frequently. He glanced at Orivane. He's alive too? So far. Shame about that. Orivane handed him the wrapped bread from Saffron. Pell eyed it. What's this for? You look hungry. I always look hungry. It's a strategy. Then consider it successful. Pell took the bread, baffled. Is it cursed? Vessa snatched it from him, took a bite, and handed it back. There. Only slightly judge-flavored. Pell ate quickly after that. Vessa crouched so they were eye level. The rumor about Boren's hidden sea pearl. Who paid to place it? Pell chewed slower. Pell. I didn't know it was for you. I know. I wouldn't have said if I knew. I know that too. He looked down at the bread. Man at the blue steps. Hood up. Voice like he was trying not to have one. Gave 3 dock runners the same whisper. Said Clasp had a pearl stolen from Sea Kings, hidden behind his stove. Said any thief brave enough could retire on it. Did you see his hands? Orivane asked. Pell shrugged. Gloved. Boots. Mud boots. Landmade. Vessa frowned. Too careful. Pell's face brightened suddenly. But he smelled wrong. Orivane leaned in. Wrong how? Like court water. Vessa looked at Orivane. Court water smells? Yes, Pell said before Orivane could answer. Like cold coins and old shells. That is not inaccurate, Orivane said. Anything else? Vessa asked. Pell hesitated. He paid with a half pearl. Orivane went still. Show me. Pell grimaced. I spent it. On what? 3 meat pies and information. Vessa closed her eyes. Pell. Mostly meat pies. Where? Old Jaff at the smoke bridge. They found old Jaff's pie stall closed, its shutters latched. Not unusual after a strange tide. Vessa picked the lock while Orivane watched the street. Is this necessary? He asked. You want to wait until he opens? I want to avoid unnecessary crimes. That sounds like a sad hobby. The lock clicked. Inside, the stall smelled of grease and pepper. Vessa found the coin jar beneath a loose tile, because of course she did. Among coppers, fish tokens, and one button lay half a pearl sliced cleanly down the center. Orivane lifted it carefully. The cut face bore a tiny current mark. Message token, he said. Used by court aides for temporary passage. Can it tell us who carried it? Only the office that issued it. The pearl warmed in his hand, glowing faintly. He looked grim. Let me guess, Vessa said. Advocacy chambers. Lady Morex's outer office. Vessa sat back on her heels. So the rumor came from her office, the transfer bead bore her seal, the casing bears her seal, Luma hears a silver voice from Fancy Deep, and someone tried to kill us after she was notified. Yes. But she will say her authority was forged or abused by a subordinate. She will attack your credibility. She will argue that evidence gathered through theft from a pie stall is compromised. Vessa looked around the stall. Borrowed from a pie stall. You picked the lock. I intended to return the lock. Orivane almost smiled again, then winced as his shoulder pulled. Vessa stood. You need that scene. It is minor. It bled through the bandage. He looked down as if surprised to find his body reporting him. She sighed. Come on. Where? Someone who stitches quietly. He followed her through a rain barrel alley to Auntie Saffron's stall, where the old woman took one look at Orivane's shoulder and ordered him onto an upturned crate. I can tend it myself, he said. Did I ask? No. Then hush. Vessa leaned against the stall post, enjoying his rare helplessness perhaps more than was generous. Saffron cut the bandage away, cleaned the wound, and applied a paste that smelled like crushed kelp and pepper. Orivane's jaw tightened but he made no sound. Saffron noticed. Pain does not vanish because you ignore it. No, he said. Men always know that in theory. Vessa grinned. This is educational. Saffron tied a fresh bandage. You too. Hands. Vessa hid them behind her back. Vessa. There are very important legal matters. Hands. Even Orivane looked at her then. Betrayed by the world, Vessa held out her scraped palms. Saffron cleaned them with considerably less gentleness than necessary. Oh. Pain does not vanish because you joke at it. Orivane's eyes lowered, but not before she saw the faint satisfaction there. Do not, she warned him. I said nothing. You thought loudly. Saffron wrapped Vessa's hands. Both of you are fools. Equally? Vessa asked. Different flavors. Orivane accepted that with a solemn nod. Thank you. Saffron snorted. Do not thank me. Fix the water. We are trying. Try faster. As they left, Vessa flexed her bandaged fingers. She likes you. Saffron. Yes. She called me a fool. That's practically adoption. He considered this with such seriousness that she laughed again. The laugh faded when a bell began ringing uphill. Not the drowned bell beneath the harbor. A city alarm. Vessa and Orivane ran toward the sound. At the edge of the pearl market, they found a crowd gathered around Borenclasp's warehouse. The compact seals Orivane's wardens had placed on the doors lay shattered in puddles. The blue ledger was gone from the evidence table where Tovrin had temporarily left it under guard. One warden sat dazed against a crate, blood at his temple. Captain Runn stood in the center of it all, furious enough to curdle the mist. When? Orivane demanded. Half an hour ago, Runn said. A false court order arrived bearing your seal. My seal. Runn handed him a strip of tied glass. Orivane read it. His face went still in a way Vessa had already learned to distrust. It orders transfer of all evidence to the advocacy chambers, he said. Runn's mouth twisted. By the time my people questioned it, the ledger was gone. Vessa looked toward the broken warehouse doors. Boren. Gone, Runn said. Of course. A stolen pearl, a corrupted archive, a missing ledger, a fled merchant, and a sea advocate who had built herself a wall of procedure. Vessa breathed in slowly. Orivane turned to run. Lock down the lower gates. Quietly. If Boren reaches open water. He won't use open water, Vessa said. Both men looked at her. He's a coward with money. He won't trust boats while the tide is wrong. He'll use a merchant escape route. Dry tunnel, old customs road, maybe under the Amber Key. Run frowned. Those were sealed years ago. Vessa gave him a pitying look. That is adorable. Orivane's eyes sharpened. Can you find him? I can find where he thinks he's clever. Then we go. Run stepped forward. Judge, she is a suspect. She is also correct. The captain looked as if this pained him. Vessa smiled sweetly. You're welcome. They took no wardens this time. Run sent men to cover official exits, and Orivane followed Vessa into the Undercity where official exits went to die. The Amber Key tunnel began behind a shrine to drowned sailors, beneath a slab too heavy for most people to lift unless they knew where to press. Vessa knew. The slab swung up, releasing air that smelled of mold, salt, and old smuggling. Did you learn all this as a child? Orivane asked as they descended. I learned some as a child, some as a thief, and some because men explaining how impossible something is often describe exactly where to look. The tunnel sloped beneath the city. Its walls were brick at first, then older stone, then coral-veined rock. Water trickled along channels on both sides. After several minutes, Orivane held up a hand. Vessa heard it too. Voices ahead. They crept to a bend in the tunnel. Beyond it, lantern light flickered over 3 figures. Boren Clasp stood beside a narrow underground canal, arguing with a hooded person in a dark cloak. 2 heavy bags lay at his feet. You said the court would blame the thief, Boren hissed. And it will, the hooded figure replied. Vessa stiffened. The voice was disguised, roughened, lowered. But beneath it lay something cool and formal. Court water. You said the seal could be controlled, Boren snapped. The tide nearly took my cellar. The first surge is not yet released. Yet. Panic sharpened his voice. No. I was promised a manageable breach. Rivals flooded, properties ruined, contracts waiting. Not the whole harbor. The hooded figure laughed softly. You land merchants always believe disaster can be portioned like grain. Orivane's face had gone cold. Vessa leaned closer, memorizing every word. Boren grabbed one of the bags. I'm done. I have enough to leave. You have enough to hang. You need me quiet. No, said the hooded figure. I needed you greedy. The figure drew a shell knife. Orivane moved. Court authority, he commanded. The tunnel erupted. Boren screamed and threw the lantern. Darkness and fire burst together. Vessa ducked as the hooded figure slashed the air with the shell knife, cutting not flesh but the trickle of water in the wall channel. The stream snapped upward like a whip. Orivane blocked it with a ward, but the force drove him back into the stone. Vessa went low. Boren scrambled for the canal boat. The hooded figure turned toward Orivane, knife raised for another strike. Vessa snatched a weighted fishing hook from the tunnel wall and hurled it. The hook caught the figure's hood and tore it sideways. Not enough to reveal a face. Enough to show a flash of silver hair tucked beneath a court cap. Maurex. No. The jaw was wrong. Younger. Aid, perhaps. The figure hissed and flung something to the ground. A pearl pellet shattered, filling the tunnel with blinding white foam. Vessa heard Boren's boat scrape away. She lunged through the foam by sound alone, caught the stern rope, and wrapped it around her forearm. The boat jerked, nearly pulling her into the canal. Her bandaged palms burned. Vessa. Orivane shouted. I have him. Boren cursed, striking at her hands with an oar. She held on, teeth clenched, until Orivane reached her and seized the rope above her grip. Together they hauled. The boat slammed back against the stone edge. Boren tried to climb out the other side. Vessa stepped onto the boat, grabbed his velvet collar, and shoved him face-first into a coil of wet rope. That, she said, breathing hard, is for telling people Pell worked for you. Boren groaned. The hooded figure was gone. Orivane sent a line of water after them through the tunnel, but it returned empty. He looked at Boren. Who was that? I don't know. Vessa pressed her knee into his back. Try not to insult the glowing flood pearl, Boren. It takes criticism personally. Orivane lifted the pearl of held waters from its vessel just enough for its light to touch the tunnel. Boren shuddered. Name, Orivane said. Vade's aide, Boren gasped. Not Maurex herself. Her aide. Selen Ma. Orivane's gaze sharpened. Vessa looked at him. You know her. She serves in the advocacy chambers. Close enough to steal seals? Yes. Close enough to take blame? His silence answered. They bound Boren with his own silk cravat, which pleased Vessa enormously, and searched his bags. Inside were pearls, gold notes, deed transfers to high-ground properties, and a packet of letters sealed in dark blue wax. Orivane opened one and read. His expression changed. Not shock. Not exactly. Grief, perhaps. What? Vessa asked. He handed her the letter. She could not read the C script. He seemed to remember only after she looked at it blankly. It promises Boren exclusive salvage contracts following controlled inundation of selected merchant districts. Controlled inundation, she repeated. Flooding. I know what it means. I'm admiring how villains perfume murder. There is more. His voice was tight. It references a formal challenge to be made at tribunal. Maurex intends to argue that the pearl's weakening proves the compact has already failed. And then, she will petition to open the Brinewell Gate for judicial review. Vessa stared at the dark canal. Luma said someone was waiting there. Yes. And if she opens it while the pearl is cracked? The first surge may answer. Boren twisted beneath his cravat bonds. You have enough now. Arrest her. Leave me out of it. Vessa crouched beside him. Boren, you tried to profit from drowning streets. Not your streets. Her smile vanished. Orivane stepped closer, voice like winter tide. Every street under treaty protection is our concern. Boren looked between them, finally understanding that neither thief nor judge was in the mood to be bought. They delivered Boren to Captain Run under compact hold. Run looked disappointed that the merchant was conscious, but accepted him professionally. The letters were sealed into evidence under 3 witnesses, including a reluctant dock priest Vessa selected because he disliked everyone equally and therefore seemed reliable. By dusk, the city had entered a frightened hush. The tide remained wrong. The sky held low and greenish over the harbor. The pearl of held waters flickered every few minutes now, each pulse followed by a tremor in the canal walls. Orivane and Vessa stood beneath the broken awning of the old fish exchange, away from wardens, clerks, children, and accusing eyes. For once, neither spoke immediately. Vessa's hands hurt. Her legs ached from running, swimming, climbing, and not admitting fear. Orivane's shoulder had begun bleeding again, though he stood as if his body were an unrelated matter filed in another chamber. You should rest, she said. So should you. I rest by making poor decisions at a slower pace. I do not find that reassuring. You're not meant to. The faint, almost smile returned, tired this time. Then the pearl of held waters flashed hard enough to light the underside of the awning. Vessa flinched. Orivane steadied the vessel. His injured hand trembled. Without thinking, Vessa reached over and closed her hand around his wrist. The pearl calmed. They both looked at her hand. Vessa let go quickly. That was evidence handling. Was it? Yes. Thank you for clarifying. You are not welcome. But his gaze remained on her, thoughtful and softer than before. She looked away first. Across the square, Captain Run approached at a brisk pace. Tovran hurried behind him, clutching a ledger to his chest as if it might flee. Judge Kel, Run said. Lady Maurex has called emergency tribunal. Orivane's expression sharpened. On what grounds? Tovran swallowed. She claims the recovered evidence proves land contamination of the pearl of held waters, deliberate theft by Vessa Quiltide, and judicial compromise by you. Vessa blinked. Judicial compromise? Run looked deeply uncomfortable. Tovran adjusted his spectacles. She argues that your continued reliance on the accused demonstrates partiality. Because he listened to me, among other things. Vessa folded her arms. What other things? Tovran looked at Orivane. Then at the ground. Orivane answered evenly. She will imply that my judgment has been affected by personal attachment. The words settled between them, delicate and dangerous. Vessa felt heat rise to her face and hated every inch of it. That is absurd. Yes, Orivane said. Something in the quickness of his answer stung, though she had no right to be stung. Then he added, quieter, it is also strategic. Vessa studied him. His face was composed, but not cold. Not now. Beneath the discipline, she saw exhaustion, pain, and a concern he no longer bothered to hide completely. Run cleared his throat. The tribunal begins at next bell. Orivane nodded. We attend. Is that wise? Tovran asked. No, Vessa said. Orivane looked at her. She lifted her chin. Which is how I know we're doing it. The drowned bell rang beneath the harbor before he could answer. Once. Twice. The wrong tide surged against the quay so hard that water leapt over the stones and washed around their boots. The pearl of held waters glowed cold blue, and deep within it, the dark vein widened. Orivane secured the vessel at his side. Vessa checked the hidden pick in her braid clasp, though one was broken and the other bent. Then the thief and judge turned together toward the sea court gates, while somewhere below, among coral chambers and polished lies, Lady Maurex Vade prepared to put them both on trial. The sea court gates opened before them like a mouth remembering an old hunger. Vessa had gone beneath Brindlehook twice now, and still the descent turned her bones cold. The harbor folded above her, all black pilings and hanging chains, while the thylacine passage drew her downward through blue-lit water. Orivane moved beside her, one hand resting near the vessel that held the pearl of held waters. Its glow throbbed through the layered warding, soft and sickly, like a lantern seen through storm fog. Captain Run led the way with 6 wardens in plain dark armor. Tovran followed close behind Orivane, carrying 3 ledgers, 2 evidence satchels, and the expression of a man who expected every corridor to accuse him of improper filing. Vessa watched the court's coral towers rise from the depths. Cheerful place, she said. Nothing says truth like being swallowed by architecture. Orivane did not look away from the gate ahead. The tribunal chamber will be full. Because everyone wants justice. Because everyone wants spectacle. There. We agree on something. His gaze flicked to her briefly. Try not to enjoy it. I never enjoy being insulted by nobility. Good. I enjoy answering. That is what concerns me. The corner of her mouth twitched despite the cold. They passed through a membrane of current and stepped onto the dry shell floor of the thylacine court. Vessa's boots left damp prints. Orivane's did not. She decided not to resent that personally. The court had changed since her first hearing. The corridors were brighter, too bright, as if pearl lamps had been lit in every alcove to prove nothing was wrong. Courtiers gathered in clusters beneath coral arches. Advocates in streaming robes whispered behind hands webbed with rings. Scribes darted like nervous fish. Whenever Vessa passed, conversations snapped shut. Pearl thief, someone murmured. Land rat. Compact breaker. Vessa turned toward the whispers with a smile. Careful. I steal names too. The nearest courtiers recoiled. Orivane touched 2 fingers lightly to his brow, the gesture of a man summoning patience from a nearly empty drawer. Was that necessary? He asked. No. That was for me. Do you feel better? A little. Then I will count it as medicinal. She looked at him sharply, but he was already walking on. Tovran leaned toward her and whispered, that may have been humor. I know. I'm frightened too. The emergency tribunal met in the Hall of Measured Tides, a chamber larger than the first courtroom and colder in every possible way. It was circular, with tiered benches rising along the walls and a central floor made of polished tide glass. Beneath the transparent surface, water moved in slow spirals. Records glowed in the walls. At the far end stood a crescent dais for the presiding judges. Above them hung 12 old pearls suspended in threads of current, each one containing the faint echo of a past compact judgment. At the center of the floor waited Lady Maurex Vade. She wore silver robes today, not green. Her hair was braided with pale shells, and a long advocate's chain rested across her shoulders. She looked calm, sorrowful, and righteous, which Vessa immediately distrusted more than open cruelty. Beside Maurex stood a younger woman with ash-brown skin, silver-capped hair, and lowered eyes. Her hands were folded inside wide sleeves. Vessa nudged Orivane. "That one. I see her. Selin Ma." "Yes." Selin did not look their way. Vessa remembered the hooded figure's shell knife, the flash of silver hair, the foam bursting in the tunnel. "She's going to take blame." "Likely. And Maurex will look tragic about it." "Likely. Your court makes crime sound exhausting." "It often is." Captain Run took a position near the entrance. Tovrin hurried to the clerk's lower station and began spreading ledgers with trembling precision. Orivane guided Vessa to a place on the central floor, not among the accused benches, not among the witnesses, but close enough to both to make everyone unhappy. "That feels intentional," she murmured. "It is. Am I accused or useful?" "Both." "Flattering." The presiding elder judge entered with two others. Elder Judge Veloon, the broad woman with white shells braided through her hair, struck the dais once with a coral rod. The water beneath the floor stilled. "This emergency tribunal is called under petition by Advocate Lady Maurex Vade," Veloon said. "Matter, breach risk of the Pearl of Held Waters, accusation of land contamination, misconduct of evidence custody, and challenge to the impartiality of Judge Orivane Kel." A ripple of whispers moved through the chamber. Orivane stood motionless. Vessa felt the air shift around him, the invisible tightening of a man refusing to reach for any defense before its proper time. Maurex stepped forward. Her voice carried beautifully. "Honored judges, I regret the necessity of this petition. None here wish to deepen disorder while the Pearl of Held Waters weakens. But when disorder has already entered the court, silence becomes complicity." Vessa whispered, "She practices in mirrors." Orivane did not move. "Quiet." Maurex turned slightly, giving the gathered court a view of her sorrowful profile. 3 nights passed, the Pearl of Held Waters was removed from secure chamber under emergency transfer authority. A murmur rose. Vessa's brows shot up. "She admits it." Orivane's eyes narrowed. Maurex continued, "That authority was invoked by my office after an anonymous warning indicated the seal had been compromised by landside interference. My aide, Selin Ma, acted in haste, beyond the instructions given her, and placed the vessel in temporary concealment while awaiting retrieval." Selin bowed her head lower. Vessa almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because the lie was so polished she could see her own outrage in it. Maurex lifted one hand toward Vessa. "Before retrieval could occur, this thief stole the seal from the land merchant's wall, carried it through open streets, brought it among children, and handled it without training or sanction. Since then, the tide has reversed, court archives have spoiled, and the seal's fracture has worsened. Conveniently skipping the part where your aide tried to cut us into whirlpool soup," Vessa called. The chamber erupted. Veloon struck the rod. "Order." Maurex's expression did not flicker. "The accused interrupts because facts threaten her. I interrupt because lies bore me." "Vessa," Orivane said quietly. She shut her mouth, but not because Maurex had one. Maurex faced the judges. "I further submit that Judge Orivane Kel's conduct has become compromised. He has relied on the accused for evidence, allowed her unsupervised access to land scenes, accepted contaminated testimony from dock smugglers and children, and repeatedly delayed firm judgment." "Firm judgment," Vessa muttered. "There's a phrase that deserves drowning." Maurex's gaze moved to Orivane. "The court knows Judge Kel's history. We know the cost of leniency misplaced. Yet here he repeats the old error, moved not by law, but by sentiment." The words struck the chamber differently. Vessa felt it before she understood it. A tightening. A collective inward breath. Orivane did not react, but the line of his jaw hardened. Maurex softened her voice. "I do not accuse him of corruption. I accuse him of being human." But a tied judge cannot afford partiality when both worlds stand at risk. Vessa looked at Orivane. His face was stone. But she remembered what he had told her beneath the storm wall, the village drowned after a judgment too mild, the guilt that had taught him to distrust mercy. Maurex was not merely accusing him. She was opening an old wound in front of everyone and calling it legal argument. Vilun turned to Orivane. Judge Kel, you may respond. Orivane stepped forward. He did not raise his voice. Advocate Vade's office did remove the Pearl of Held Waters under emergency transfer authority. That fact is now confirmed by restricted archive authentication, despite subsequent record spoilage. A transfer bead bearing her seal was recovered from Borenclasp's warehouse. A casing shard bearing related mark was recovered at Gullet Turn. Borenclasp was apprehended attempting to flee with written promises of salvage profit after controlled inundation. Maurex inclined her head. All consistent with my aid exceeding instruction and exploiting my seal. Selen Ma sank to one knee. Honored judges, I confess error. I received a warning that the pearl was in danger. I moved it without proper witness. I concealed it with Borenclasp, believing land obscurity would protect it from court saboteurs. I did not intend harm. Vessa stared at her. Selen's voice shook in all the right places. Her eyes shone with all the right tears. Maurex had not just brought a scapegoat. She had brought a trained one. Orivane looked down at Selen. Who gave you the anonymous warning? I do not know. How did you receive it? A shell message. It dissolved. Why use Borenclasp? I was told he had secure pearl vaults. Vessa barked a laugh before she could stop herself. He keeps debt tokens beside his stove. Vilun's eyes flashed. Vessa quill-tied. Orivane turned slightly toward the judges. The accused's interruption is imprecise but relevant. Borenclasp was not a neutral custodian. He had financial interest in flood damage. Maurex spread her hands. A fact my aide did not know. Yet your office promised him salvage contracts. Forged under my seal. Your aide confesses to misuse of your seal only when it protects you. Maurex's sorrow thinned, just a little. Careful, Judge Kel. I am. The water beneath the floor rippled. Maurex paced slowly across the tide glass. Let us assume, for argument, that my office erred grievously. Let us assume Borenclasp is greedy, my aide foolish, and the thief less malicious than reckless. The central fact remains, the Pearl of Held Waters is failing. The old compact has weakened. Land greed has contaminated it. Land theft has worsened it. Land suffering has become a weapon against us all. Her words settled heavy because they were not entirely false. Vessa hated that most. Maurex turned toward the tiers. 4 generations, Brindlehook merchants have stripped the shoals, underpaid divers, trafficked in sea relics, and mocked our restraint. Our court has answered with petitions, measured fines, diplomatic patience. Now the primary seal cracks. How long must the sea be patient? Courtiers murmured approval. Orivane said, patience is not the question before us. No. Then what is? Whether you used true grievances to justify a false remedy. Maurex's eyes gleamed. And you used a thief to instruct the court on justice. The chamber stirred. Vessa felt heat rise up her neck. She expected Orivane to distance himself. Any sensible man would. Any judge hoping to survive this hearing would draw the line clearly. Suspect, witness, tool of investigation, nothing more. Instead, Orivane turned to face the dais. Vessa Quilltide is a thief, he said. The heat in Vessa's face went cold. She stole coin, pearls, debt tokens, and the Pearl of Held Waters from Borenclasp's counting room. She concealed goods. She fled arrest. She insulted this court repeatedly. Well, Vessa muttered, not repeatedly enough. His gaze flicked to her, then back to the judges. She also identified details my wardens missed. She protected children this court did not see. She returned to save me at Gullet Turn when escape was available. She surrendered the pearl voluntarily after realizing its danger. Her testimony has been inconvenient, undisciplined, and often rudely delivered. Tovran's stylus hesitated over the ledger. But it has not been useless, Orivane continued. And it has not been false. Something in Vessa's chest gave a quiet, dangerous turn. Maurex smiled faintly. You prove my point better than I could. No, Orivane said. You mistake recognition for partiality. The law does not become impure when it notices courage in the accused. The chamber went silent. Vessa looked down at her bandaged hands because looking at him had become difficult. Vilun leaned forward. Judge Kel, do you deny personal attachment? That question should have angered Vessa. It did, in part. It also sent her heart into an idiotic stumble. Orivane stood in the center of the chamber, the pearl of held waters glowing at his side. His face remained composed, but she saw the faint strain at his eyes, the wound beneath his bandage, the cost of choosing each word before a court eager to twist it. I deny that attachment has altered evidence, he said. A murmur rose again. Maurex's smile sharpened. Then Orivane added, I do not deny that Vessa Quiltide has taught me to see facts this court has long ignored. Vessa forgot how to breathe. The 12 suspended pearls above the dais glimmered faintly, reacting to truth spoken under judgment current. Vilun's expression changed. Maurex saw it too. Beautifully said, Maurex murmured. But beauty does not mend a broken seal. I petition the court to remove the pearl of held waters from Judge Kel's custody and open a full Brinewell review under advocate supervision. Orivane went still. Denied. You do not have authority to deny a tribunal petition concerning a primary seal. The Brinewell gate must not be opened while the pearl is unstable. Then perhaps we should ask the pearl. A chill moved through the room. Vessa did not like the sound of that. Ask the pearl? Maurex lifted her hands. The old compacts allow a seal under dispute to be presented to witness current. If the vessel has been corrupted, the current will reveal by whom. Tovran stood so quickly his ledger nearly fell. That procedure has not been used in 200 years. Maurex turned toward him. Because in 200 years, no land thief has carried the first surge in her bodice through a market. Point of wording, Vessa said. I used a hidden pocket. No one laughed except, very faintly, Pel Crowell. Vessa whipped around. Pel stood near a back arch between 2 startled scribes, cap in hand, trying and failing to appear like court furniture. Beside him was Nib, whose eyes widened when Vessa spotted him. Vessa's blood turned to ice. What are you doing here? She mouthed. Nib lifted his chin as if that answered anything. Orivane followed her gaze, saw the boys, and his expression tightened. Maurex saw too. Oh, she said softly. The thief's little witnesses have arrived. Vessa stepped toward them. Leave them out of this. But you brought them into it when you carried the seal to their shelter. Orivane's voice cut cleanly across the chamber. The miners are under threshold protection. Of course, Maurex said. Protected. Not unquestionable. Nib bristled. Pel looked ready to vanish and unable to locate a route. Vessa's temper flared so hot she felt it behind her eyes. Orivane moved one step, just enough that his shoulder aligned with hers. A warning, perhaps. Or a shield. Vilun struck the coral rod. The court will not question minors during emergency petition without guardian advocate. Maurex bowed. As the court wishes. Then let the pearl speak. Orivane faced the dais. Elder Judge, I object. Witness current may worsen the fracture. Or reveal the saboteur, Maurex replied. Only if the current is clean. Do you accuse this chamber of corruption? I accuse someone of introducing brackish rot into court records. Maurex's eyes glittered. Then you should welcome a current that reveals corruption. Vessa watched Orivane's silence deepen. That was when she understood. He could argue danger. Maurex would argue necessity. He could argue procedure. Maurex had older procedure. He could refuse as custodian, but then she would claim he was hiding contamination caused by Vessa. Every path in the room had been set before they arrived. The judges withdrew behind a veil of current to confer. Voices murmured through the hall. Vessa turned sharply toward the back arch, but Run reached Nib and Pel first, blocking them from sight with 2 wardens. she exhaled. Orivane leaned slightly toward her. Did you know they followed? Do I look calm enough to have known? No. Then no. They will be removed safely. Your court's version of safe or mine? He met her eyes. Yours, if possible. There it was again. That small bridge. Thrown across fear before she could choose whether to step on it. The judges returned. Vilun's voice was grave. The tribunal grants limited witness current. The pearl will be exposed only to first-ring inquiry. Judge Kel will retain physical custody. Advocate Vade may conduct formal challenge. The accused will stand as subject of inquiry. Absolutely not, Orivane said. The chamber stiffened. Tied judges did not speak over elder rulings. Vilun's gaze cooled. Judge Kel. The accused is untrained. If the current seeks guilt through her contact with the pearl, it may harm her. Maurex tilted her head. Concern again. Vessa stepped forward before Orivane could answer. I'll stand. He turned to her. No. You said it yourself. If I refuse, Maurex says you're protecting me. If I stand, maybe the pearl shows I didn't break it. The current may not distinguish theft from fracture. Then explain it loudly when it gets confused. This is not a market trick. No. It's court trickery. Yours has better lighting. Vessa. She lowered her voice. The children are watching. His face shifted. She had not meant that as a weapon. Not exactly. But it landed. Nib and Pell were still at the back, half hidden behind Run. Nib's eyes were fixed on Vessa with desperate pride, the kind that made boys do foolish things later if no one showed them what courage ought to look like. Pell chewed his thumbnail, trying to pretend he did not care. Vessa looked back at Orivane. I won't let her make me look guilty by being afraid. Something like pain moved through his eyes. Fear would not make you guilty. No. But running might. He said nothing. She softened, just a little. You'll be there. Yes. Then argue with the water if it misbehaves. I intend to. The witness current rose from beneath the tide glass floor in a clear spiral. It formed a ring around Vessa, Orivane, Maurex, and the pearl vessel. The air sharpened with salt. Vessa's bandaged palms prickled. Orivane removed the pearl of held waters from its vessel. The chamber dimmed. The pearl rested between his hands, its glow uncertain. The dark vein had widened since morning, no longer a hairline crack but a branching shadow. Vessa could hear it now without Luma's gift. A low, strained hum, like a door holding back storm wind. Maurex began the formal words. Pearl of held waters, vessel of balance, witness of compact, answer under tide and truth. Who has harmed your binding? The current turned. It brushed Orivane first. Blue light ran over his hands, then faded clear. It brushed Maurex. Silver light rippled across her advocate's chain. Nothing more. Of course not, Vessa thought. Whatever trap Maurex had set, it would not catch her first. Then the current touched Vessa. Cold slammed through her. The courtroom vanished. She was in Boren's counting room again, pearl in hand, stove flame turning blue. She felt her own hunger, anger, triumph, hesitation. The current seized the hesitation and opened it like a wound. You knew it was strange. Vessa gasped. Orivane's voice came from somewhere beyond the memory. First ring inquiry only. The current tightened. You took it anyway. I took it from Boren, she said through clenched teeth. The memory shifted. The net loft. Luma crying. Water rising through floorboards. Children scrambling back. You brought danger home. Vessa's knees weakened. I didn't know. But guilt did not care whether ignorance had reasons. It knew weight. It knew consequences. It curled around her ribs and squeezed. The current darkened. Maurex's voice came smooth and sorrowful. The pearl recognizes her harm. Orivane's reply cut through. It recognizes contact and consequence, not intent to fracture. The current whipped toward him, bright with challenge. He stepped closer to Vessa, still holding the pearl. The inquiry question was harm to binding. Clarify fracture source. Maurex's eyes flashed. Do not coach the seal. I am correcting imprecision. Even through pain, Vessa almost laughed. The current shuddered. Then another memory opened. Not Vessa's. A coral chamber. A silver-robed figure. A pearl resting in its cradle. Words spoken under breath, too blurred to understand. A shell knife scoring the outer casing. A gloved hand pressing something dark into the seal line. The pearl screamed. The chamber erupted in shouts. Maurex lifted her hands. An old memory. Unidentified. Meaningless without context. Orivane's eyes were fixed on the vision. That is the Brinewell chamber. The current twisted again. Selen Ma cried out. All eyes turned to her. She clutched her sleeve as if something beneath it burned. Blue light seeped between her fingers. Maurex's face changed for less than a heartbeat. There. Vessa saw it. Not compassion. Anger. Selen stumbled backward. My lady. Be silent, Maurex said. The command was soft. Too soft. The witness current snapped toward Selen. Orivane moved, but Maurex moved faster. She struck the current with her advocate's chain. The chamber exploded in white light. Vessa was thrown backward. She hit the tide glass floor hard enough to drive the breath from her lungs. Above her, the 12-old compact pearls swung wildly. Courtiers screamed. Water burst from the ring and rained across the benches. For one disoriented moment, she saw nothing but light and falling water. Then she saw Maurex. The advocate stood inside the broken current, one hand closed around the pearl of held waters. Orivane was on one knee, arm outstretched, face pale with shock. His hands were empty. The pearl's dark vein flared. Maurex's sorrowful mask was gone. Court of measured tides, she said, voice ringing through the chaos, behold what your caution has preserved: corruption, cowardice, land hunger, and judges who hesitate until disaster chooses for them. Orivane rose slowly. Return the pearl. No wardens rushed forward. Maurex lifted the pearl, and the floor beneath them cracked with blue light. A wall of force hurled the wardens back. Vessa pushed herself to her feet. Her side screamed. She ignored it. Maurex backed toward the central judgment pool at the far end of the chamber, where the tide glass floor opened into a deep circular well. Orivane moved between her and the pool. You cannot control the first surge. Control? Maurex smiled. Still you misunderstand. I do not mean to control it. I mean to let it judge. It will drown children. It will drown a city that taught children to starve beside pearl auctions. Boren deserves judgment, Vessa snapped. So do his friends. But my children don't deserve to die, so you can make a point loudly. Maurex looked at her then, really looked. Your children are already drowning slowly. You simply prefer a quieter tide. The words struck because there was poison wrapped around truth. Vessa's hands curled. Orivane's voice lowered. Do not pretend compassion when you choose indiscriminate death. Do not lecture me on death, Orivane Kel. Maurex's face twisted. Your measured sentences drowned Taromir. The chamber went very still despite the chaos. Vessa looked at Orivane. His expression had gone white and hard. Maurex continued, cruel now in her precision. You know what restraint costs. A noble family spared full penalty. A village lost. And still you cling to moderation because you fear decisive judgment. Orivane did not answer. Vessa stepped forward. He fears being wrong, she said. That's inconvenient, but it's better than being certain while you murder people. Maurex's gaze cut to her. And you fear being powerless, little thief. So you steal scraps and call it mercy. Yes, Vessa said. The honesty surprised the room. It surprised her too, though less than it might have once. She took another step. I was powerless. Children were hungry. Men like Boren kept ledgers clean while lives rotted under them. So I stole. Maybe that makes me guilty. It does not make you righteous. The suspended compact pearls glimmered faintly. Maurex saw it and smiled without warmth. Such touching clarity. Perhaps the first surge will find something worth sparing in you. Then she dropped into the judgment pool. Water rose around her like a cloak and swallowed her whole. The pearl's glow vanished with her. For half a breath, no one moved. Then every record line in the chamber flared red-blue. Tovran shouted from the clerk's station, "She's invoked advocate privilege." Orivane turned. "Which privilege?" "The old descent right. An advocate may carry disputed evidence to the lower review chamber if tribunal impartiality is challenged." Vessa stared at the empty pool. She just stole the pearl in front of everyone and called it procedure? Tovran looked as if this hurt him personally. In obsolete language, yes. Run dragged himself upright. "Wardens to lower gates." Orivane was already moving. Vessa ran after him. The chamber had become a storm of bodies. Courtiers pushed toward exits. Judges shouted orders. Wardens formed lines. Selen Ma remained kneeling in the wreckage of the witness ring, clutching her glowing sleeve. Vessa veered toward her. Orivane caught the movement. "Vessa, she knows something." Selen looked up as Vessa approached. Terror had stripped away her trained sorrow. "She said it would only frighten them," Selen whispered. "She said the pearl had to be shown the court's weakness. I didn't know she meant to break it." Vessa crouched. "Where is she going?" "The lower review chamber. Not the Brinewell gate." Selen shook her head frantically. "The review chamber first. She needs a judgment fracture. The pearl cannot fully open unless court authority witnesses the break." Orivane's face hardened. "She means to use the tribunal itself as witness." Selen seized his coat hem. "I swear I did not know the whole of it." "You knew enough to hide the pearl with Borin," he said. Her face crumpled. Vessa felt no pity, then felt a little and resented it. Orivane looked to Run, who had reached them. "Hold Selen under protective custody. She may yet be killed for what she knows." Run nodded. "Go." They ran. Down through the court, past pearl-lit halls and startled clerks, past living coral walls whose script now writhed in warning. The water in the channels had turned restless, slapping over their edges. Somewhere below, Maurex moved with the pearl toward whatever ancient loophole she had prepared. Vessa's ribs ached with every breath. Orivane's injured shoulder had begun bleeding again beneath his coat. Neither slowed. At a fork in the corridor, he turned left. Vessa grabbed his sleeve and yanked him right. "The lower chamber is left," he said. "And Maurex expects every lawful person to go left. She is constrained by court routes." "Is she?" "Because she just made theft legal with a footnote." He looked down the right passage. It was narrow, poorly lit, and half flooded. "Where does this go?" "How would I know? I've never been here." "Then why?" "Because there's old smuggler script scratched on that column." He followed her gaze. Faint marks cut into the coral near ankle height, 3 dots, a slash, a hook. "You have smuggler marks in your court," she said. "That should embarrass someone later." "What does it mean?" "Fast route. Dangerous flaw. Comes out behind authority." Orivane looked at her for one heartbeat. Then he turned right. The passage plunged sharply. Water rose to Vessa's knees, then waist. Orivane spoke a word, and the breathing charm at her throat warmed again. They waded into a tunnel where the coral walls pressed close enough to scrape shoulders. Something boomed below. The pearl. Vessa knew it without knowing how. The sound traveled through the water and into her chest. It was weaker than before, but angrier. "You should have let me keep a copy of your court map," she said, mostly to steady herself. "There are no copies of lower court routes." Security. Pride. "At least you admit it." The tunnel split into 3. Vessa crouched, feeling along the submerged wall. Her fingers found another mark, a wave carved upside down. "This way." They moved left. The water warmed. Vessa stopped. Morel's warning returned. "If the water goes warm, pray to whatever listens." Orivane saw her face. "What?" "Warm water is bad." "How bad?" "Smuggler map bad." He extended his uninjured hand over the water. His expression tightened. "Judgment current ahead." "Broken." "Can we go around?" A sound echoed behind them. Voices. Wardens. Courtiers. Or worse. Orivane shook his head. No time. Of course not. The current will test for contradiction. Speak only truth while passing. I'm a thief. Then speak selectively. Despite herself, she smiled. That may be the kindest thing you've said to me. They entered the warm current. It slid around Vessa like fingers searching pockets. A whisper brushed her ear. Why did you steal? She clenched her jaw. Orivane's voice came quietly beside her. Answer. To feed children. The current tightened. And for yourself? Vessa's throat closed. She could have lied. Perhaps not here, perhaps not to magic, but habit rose anyway. Orivane looked at her through the dim water. Not accusing. Waiting. Yes, she said. Sometimes. To feel like someone who could take back instead of only lose. The current loosened. Beside her, Orivane inhaled sharply. The current had turned on him. Why did you judge softly? His face went still. Vessa knew, instantly, where the question had struck. Taromir. He tried to step forward. The current hardened around his legs. Answer it, she said. His eyes remained fixed ahead. The statute allowed leniency. The water darkened. Vessa grabbed his hand. That's not the answer. His jaw tightened. Orivane. He looked at her then, and the pain in his eyes was no longer hidden behind courtly distance. Because I wanted to believe noble birth did not make guilt worse, he said. Because I feared appearing vengeful. Because I thought mercy meant reducing consequence. The current loosened but did not release him. And? Vessa whispered. His hand closed around hers. Because I was young, he said. And I was wrong. The warm current broke apart. They stumbled through into a dry chamber behind a curtain of falling water. For a moment, they stood hand in hand, breathing hard. Vessa should have let go. She did not. Neither did he. The chamber beyond opened behind the lower review hall. Through the water curtain, they could see Maurex standing at the edge of a black pool surrounded by ancient judgment stones. The pearl of held waters hovered before her, suspended in a twisting column of current. Its dark vein branched wider, crawling like ink through nacre. Above the pool, old law script flickered awake. Maurex was not alone. 3 sea nobles stood with her, faces pale but determined. 2 advocates held open scrolls. A masked warden guarded the entry. Vessa's eyes narrowed. She has friends. Witnesses, Orivane said. She needs court authority. Maurex lifted her arms. The tribunal is compromised. The upper judges hesitate. The compact fails. Under dissent right and grievance of the sea, I call lower review. 1 noble stepped forward, voice shaking. We witness. The pearl groaned. Orivane moved toward the curtain. Vessa caught his arm. Wait. We cannot. She has 6 people facing the door. None facing behind. That is because there is no lawful entrance behind. Vessa smiled. I love when people rely on that. She scanned the chamber. Chains held old lamps above the pool. The water curtain concealed their alcove. A narrow maintenance ledge circled the wall behind the judgment stones. If I reach the lamp chain, I can drop it into the pool. Distract them. You get the pearl. The pearl will shock anyone who grabs it by force. Then don't grab it stupidly. That is not a plan. It is a principle. Maurex's voice rose. Pearl of held waters, hear the grievance of the sea. Land has stolen. Land has starved its own. Land has profited from patience. What judgment remains but release? The pearl's glow flared. Vessa felt the chamber tilt toward disaster. Orivane looked at her. In that look she saw every objection, every calculation, every fear. Then he said, do not fall. Vessa grinned. That's the closest you've come to a blessing. She slipped through the curtain. The maintenance ledge was slick, narrow, and offensively high. Vessa moved along it with one hand against the wall, feet finding tiny cracks in coral. Below, Maurex continued the rite, silver robes moving in the pearl light. Let the court see what restraint has purchased, Maurex said. Let the seal answer unpaid harm. Vessa reached the lamp chain. Across the chamber, Orivane stepped through the water curtain. Advocate Vade, he said. Every face turned. Morex's eyes flashed with triumph rather than surprise. Judge Kel. You arrive to witness. I arrive to stop an unlawful breach. Unlawful? I stand under dissent right. You stand under a privilege invoked to preserve evidence, not break it. And if evidence proves the compact itself is broken, then we repair the compact. We do not unleash the first surge on children sleeping in rope chapels. A murmur passed among the nobles. Good, Vessa thought. Keep talking. She took the tied glass shard stump from her braid clasp. Not much blade remained, but enough to saw at the old lamp rope. Morex's voice sharpened. You speak of children because she taught you where to look. How touching. How small. This court governs tides, treaties, generations. We cannot be ruled by dockside sentiment. Orivane moved slowly around the pool. Justice that cannot see the small will eventually drown them. Vessa's fingers slipped. The blade bit her thumb. She kept sawing. One strand snapped. The lamp shifted. The masked warden looked up. Vessa froze. His head tilted. Then Pel Crowell's voice rang from the main entrance. Oi! Fancy fish faces. Everyone turned. Pel stood between two judgment stones, soaking wet and shaking with either terror or excitement. Probably both. Nib stood behind him holding a broken coral rod like a club. Vessa's heart nearly stopped. Pel, she whispered in horror. Pel threw something into the chamber. A sack burst open across the floor, spilling Boren's debt tokens in a clattering wave. We found more. Pel shouted. Thought your court might like evidence since you keep losing it. The nobles recoiled. Advocates shouted. The masked warden lunged toward the boys. Orivane moved to intercept. Maurex turned toward the pearl, realizing the distraction too late. Vessa cut the last strand. The lamp fell. It struck the edge of the pool and exploded in blue flame. The chamber lurched into chaos. Vessa leapt from the ledge onto the back of the masked warden, driving him away from Nib and Pel. They hit the floor together. Her elbows jarred. The warden rolled, stronger than expected, and flung her off. Orivane reached the pearl. He did not seize it. He placed both hands on either side of the current and spoke a binding phrase. The pearl trembled. Maurex screamed, no. She pulled the advocate's chain from her shoulders and whipped it around the pearl light. The chain wrapped not around the pearl, but around Orivane's injured arm. He gasped. Blue-white pain flashed across his face. Vessa kicked the masked warden's knee, grabbed a fallen debt token, and hurled it at Morex's head. It struck her cheek. Not elegant. Satisfying. Maurex staggered. Orivane tore the chain loose, but the pearl slipped downward, nearer the black pool. Nib ran for it. No. Vessa and Orivane shouted together. Nib skidded, eyes wide. The pearl plunged into the pool. For one silent heartbeat, all light vanished. Then a column of water erupted upward, carrying the pearl high above the chamber. It had changed. The dark vein now circled it nearly halfway. Its glow pulsed red-blue, like a wounded heart. The old judgment stones began speaking at once in voices of long-dead judges. Words overlapped until the chamber shook. Maurex stood amid the storm, blood on one cheek, eyes bright with victory. Enough, she said. The seal has heard the grievance. The upper tribunal has witnessed compromise. The lower court has witnessed failure. The next right must be at Brinewell. Orivane swayed, one hand pressed to his wounded arm. You will not reach it. Maurex smiled. Selen Mar appeared in the main entrance behind Run's wardens, pale and breathless. For one wild second, Vessa thought she had come to help. Then Selen lifted both hands and released a fistful of pearl dust into the air. The dust burst into blinding current. When it cleared, Maurex was gone. The pearl of held waters was gone with her. Run seized Selen. This time she did not resist. She looked shattered. She made me, Selen whispered. She bound my confession. She said if I did not finish the passage charm, the rot would take my brother's name from the archives. Orivane's face was hard with pain and fury. Where did she go? Selin sobbed. The old flood road. Toward Brinewell? Run demanded. Selin nodded. The chamber seemed to drop beneath Vessa's feet. Nib and Pell stood near the scattered debt tokens, drenched and terrified now that bravery had spent itself. Vessa crossed to them in 3 strides and grabbed Nib by both shoulders. What were you thinking? He flinched. You needed evidence. You could have died. So could you. The answer struck too close. Pell wiped his nose with his sleeve. We didn't mean to make it worse. Vessa pulled them both against her before she could decide whether she was angry enough not to. Nib stiffened, then clutched the back of her coat. Pell buried his face against her shoulder. You are going back to Saffron, she said. You are staying there. If either of you follows me again, I will tie you to the chapel bell with fishing line. Nib's voice was muffled. That bell doesn't work. I'll fix it first. Run took charge of the boys with surprising gentleness, assigning 2 wardens to escort them above. Pell glanced back at Orivane before leaving. I did bring evidence, he said. Orivane, pale and bleeding, inclined his head. You did. Pell straightened as if knighted. Then he and Nib were gone. Vessa turned back to Orivane. His bandage was soaked through. The advocate chain had burned a line around his forearm, and the wound from gullet turn had reopened. Tovran, who had somehow arrived with ink on his cheek and terror in his hair, hovered near him. You need a healer, Tovran said. I need a route to Brinewell. You need both, Vessa snapped. Orivane looked at her. The chamber noise fell away for a moment. Wardens moved, nobles argued, Selin wept, water ran down ancient stones, but the space between them held still. You were hurt in the witness current, he said. So were you. I am accustomed to magical strain. What a terrible thing to be accustomed to. He seemed to have no answer for that. Vessa stepped closer and took his injured hand carefully, turning his forearm to look at the burn. His fingers tensed, but he allowed it. She spoke low enough that only he could hear. You stood up for me in there. Yes. That was unwise. Yes. Do you regret it? No. The word was immediate. Steady. The ache in her chest returned, sharper than before. She swallowed. I don't know how to owe that. You do not owe it. That is not how things work. It is how this works. She looked up. His eyes were tired, storm-colored, and more open than she had ever seen them. Trust cannot be demanded as payment, Vessa. Her name in his voice felt different now. Not a pin placed on parchment. Something held carefully. She let go of his hand, but slowly. Tovran cleared his throat with extreme caution. I hate to disturb whatever this is. It is evidence discussion, Vessa said. Of course. The evidence is very emotionally charged. Tovran pushed his spectacles up. But the old flood road is not accessible from current court maps. Run approached. My wardens can search the lower arteries. Too slow, Orivane said. Vessa took Morel's small map from inside her coat. It was damp but readable. She spread it over a judgment stone. Gullet Turn connected to the outer flood channels. If Maurex took an old flood road, she'll need a way around the collapsed whirlpool. Run leaned over the map. These markings are criminal. They are useful, Orivane said. Run grunted. I dislike how often both are true tonight. Vessa traced a line with one bandaged finger. Here. Eel chain route, broken. White bubbles, memory traps. Warm current, judgment break. If she bypasses from lower review, she comes out near the drowned customs arch. From there, Orivane said, the Brinewell gate. How long? Less than 2 hours if she has prepared currents. And if we don't stop her? No one answered. The drowned bell answered for them. It rang once beneath the court, so close the floor shook. Then again. Then a third time. Court records flared red along every wall. Tovran whispered, 3 bells. Run's face went grim. What does 3 mean? Orivane looked toward the dark pool where Maurex had vanished. The first surge has begun to wake. Vessa folded the map with hands that no longer felt steady. Acting brave in front of children was easy. Acting brave in front of enemies was habit. Acting brave beside someone who had begun to matter was something else entirely. Orivane reached for the pearl vessel at his side and remembered, as she did, that it was empty. The absence seemed louder than any bell. Vessa looked at him. Tell me there's another rule. Something she still needs before she can break it fully. There is, he said. Relief flickered. Then he continued, she needs a judgment strong enough to crack the final seal. Whose judgment? His face was pale and set. A Tide judge's. The chamber chilled around them. Vessa understood then why Maurex had worked so hard to discredit him, wound him, and drag him through old guilt. She did not only want the pearl. She wanted Orivane. Not dead. Not yet. Useful. Vessa's fear sharpened into something cleaner. Then she doesn't get you, she said. His gaze met hers. No, he said softly. She does not. Run began giving orders. Tovrin gathered records. Wardens prepared weapons and current charms. Above them, the court trembled under the wrong-moving tide. Vessa retied her broken braid clasp with the last working pick inside it. Orivane wrapped his injured arm tighter and straightened as though pain were a matter he could postpone by discipline alone. Together, they turned toward the lower flood roads. Behind them, the scattered debt tokens lay across the tide-glass floor like dull little coins of accusation. Before them, Lady Maurex carried the pearl of held waters toward the Brinewell gate, where old water waited, old law cracked, and the first surge listened for a judge's voice. The lower flood roads had not been built for living feet. Vessa knew that before Captain Run's wardens forced open the first sealed gate and the smell rolled out old salt, cold stone, and something deeper, like promises left too long in the dark. The passage beyond was ribbed with black coral and drowned iron. It sloped downward beneath the thylacine court, away from the pearl-lit chambers, away from the neat benches and careful ledgers, away from every polished lie that had made the court feel safe. Here, the sea remembered what the court preferred to archive. Orivane stood at the threshold with one hand braced against the gate, his injured arm held close to his side. The burn from Maurex's advocate chain had darkened beneath the fresh wrapping, and the wound on his shoulder had begun to stiffen. His face gave away nothing, but Vessa had learned to read the smaller truths, the slight delay before he breathed in, the faint tightening at the edge of his mouth, the way his fingers flexed once before stilling. You should not be leading, she said. I know the flood roads. You can barely lift your left arm. I do not need my left arm to remember a route. You may need it for not dying. Captain Run looked between them. She is not wrong. Orivane's eyes remained on the dark passage. Noted. Vessa huffed. Do see judges think noted means obeyed? Rarely. Infuriating. Tovrin stood behind them with two waterproof ledgers strapped across his chest and ink stains on both hands. He had insisted on coming until Run told him he was being brave to the point of stupidity. Tovrin had replied that accurate records during catastrophe were essential, and that if everyone died, someone ought to at least leave a helpful account. No one had found a strong argument against that, mostly because they were too tired. Run posted two wardens at the gate and turned to the rest. No one breaks formation. No one touches loose pearl, loose shell, or loose law script. If you hear voices calling your name, assume they are lying unless they use your full legal title. Vessa glanced at Orivane. Do you have a full legal title? Yes. How long? Too long for emergency use. Shame. I was going to shout it if you got dramatic. He stepped into the flood road. Please do not. The passage swallowed them. Vessa moved beside him, Morel's map folded in one hand. It had become soft from damp and use, the ink lines bleeding slightly, but the smuggler marks remained visible in oil-black strokes. The flood road curved beneath the sea caught like a vein beneath skin. Narrow side channels branched into darkness. Some were marked with old court seals. Others bore smuggler scratches. Some bore no marks at all, which Vessa trusted least. The water ran ankle-deep at first. Wrong way water. It slid uphill along the stones, tugging toward Brindlehook instead of toward the deeps. Every few breaths, it pulsed as if drawn by a distant heart. The pearl of held waters was ahead somewhere, in Maurex's hands. Vessa could feel its absence in Orivane. Not because he spoke of it. He did not. But his gaze returned again and again to empty space at his side, where the vessel had hung. A judge without evidence. A keeper without the thing he had failed to keep. A man wounded exactly where he had been taught to stand strongest. She knew something about empty hands. The first trap waited at a bend where the coral walls widened into a low chamber. Run stopped sharply. Hold. Blue light shimmered beneath the shallow water. At first Vessa thought it was pearl dust. Then she saw shapes moving in it, little scenes, flickering and folding over themselves. A woman handing a baby to a sailor. A boy falling from a pier. A man signing a contract with shaking fingers. A judge younger than Orivane standing before three nobles in storm-dark robes. Vessa looked away too late. The vision took her. She was smaller. Not a child, not exactly, but young enough that hunger still surprised her. Rain came through the broken roof above the old net shed where she and two other girls had hidden for the night. One girl had a cough. The other had stolen a turnip and cried while eating it because it was half rotten. Vessa's hands shook as she held a pearl button taken from a merchant's cloak. Her first theft worth selling. Her first proof that nimble fingers might matter more than empty stomachs. A man's voice outside called, "Come out, little gutterlings. Workhouse cart is waiting." The coughing girl whimpered. Vessa remembered the door. Remembered the loose board. Remembered deciding that if the city would only see children when it wanted to lock them away, then she would learn to be unseen. She slipped through the board. She ran. She did not look back until morning. The other girls were gone. The current tightened around her ankles. Vessa gasped, back in the flood road. The water had climbed to her knees, wrapping her in bright memory. Orivane's hand was on her shoulder, firm but careful. "Vessa. It is not now." Her throat burned. "I left them." His expression shifted, a quiet grief answering hers. "You survived." "I left them." The memory water pulled harder, hungry for guilt. Orivane stepped in front of her. The current flared against him. "Old memory snare," he said to run, though his eyes stayed on Vessa. "It fixes on unresolved guilt. Do not answer it with defense. Name the truth and the present." Vessa swallowed. The water tugged. She forced the words out. "I was afraid. I was young. I cannot change it." The current tightened once more, as if testing for lies. Orivane's hand slid from her shoulder to her bandaged hand. Not gripping. Offering anchor. She held on. "I am here now," she said. "And I go back now." The water released. The vision shattered into ordinary dimness. Run was helping one of his wardens out of a different memory. Tovran sat on a stone, breathing hard, whispering, "I did label the wrong margin. I did. I knew it." Vessa squeezed Orivane's hand once before she remembered herself and let go. "Does every road in your court attack people with their own minds?" "Only the honest ones." "That is not comforting." "No." He looked pale. Too pale. "What did it show you?" she asked. His gaze moved to the water. "Taromir." She waited. The corridor dripped around them. "I saw the sentencing," he said. "Not the drowning. The part before. The part where I could still have chosen differently." Vessa wanted to answer sharply because sharpness was easier. Instead, she said, "You named the truth earlier. I named some of it. That may have to be enough until we are not being chased by ancient floodwater and murder advocates." That faint, weary almost smile touched his mouth. "Practical mercy. I am full of unpleasant virtues." They moved on. The road dropped steeper. The ankle-deep water became knee-deep, then waist-deep in places. Run sent two wardens down a side channel and received no answer when he called them back. Orivane spoke a locator phrase into the current. The water returned a scatter of bubbles, each containing a brief image, the wardens alive but trapped behind a fallen gate, pounding soundlessly. Run swore, dispatched a rescue pair, and continued with fewer guards. The pearl's pulses grew stronger. Each one shook silt from the ceiling. Each one made the wrong tide surge toward Brindlehook. After the seventh pulse, Tovran stumbled, clutching the wall. "Judge Kel." Orivane turned. "What?" Tovran pointed to the coral beside him. A line of old law script had lit beneath the slime. Its letters were larger than any Vessa had seen in the court above. They looked carved, not written, each stroke filled with dark blue fire. Orivane wiped the slime away with his sleeve. His face changed. "What does it say?" Vessa asked. He did not answer quickly. Tovran read in a trembling voice, "Let no seal be held by tide alone when tide and threshold both have sinned. Let return answer theft. Let judgment answer harm. Let mercy answer debt. Let the pearl of held waters remain only while both sides remember." The water whispered through the tunnel. Vessa felt the words settle into her bones. "Both sides," she said. Orivane was very still. Run frowned. "That line is not in the court compact." "No," Tovran whispered. "At least not in the copies we use." Orivane touched the script with 2 fingers. The blue fire brightened, then dimmed. "Our copies are incomplete," he said. Vessa gave a humorless laugh. "Convenient omission. It may not have been deliberate." She looked at him. His jaw tightened. "Or it may have been." The line pulsed once, then faded back into old coral. Tovran clutched his ledger as if it might apologize. "If this is original compact language, the pearl was never intended to remain solely under sea custody. Which means," Vessa said slowly, "Maurex is using a real failure." "Yes," Orivane said. "But twisting it." "Yes." Run's voice was grim. "Can we restore the omitted terms?" "Not without the pearl," Orivane said. "And not without knowing what return, judgment, and mercy require now." Vessa looked down at the water flowing the wrong way around her boots. Something stolen must be returned. She thought of the hidden cash beneath the loose stone behind Saffron's old smoke shed. Pearls taken from Borin and men like him. Coin kept for fever medicine, winter bread, bribes to keep children free of workhouse carts. It was not treasure in the way merchants meant treasure. It was months of survival. It was escape money. It was everything she had built because no one lawful had ever cared enough to build something better. Her stomach tightened. Orivane was watching her. He did not ask. That made it harder. A roar sounded ahead. Not the drowned bell. Water. Run lifted his hand, and the group halted at the edge of a shattered arch. Beyond it, the flood road opened into a massive cavern where 3 currents collided in midair. Water streamed from ceiling to floor, from floor to ceiling, and sideways through stone channels carved with ancient faces. At the far side stood another arch, half collapsed, marked with the symbol of the Brinewell Gate. Between them and the far arch spun a whirlpool suspended vertically like a wheel. At its center, caught in a ring of black current, hung one of Run's missing wardens. "Alive, but barely." "Casa," Run shouted. The warden lifted her head weakly. The spinning current answered by tightening. Orivane stepped forward. Vessa caught his uninjured arm. "No. She will die. You can barely stand after the last current. That does not change the requirement. It changes whether you survive fulfilling it." Run was already securing a line around his waist. "I'll go." "The current is judgment-fed," Orivane said. "Armor will drag you into the lower turn. Then give me a court phrase. You are not trained to hold it." Vessa looked from Run to Orivane to the suspended warden. The whirlpool spun around old iron hooks set into the cavern wall. A maintenance chain crossed above it, thin and slick but reachable from a broken ledge. Of course. She hated that she saw the route. "I can reach her from above," she said. "No," Orivane and Run said together. Vessa pointed at them. Adorable chorus. Irrelevant. Orivane's face hardened. "Vessa, that chain is not stable. Neither is anything else. The current may take you. Then argue with it. This is not." She stepped close, lowering her voice. "You said trust cannot be demanded as payment. Fine. I'm giving it before you ask. I can reach her. You keep the current from chewing me in half." His objection remained in his eyes, fierce and frightened. She had not expected the fear. Not for her. It stole some of her breath. Finally, he said, "If the chain shifts, drop. Do not try to save the climb." "If I drop, I fall into a sideways whirlpool. I will catch you. You sound certain. I am not. Truth again. Terrible man. Vessa climbed. The cavern wall was wet, coral rough beneath her bandaged fingers. Pain flashed through her palms, but pain was only information and she had ignored better information before. She reached the broken ledge, crouched, and caught the maintenance chain. It swayed under her weight. Below, Orivane stepped into the edge of the spinning current and raised both hands. Law script flared around him, thin and blue. His injured arm trembled. The whirlpool slowed by a fraction. Now, he called. Vessa moved along the chain hand over hand. Mist soaked her face. The current pulled at her legs, trying to turn her body sideways. She hooked one knee around the chain and reached toward the trapped warden. Carcer's eyes focused on her. Thief. Judge's temporary nuisance, Vessa said. Give me your hand. My arm's pinned. Vessa looked. A loop of black current wrapped around Carcer's shoulder and chest, holding her against a spike of coral. Below, Orivane's magic flickered. Knife. Vessa shouted. Run through one upward. It spun end over end. Vessa caught it badly, slicing her thumb open. She swore, then hooked the blade beneath the current loop. The knife was ordinary steel. It should have done nothing. But Vessa's blood smeared the edge, bright red in the blue light, and the current recoiled from it. Truth and cost, she thought wildly. Witness current. Salt. Blood. Useful, she muttered, and cut harder. The loop snapped. Carcer dropped. Run's line caught her. Wardens hauled. Vessa swung from the chain as the whirlpool bucked violently. Below, Orivane staggered. The current surged free. The chain ripped from the wall. Vessa fell. For one breath she was weightless in cold spray, the cavern spinning around her, Orivane below with his face turned up and one hand outstretched. Then water struck her. It wrapped around her waist, not like the whirlpool, not like a trap. Like arms made of current. Orivane's law script blazed white, brighter than before, and the water swung her out of the whirlpool's teeth and slammed her onto the stone floor. Hard. She lay there stunned, cheek against wet rock. Orivane collapsed to one knee. Vessa pushed herself up. You caught me. He breathed shallowly. I said I would. You also said you weren't certain. I dislike being wrong twice. She laughed once, then winced because her ribs objected. Run and the wardens freed Carcer and dragged her to safety. The rescued warden coughed up water, then gripped Vessa's wrist with surprising strength. Thank you, Carcer rasped. Vessa looked at the shell-armored warden, unsure what to do with gratitude from someone who had probably wanted her locked away that morning. You were inconveniently placed, she said. Carcer's mouth twitched. Noted. Orivane had gone very pale. Vessa crawled to him. You overused it again. The situation required it. I am beginning to hate that sentence. As am I. That worried her more than denial would have. He tried to stand. Failed once. Run moved to help, but Vessa was closer. She slipped under Orivane's uninjured arm and steadied him. For once, he did not protest. His weight leaned into her for only a moment, controlled and careful, but enough for her to feel how much strength he was spending simply to remain upright. Orivane, she said softly, too low for the others. He looked down at her. You are allowed to need help. His expression shifted. Not much. Enough. I know, he said. No, you don't. A faint breath that might have been a laugh. I am learning. They crossed the cavern after the whirlpool weakened, following the Brinewell mark through the far arch. Behind them, Run reorganized the wardens, but there were fewer now, and those remaining moved with the grim quiet of people who understood they were descending not into danger but into history. The next bell sounded when they reached the drowned customs arch. It did not ring once, twice, or 3 times. It rang continuously. The sound rolled through the stone, deep enough that Vessa felt it in her teeth. The flood road trembled. Dust and salt rained from the ceiling. Somewhere above, the city answered with human bells, alarm bells, frantic metal clanging from towers and keys. Brindlehook had felt the surge. They hurried upward through an old service stair carved into the harbor rock. The passage spat them out behind a row of abandoned customs houses near the lower docks. The sight stopped Vessa cold. Water filled the streets. Not fully, not yet, but enough to turn alleys into canals and courtyards into pools. The tide had climbed over the quay walls and pushed inland, carrying barrels, crates, dead fish, and broken market signs. People shouted from windows. Dockhands dragged carts uphill. A woman stood waist-deep in water, holding a baby above her head while two sailors fought to reach her. The lower docks were drowning. Vessa ran. She did not wait for Orivane, run, or court command. She plunged down the steps into the water and pushed toward the flooded street. Vessa! Orivane shouted behind her. She heard him following. Good. The old rope chapel sat uphill, safer than most, but not all the children were inside. Not if Nib and Pell had returned. Not if Luma had heard the pearl. Not if Saffron had decided to evacuate half the district with one cooking pot and divine stubbornness. A cart overturned ahead, pinning a man beneath its axle. Vessa Dove came up beside him and shoved at the wheel. It did not move. Orivane reached her a breath later, placed one hand against the water, and spoke a word. The current rose beneath the cart and lifted just enough for two dockhands to drag the man free. Rope chapel, Vessa said. I know. They fought through rising water. Twice Vessa slipped and Orivane caught her. Once he staggered and she caught him. There was no time to notice how natural the exchange had become. At Netmender Lane, they found chaos. The rope chapel's doors stood open. Children and dock families crowded the hill road, guided by Sister Vauntine's booming voice. Auntie Saffron stood on a crate in water up to her knees, swinging a ladle at anyone who panicked in an unhelpful direction. Uphill, you brainless gulls. Blankets first, furniture never. Pell Crowl, if you climb that roof I will salt you. Vessa's chest loosened painfully. Saffron. The old woman turned. Relief flashed across her face and vanished beneath fury. Took your time. Flood roads. Whirlpools. Court nonsense. Excuses. Good ones. Saffron pointed toward the chapel. Luma's inside. Vessa's blood went cold. Why? She said the pearl was crying under the floor. Orivane was already moving. Inside, the chapel was dim and half-emptied. Water seeped through the floorboards in thin, glowing lines. Luma knelt near the old bell rope, hands pressed to her ears, whispering. Nib stood beside her, white-faced. She won't move. Vessa dropped to her knees. Luma, sweetheart, we have to go. Luma looked up with tear-bright eyes. It's breaking. Orivane crouched across from her. The pearl? She nodded. The silver voice is hurting it. It wants someone to say yes. Vessa looked at Orivane. Maurex needs a tide judge's judgment. Orivane's expression sharpened. She is trying to force the pearl to accept an old grievance as judgment. Can she? If no lawful judge contradicts it in time, perhaps. Luma gripped Vessa's sleeve. The gatekeeper is awake. The floorboards groaned. Water rose between them in a column no wider than a child's arm. It spun in place, gathering salt, dust, light, and splinters of old shell. The air chilled. Nib stumbled back. Vessa moved instinctively in front of Luma. The water column opened like an eye. A woman's face formed within it. Not young, not old. Her features were fine and solemn, framed by drifting strands like kelp spun from moonlight. Her eyes were pale as surf under stars. When she spoke, the chapel walls creaked with the sound. Who calls the Brinewell gate through child hearing and broken seal? Orivane bowed his head. Selkinor, keeper of the first threshold. I am Judge Orivane Kel of the Thalassene court. The watery gaze moved to him. Tide judge. Wounded voice. Incomplete law. Orivane went still. Then the gaze moved to Vessa. Pearl thief. Empty hand. Full debt. Vessa swallowed. That is rude but not inaccurate. Saffron, entering behind them, whispered, Child, do not sass ancient water. Selkinor's gaze softened by the smallest degree. The first surge wakes because both sides forgot the binding. Orivane lifted his head. We found omitted compact language. Return, judgment, mercy. The pearl was made when land returned what it stole, sea forgave what it was owed, and judgment named harm without hiding guilt. Maurex is taking the pearl to Brinewell, Vessa said. How do we stop her? Not by force alone. Everyone keeps saying that about very forceful problems. The outer shell may be restrained. The inner seal must be answered. Orivane's face was pale, intent. What answer is required? Selkinor's water eyes moved between them. Something taken must be returned without bargain. Something judged must be named without pride. Something owed must be released without forgetting truth. Vessa's hidden cache rose in her mind again, sharp as a hook. Orivane's gaze found hers. He understood. Of course he did. She looked away first. If I return what I stole, will it save the children? Selkinor's voice deepened. Return is not trade. Vessa flinched. The gatekeeper continued, if you give only to purchase safety, the pearl will hear bargain. If you give because it is no longer yours to hold, the pearl will hear return. Silence pressed around them. Vessa thought of every pearl tucked away beneath Saffron's smoke shed. Every coin stolen with quick fingers and quicker justification. She thought of fever syrup, bread, bribes, blankets. She thought of children sleeping under patched sails because merchants built vaults instead of shelters. The stolen wealth had kept them alive. It was also stolen. Both truths stood side by side and refused to cancel each other. Orivane spoke softly. Vessa. She looked at him. There was no demand in his face. No judgment passed ahead of her choice. That made it worse and better at once. I hate this magic, she whispered. I know. It asks expensive questions. Yes. Luma touched Vessa's bandaged hand. The pearl is scared. Vessa closed her fingers around the child's smaller ones. Then the chapel shook. Outside, people screamed. Run appeared in the doorway. Waters rising faster. Lower lane is gone. Selkinor's form began to thin. At Brinewell, the pearl will break or be remade. Come with truth. Come before the judge's voice is stolen. Orivane's head snapped up. Stolen? But the water column collapsed, splashing across the floorboards. The chapel bell rang once though no one touched the rope. Vessa stood. Saffron, she said. I need the smoke shed cash. Saffron stared at her. Then understanding passed over the old woman's face, hard and sad. All of it. Vessa nodded. Saffron did not ask if she was sure. Perhaps she knew certainty was too much to expect and choice was needed anyway. I'll get it, Saffron said. No. It's my debt. Your hands are shaking. They still know the way. Orivane stepped beside her. I will come. No. His expression tightened. Vessa forced herself to continue. Maurex needs you. If she can steal your voice, or force your judgment, or whatever ancient water meant, you need guards. I need the pearl restored. You need to stay uncaptured long enough to restore it. Run nodded. She's right. Orivane looked deeply displeased by the growing number of people saying that tonight. Vessa softened. I'll come back. His gaze held hers. There were too many people around them. Too much water. Too much fear. It should have made honesty impossible. Instead, urgency stripped everything else away. I believe you, he said. The words went through her like warmth after long cold. She nodded once, then turned before her face could betray her. The smoke shed stood 2 streets down and 1 street lower, which meant reaching it required wading through water that rose from knee to thigh in the space of a minute. Nib insisted on coming until Vessa threatened to give his knife to Luma and make him wear a baby harness. Saffron went instead, because threatening Saffron with anything was pointless. They moved through the flood together, Vessa carrying a coil of rope, Saffron carrying a pry bar. You do not have to give it all, Saffron said as they reached the shed. Ancient water seemed particular. Ancient things often are. Doesn't make them fair. Vessa shoved the door open. Inside, the shed smelled of old smoke, salt fish, and damp wood. She dragged aside a broken barrel, knelt, and worked the loose floorstone free. Beneath it lay a waxed canvas bundle. Her escape fund. Her winter fund. Her proof that she could answer hunger when no court, merchant, shelter, or saint bothered to. She pulled it out. It was heavier than she expected. No. Heavier than she remembered. Saffron's face softened. You built that one theft at a time. I know. You fed them with it. I know. You were wronged before you stole. Vessa looked up. Saffron crouched slowly, old knees cracking. That matters, child. It does not make every taking clean, but it matters. Vessa's eyes burned. Then why does giving it up feel like admitting Boren was right? Because shame lies louder than truth. A sob nearly escaped her. She swallowed it hard. Saffron touched her cheek with a weathered hand. You are not giving it back to Boren. You are giving it out of his reach. Vessa pressed her forehead briefly against Saffron's palm. Then she tied the bundle across her chest. By the time they returned to the hill road, the flood had reached the chapel steps. Run's wardens were carrying children uphill. Sister Vauntine had organized a chain of dockworkers. Pell and Nib helped move blankets under Saffron's terrifying supervision. Orivane stood in the street below the chapel, holding a line of water back with both hands. Not alone. Luma stood behind him, one hand pressed to a shell at her ear, telling him where the current was weakest. Left, she called. It's sneaking left. Orivane shifted the ward. Water slammed against blue law script and curled away from the children crossing behind him. Vessa ran to him. Orivane. He turned. For half a breath, relief softened his face. Then the water beneath him turned black. A ribbon of current shot from the flooded street and wrapped around his throat. Orivane's eyes widened. Vessa lunged, but the current yanked him backward. Run shouted. Wardens charged. Blue light flared around Orivane's hands, then sputtered as the black current tightened. Morex's voice poured from the water. Tide Judge, your court has failed. Speak the judgment owed. Orivane dropped to one knee, fighting for breath. Vessa seized the current with both hands. It burned cold, slicing through her bandages into skin. She held anyway. No, she snarled. The water lashed, throwing her sideways. She slammed into a crate and saw sparks. Run struck the current with a warden staff. It broke apart for 1 second. Orivane gasped. Vessa crawled back to him. The black water rose again, forming Morex's face in the flooded street. Not fully present. A projection through the stolen pearl. You cannot keep refusing judgment, Morex said. The sea is owed. Orivane's voice was hoarse. The sea is owed truth. Not slaughter. The court neglected harm. Land abused restraint. A judge must answer. Then I will answer at Brinewell. Morex smiled. Vessa's blood went cold. That was what she wanted. Orivane realized it too late. The black current struck again, not at his throat this time, but at his mouth. It wrapped around his jaw like a bridle made of water and dragged sound from him. A single unwilling syllable tore free. The pearl answered somewhere below with a thunderous crack. Orivane collapsed. The flood surged up the street. People screamed. Vessa threw herself beside him. His eyes were open, dazed and horrified. He touched his throat, but no sound came out. Morex had not taken all his voice. Not yet. But she had stolen enough. Luma screamed from the chapel steps. It cracked more. The water projection dissolved. Vessa gripped Orivane's coat. Look at me. His gaze focused slowly. Can you breathe? He nodded. Can you speak? He tried. Only a rasp came. Rage moved through Vessa so cleanly it almost steadied her. She turned to Run. How do we get to Brinewell fastest? Run hesitated. The drowned customs arch, then lower flood channel. Too slow. Orivane caught her wrist. She looked down. His grip was weak, but urgent. With his other hand, he traced letters against her palm. Not court script. Brindlehook letters. Slow, uneven. Gate beneath tide steps. She stared. There's another way. He nodded. Under the old tide steps. Another nod. Run cursed softly. That gate was sealed. Vessa gave him a look. He grimaced. Yes. Adorable. I heard it. Orivane traced again. Needs thief. Despite everything, Vessa laughed once, sharp and breathless. Finally, a respectable magical requirement. They moved within minutes. Run left most wardens to manage evacuation and took only Casa and one other guard. Tovrin insisted on bringing the original compact rubbing from the flood road wall, shoved into a waterproof tube. Saffron took the children uphill, but Luma refused to go until Orivane knelt before her. He could not speak, so he placed one hand over his heart and then touched 2 fingers to his brow in a solemn promise. Luma nodded, crying. Don't let the pearl break. Vessa squeezed her shoulder. We won't. Nib thrust his kitchen knife at Vessa. Take it. It's a terrible knife. It's mine. That made it valuable. Vessa took it and tucked it into her belt. Stay with Saffron. That is not a request. Nib nodded, eyes bright. Pell saluted badly. Don't drown. Excellent advice. I'll try it. Saffron gripped Vessa's face between both hands and kissed her forehead. Come back with your judge. He is not my judge. Saffron's expression said plainly that catastrophe was no excuse for stupidity. Come back with him. Vessa did not answer. She did not trust her voice. The old tide steps lay beneath the oldest part of Brindlehook, half buried under newer quays and merchant stonework. Floodwater covered them now, turning the descent into a dark chute between barnacled walls. Vessa led with Nib's bad knife in one hand and a lockpick in the other. Orivane followed close behind, silent and unsteady but upright. Every so often, his hand brushed the wall. Not for balance, she thought at first. Then she saw faint blue script waking where he touched, old root marks answering his authority. The sealed gate waited at the bottom, hidden behind a curtain of weeds and iron mesh. Its lock was not brass or iron. It was made of overlapping shell plates, each etched with a tiny piece of a sentence. Vessa looked at it. This lock has grammar. Orivane nodded. I hate it. A faint breath escaped him. Almost a laugh, though voiceless. Tovrin leaned over her shoulder. It requires the sentence to be placed in lawful order. Wonderful. A lock and a schoolmaster. Run glanced back up the flooded steps. Quickly. Water poured around their boots. The tide was still rising. Vessa studied the shell plates. She could not read sea script, but she could read use. Some plates had been touched more often. Some had edges worn smooth. Others were false, too clean, too inviting. Orivane, she said. Tap the ones that say something pompous. He gave her a look. Fine. Tap the important ones. He reached past her and touched 7 shell plates. Each glowed faintly. Tovrin translated as they lit. Return. Threshold. Held. Debt. Witness. Mercy. Gate. That's not a sentence, Vessa said. It is a lock vocabulary, Tovrin said. That is not better. The water rose to Vessa's calves. She moved the plates carefully. Return before debt. Mercy after witness. Gate at end. No. The lock clicked faintly, then reset. Again, Run said. I am aware of the concept. Vessa closed her eyes. Let return answer theft. Let judgment answer harm. Let mercy answer debt. Her hand moved. Return. Debt. Witness. Mercy. Held. Threshold. Gate. Nothing. Orivane touched her shoulder. She looked back. He pointed to himself, then to the plate marked witness. Then he pointed to her bundle of stolen pearls and the plate marked return. Not witness, she murmured. Judgment. There's no judgment plate. Tovrin scanned the lock. Perhaps held means judgment. In older tide usage, held can mean weighed, considered, judged. Vessa rearranged the plates. Return. Debt. Held. Mercy. Witness. Threshold. Gate. The lock warmed. One plate remained dark. Orivane reached past her and moved mercy before held. Return. Debt. Mercy. Held. Witness. Threshold. Gate. The shells shivered, then opened like a blooming flower. Vessa stared. The lock wanted mercy before judgment. Orivane's silent gaze met hers. Yes. Beyond the gate lay a narrow descending tunnel lit by pearls so old their glow had gone amber. The water there was calm, unnaturally calm, as if waiting to see who entered. When Vessa stepped through, her bundle of stolen pearls grew heavy against her chest. The tunnel opened into the Brinewell gate. Vessa had no breath for a moment. The chamber was vast, older than the court, older than Brindlehook's stone keys, perhaps older than the city's name. It lay beneath harbor and sea alike, a round cavern whose ceiling vanished into darkness. At its center stood a drowned arch of black coral and white stone, half land-carved, half sea-grown. Through the arch, no passage showed, only a wall of suspended water darker than night. The first surge pressed behind it. Vessa knew without being told. It was not water alone. It was force. Memory. Broken bargains. Old grief given shape. It pushed against the arch in slow pulses, and with every pulse the whole chamber groaned. At the base of the arch, Lady Maurex Vade stood with the pearl of held waters. Its surface was nearly half black now. Maurex turned as they entered. Her silver robes streamed in the windless chamber. One cheek was bruised where Vessa's debt token had struck her. Somehow that pleased Vessa, even now. You found the tidestep gate, Maurex said. Of course you did. A thief will always find a back entrance. Vessa stepped forward. And a coward will always call murder judgment if she says it in a pretty room. Maurex smiled thinly. Still quick. Still small. Run and Casa spread out, weapons ready. Tovran remained near the tunnel, clutching the compact rubbing. Orivane stepped beside Vessa, silent but straight-backed. Maurex's eyes moved to his throat. I am sorry for the roughness, Judge Kel. I needed only a syllable. You resisted more strongly than expected. Vessa's hand went to Nib's knife. Maurex noticed. Do you think stabbing me will mend the pearl? No, Vessa said. I think it will improve my mood while we find out. Run muttered, not our first tactic. Fine. Second. Maurex lifted the pearl. Look at it. Your court's treasured seal, darkened by everything it refused to judge. Land greed. Sea cowardice. Children starving beneath pearl markets. Divers cheated. Relics sold. Records trimmed until truth fit ceremony. Orivane's jaw tightened. Vessa felt the blow of those words because some were true. Maurex knew how to choose truths with sharp edges. You could have exposed them, Vessa said. You could have dragged Boren and every merchant like him into court. Court? Maurex laughed softly. You still think court is where power comes to be corrected? No. Court is where power teaches harm to speak politely and wait. Vessa thought of workhouse carts. Debt tokens. Saffron's bitter tea. The netloft roof leaking on sleeping children. I know, she said. That seemed to surprise Maurex. Vessa took another step. I know what waiting costs. I know what polite hunger looks like. I know what it means when nobody helps until you break a rule and then suddenly everyone can see you. You are not the only one disgusted. Then stand aside. No. Because the judge softened you? Vessa glanced at Orivane. He could not speak. He did not need to. No, she said. Because you hardened wrong. The pearl pulsed. The arch behind Maurex groaned. A hairline crack of black water appeared along its inner curve. Maurex turned toward Orivane. You see. The gate agrees. It waits for judgment. Give it freely now, and the surge will cleanse Brindlehook's rot. Refuse, and I will draw the rest of your voice one syllable at a time. Orivane stepped forward. Vessa caught his hand before he could pass her. He looked down at her, silent question in his eyes. She squeezed once. Not alone. Something shifted in his face. The kind of softness that had no place in a flooding cavern and therefore mattered more. He nodded. Tovran suddenly spoke, voice shaking but clear. The original compact contradicts your petition. Maurex's gaze snapped to him. Clerk. Tovran flinched, then lifted the rubbing. The seal was not created to enact punishment. It was created through return, judgment, and mercy together. You cannot claim old authority while omitting 1/3 of its terms. I know the old terms. Then you knowingly corrupted them. His voice cracked on the last word, but he said it. Vessa felt a fierce little burst of pride for him. Morex's expression went cold. Little clerks should not mistake copying words for understanding law. Nor should advocates mistake understanding law for owning it, Orivane rasped. The sound was rough, barely more than broken breath, but it carried. Everyone froze. Orivane's hand went to his throat, but his eyes remained fixed on Maurex. Maurex smiled slowly. There you are. The black water behind the arch surged. Run moved first. Now. Wardens attacked. Maurex flung out one hand. The pearl of held waters flashed, and the chamber floor tilted with impossible current. Run and Casa were thrown sideways. Tovrin hit the wall and dropped the rubbing. Vessa stumbled but held Orivane's hand. Maurex began the judgment phrase. By grievance of tide, by debt unpaid, by land's corruption and court's neglect. Orivane tried to answer, but his voice broke into a harsh cough. Vessa saw black current gathering near his mouth again. No. She released his hand and ran straight at Maurex. Not subtle. Not clever. Not her usual way. Maurex turned, surprised by the stupidity of it. Vessa threw Nib's terrible kitchen knife. Maurex deflected it with a ribbon of water, but that was never the true attack. Vessa slid on the wet stone beneath the deflection, slammed into Morex's knees, and drove both of them to the ground. The pearl flew from Morex's hand. Orivane lunged for it. So did the black current. The pearl struck the stone between them and cracked with a sound like a sob. Vessa heard screams, bells, bargains, names, ships breaking, mothers pleading, judges declaring, merchants laughing, children crying. It was every harm the old compact had failed to hold properly, rushing into the present with the force of centuries. The wave struck. Vessa lost Maurex. Lost the floor. Lost the chamber. She was underwater, tumbling, lungs crushed by cold pressure. The breathing charm flared at her throat but flickered. Something slammed into her shoulder. She reached for anything and caught cloth. Orivane. His hand closed around hers. The current tore at them both. He had the pearl of held waters tucked against his chest with one arm, but water poured from the crack in its surface in ribbons of impossible darkness. He tried to speak a binding and choked. His stolen voice could not hold it. Vessa saw the truth then with terrifying clarity. Maurex did not need to win a clean judgment. She only needed Orivane broken enough that he could not speak the true one. Vessa kicked toward him, wrapped both hands around his, and pressed the pearl between them. Cold entered her palms. Not like before. This cold knew her. It showed her every stolen coin, every picked lock, every child fed with someone else's wealth, every fear hidden behind jokes, every time she had run because staying hurt too much. The pearl asked without words. What do you return? Vessa could not answer underwater. Could not speak. So she thought of the bundle strapped across her chest. She tore at the knots. The canvas snagged, tangled, refused. She yanked harder until the rope burned her skin. At last it came free. The bundle opened. Pearls spilled into the flood. Common pearls. River pearls. Moon pearls. Seed pearls. Stolen pearls gathered one desperate theft at a time. They did not sink. They circled Vessa and Orivane in the black water, glowing faintly as the surge recognized them. Vessa gripped the cracked pearl and gave the only answer she had. I return what I took. The flood hesitated. Only a heartbeat. Enough. The water threw them upward. Vessa broke the surface inside the Brinewell chamber with a gasp that tore her chest. Orivane surfaced beside her, coughing harshly. The pearl remained between them, still cracked, still leaking dark water, but no longer screaming. The chamber was half flooded now. Run clung to a broken judgment stone, dragging Casa beside him. Tovrin had wedged himself into an alcove, one arm around the compact rubbing. Maurex stood at the base of the arch, soaked and furious, blood on her temple, silver robes plastered to her body. You think stolen scraps mend this? She shouted. You think charity answers centuries? No, Vessa gasped. But it answers me. The stolen pearls circled wider, forming a pale ring on the flood's surface. The arch groaned again. Selkinor rose from the water before it. This time she was not a face in a column. She stood full-formed upon the flood, tall and translucent, robes flowing into the waves. Her eyes held moonlit sorrow. Return has spoken, she said. Morex's face twisted. Not enough. No, Selkinor agreed. Not enough. Her gaze turned to Orivane. Judgment remains. Orivane tried to stand in the waist-deep water. Vessa helped him. His skin was cold. His throat was marked with black lines from Morex's current. When he tried to speak, only broken sound came. Maurex laughed softly. He has no voice. Vessa turned on her. Then give it back. It was never his alone. Tied judges speak for the court. This court failed. Let silence be its sentence. Orivane looked at Vessa. In his eyes she saw frustration, pain, apology. Apology. As if this were his failure alone. Absolutely not. Vessa faced Selkinor. Can someone else speak? The gatekeeper's expression did not change. Only judgment authority can bind judgment. Then give me some. Tovrin made a strangled sound from the alcove. That is not how offices work. Vessa ignored him. He can't speak because she stole part of his voice. But he knows the judgment. If truth matters more than ceremony, let him give it another way. Selkinor studied her. The water stilled. What would you bear for his judgment? The gatekeeper asked. Orivane shook his head sharply. Vessa did not look at him. If she looked, she might falter. What does bearing mean? The cold of it. The mark of it. The cost of words spoken through an untrained vessel. That sounds unpleasant. Yes. Will it kill me? Not if truth holds. Vessa laughed once, shakily. Wonderful. I am being reassured by ancient water with conditions. Orivane gripped her wrist, eyes fierce. No. She looked at him then. I came back, she said softly. Remember? His grip tightened. You taught me that trust is not a chain. So trust me. Pain moved over his face. Slowly, he released her wrist. Selkinor lifted one hand. Water rose between Vessa and Orivane, forming a thin mirror. In it, Vessa saw not reflections, but words, not sea script, not Brindlehook letters, but meaning itself, flowing from Orivane's mind into the water. Vessa stepped into it. Cold seized her throat. She choked, staggered, then felt Orivane's hands steady her shoulders from behind. Not holding her back. Holding her up. The judgment entered her like winter. She understood then what he carried. Not only law. Not only memory. Wait. Every name recorded. Every harm measured. Every sentence spoken knowing it would change lives. No wonder he had become so stern. A softer man might have shattered beneath it. But sternness alone had not saved him. She drew a breath. Her voice, when it came, was hers and not hers. Rough with his stolen authority. Warm with her own fury. Shaking with cost. By tide and threshold, hear judgment. The chamber answered. The stolen pearls glowed brighter. Maurex stepped back. Vessa continued, each word burning her throat. Clasp and those allied with him exploited hunger, debt, labor, and fear. Their wealth is forfeit to restitution. The arch pulsed. Lady Maurex Vade named real harm and chose false remedy. She sought to release judgment without mercy, punishment without distinction, and flood without care for the innocent. Maurex lifted her chin. Mercy preserved corruption. Vessa felt Orivane's hands tighten on her shoulders. She spoke through the pain. Mercy without truth rots. Truth without mercy drowns. The old compact pearls, the ones from the tribunal, or echoes of them, appeared in the water around the chamber, faint and listening. The Thalassene court failed where it narrowed justice to what was written and ignored suffering at its gates. Brindlehook's land powers failed where they made hunger profitable and called contracts clean. Let neither side hide guilt behind the other. The first surge pressed against the arch, roaring. Vessa nearly fell. Orivane steadied her. She felt his breath near her ear, uneven and silent. "Let the stolen be returned," she said. "Let the guilty be named. Let the vulnerable be protected. Let debt no longer be collected from children. Let the pearl of held waters be remade not by denial, but by repair." The final word tore through her. She cried out. The water mirror shattered. Orivane caught her as her knees buckled. For one shining heartbeat, the pearl of held waters rose from his hand. The crack in its surface filled with light. The dark vein withdrew, not gone, but contained. Then Maurex screamed. "No!" She lunged through the flood toward the pearl, shell knife in hand. "Run!" shouted. Casa moved too slowly. Orivane could not release Vessa without dropping her into the water. Maurex's blade flashed toward the pearl. Vessa reached blindly for the only thing left at her belt. Nib's terrible kitchen knife. She threw it. The knife spun badly, wobbling through the air with no elegance whatsoever, and struck Maurex's wrist handle first. Not enough to wound. Enough to spoil the strike. The shell knife missed the pearl and slashed across the back of Maurex's own hand. Her blood struck the water. The first surge recognized her. Black current surged upward and wrapped around Maurex, not dragging her through the gate, but holding her suspended before it. Every false phrase she had spoken lit around her in dark script. Every omitted truth. Every twisted grievance. Every concealed death she had been willing to cause. Maurex stared, horrified, as her own law rose against her. Selkinor's voice filled the chamber. "Judgment has heard. Mercy remains." Vessa leaned against Orivane, shaking. "Of course it does." Orivane's voice was, "Maurex must not be killed by the surge." Vessa stared at him. "After everything? If the restored binding begins with vengeance, it will fail." She hated that. She hated that he was right. Vessa forced herself upright. Her throat felt scraped raw. "What mercy?" Selkinor looked toward Maurex, bound in dark current. "Not pardon. Not forgetting. Release from destruction into consequence." Orivane tried to speak again and winced. Vessa understood. She faced the flood. "No drowning," she rasped. Her own voice now, small and damaged, but hers. "Not even her. She stands trial. She answers. She repairs what she corrupted." The black current tightened around Maurex, then slowly lowered her onto a broken stone ledge. She collapsed there, coughing, alive and furious and defeated for the moment. The pearl of held waters sank toward the basin at the base of the Brinewell gate. But the arch was still cracked. The flood still pressed. Selkinor's eyes turned grave. "The pearl is not yet returned to its cradle. One more act remains." Orivane looked toward the basin. Between them and it, the flood churned violently. The stolen pearls circled the basin like stars caught in tide. The pearl of held waters hovered above its resting place, but each surge knocked it aside before it could settle. "Someone must carry it in," Run said. The chamber went quiet. Everyone knew what that meant. Orivane straightened, though he could barely stand. "No," Vessa said immediately. He looked at her. "You cannot even argue properly," she said. "Do not try to look noble at me." His damaged voice scraped out, "Duty. Don't you dare make that your last word." Something like tenderness crossed his face, heartbreakingly calm. Vessa turned to Selkinor. "Can I carry it? You returned what you stole. You may approach. And survive. The flood will test what remains unpaid." "That is not an answer." "It is the answer." "Of course." Orivane's hand closed around hers. This time, she did not pull away. "We go together," she said. He shook his head. "Yes," she said. "Together. You are the judge. I am the thief." Apparently, the pearl likes balance. His mouth moved, no sound. She read it anyway. "Vessa." "I know," she whispered. "I'm afraid too." They moved into the flood. Run tied a rope around both their waists, anchoring it with Casa and two wardens who had just reached the chamber. Tovran clutched the compact rubbing and recited the old line over and over under his breath. Saffron would have mocked the not work. Nib would have said the rope looked too thin. Luma would have heard whether the pearl was still scared. Vessa held those thoughts like lanterns. The water struck her first step with such force that she nearly fell. Orivane steadied her. His injured arm was useless, but his other hand held hers with all the strength he had left. They reached the hovering pearl. It lowered into their joined hands. The world went silent. Vessa saw Brindlehook from above, canals rising, children huddled under blankets, merchants dragging strongboxes, Saffron shouting people uphill, Nib clutching Pel's shoulder, Luma listening to the sea with tears on her cheeks. She saw the Thylacine court, records dimmed, judges afraid, clerks carrying old laws they had never been told were incomplete, wardens holding gates against water that had once trusted them. She saw Orivane as he had been, young, solemn, standing before nobles, choosing restraint and believing it wise. Then older, colder, binding himself tighter with every verdict until mercy looked like danger. She saw herself, running from the net shed, stealing her first pearl button, placing bread beside sleeping children, laughing at fear because crying wasted breath, holding the glowing pearl and knowing it was strange and taking it anyway. The flood asked, "What remains?" Vessa's hand tightened around Orivane's. He answered without voice. "Trust." She answered with him. "Choice." The pearl of held waters flared. Together they pushed it down into the basin. The Brinewell gate screamed. The first surge slammed against the arch with everything it had. The rope around Vessa's waist snapped tight. "Run!" shouted behind them. Orivane's hand slipped. For one terrible instant, the flood tore him away. Vessa lunged and caught his coat with both hands. The current yanked them sideways. Her feet left the floor. Orivane's body slammed against the basin edge. His eyes closed. "No," Vessa snarled. "No, you do not get to teach me trust and then leave me with the lesson." She wrapped one arm around him and the other around the basin's coral rim. Pain ripped through her shoulder. The flood pulled harder. The pearl settled lower. Not enough. Orivane's eyes opened. Barely. His hand found hers over the pearl. Together, with the last of their strength, they pressed down. The pearl seated into its cradle. Light burst through the chamber. Not cold blue. Not angry red. Pearl white, warm as dawn through mist. The flood stopped pulling. The first surge recoiled behind the arch, roaring not in victory but in retreat. Cracks sealed across the Brinewell gate. The black water faded from the chamber, drawn backward through the arch like a breath finally released. Vessa and Orivane collapsed against the basin. For a moment, she heard nothing but her own heartbeat. Then water lapped gently around her knees. Gentle. The wrong tide had turned. Selkinor stood before the restored gate, her form already fading. "Held again," she said. "Not healed. Held. Remember better." Vessa wanted to laugh or weep. Possibly both. "That is a very ancient way of saying this will be work." The gatekeeper's eyes warmed. "Yes, pearl thief." Orivane managed the faintest whisper. "Thank you." Selkinor inclined her head. "Thank those who returned, judged, and showed mercy. And fear any court that forgets one of the three." Her gaze moved to Vessa and Orivane together. "What is freely given holds longest." Then she dissolved into the quiet water. Run hauled them back with the rope, though by then the danger had passed. Vessa did not remember standing. She remembered Orivane's arm around her waist, her own around his back, each of them supporting the other badly but stubbornly. Maurex lay bound in pale current, silent at last. Not dead. Not forgiven. Waiting for consequence. Tovran sat in the shallows, sobbing over his ledgers because they were wet, intact, and historically significant. Karsa leaned against a stone, laughing weakly. Run looked at the restored gate as if it had insulted him and saved his life in the same breath. Orivane turned to Vessa. His voice was almost gone, but he shaped the words carefully. "You came back." Her throat hurt too much for cleverness. She looked at the pearl glowing steadily in its cradle, at the stolen pearls now resting around it like offerings, at the floodwater receding from the chamber. Then she looked at him. "So did you," she whispered. His hand found hers beneath the water. No court saw it clearly. No compact recorded it. No pearl flared to mark it as law. But Vessa felt the choice settle between them, quiet and certain. Above them, Brindlehook's alarm bells slowed. Below them, the Brinewell gate held. And in the hush after near ruin, with both worlds still trembling, thief and judge stood hand in hand before the restored pearl, knowing the flood had not taken them, and that whatever came next would ask for truth neither of them could steal or command. By dawn, the tide had remembered its way home. It pulled seaward in long silver breaths, sliding off the lower steps, draining from alleys, loosening its grip on doorways and cellar mouths. It left behind mud, fish, broken crates, tangles of rope, and the stunned silence of a city that had almost become a memory beneath water. Brindlehook looked bruised in the morning light. The pearl market awnings sagged under weeds and silt. Lantern ropes hung low and tangled between masts. A merchant's sign floated upside down in a puddle beside a sleeping cat that had somehow chosen the only dry barrel in 3 streets. Dockworkers stood knee-deep in muck, staring at waterlines marked halfway up their doors. Mothers counted children. Old sailors crossed themselves in 3 different traditions, unwilling to risk offending any power that had spared them. Vessa Quiltide sat on the chapel steps with a blanket around her shoulders and mud drying on her boots. She had been told to lie down. By Saffron. By Sister Vauntine. By Captain Run. By a warden healer with stern eyes and cold hands. By Tovran, who had no authority over anything except paper but had said it with such clerical distress that she almost obeyed out of pity. She had not obeyed. She sat where she could see the lower docks. The children were safe. That was the first thing. The only thing, for several breaths after she had been hauled out of the tidestep gate and back into the flooded streets. Safe was not the same as whole, not the same as unafraid, not the same as fed tomorrow, but safe was a word with weight. She held it carefully. Nib slept inside the chapel, his head pillowed on a rolled sailcloth, one hand still clenched around nothing because his terrible kitchen knife had not come back. Pell slept half on top of him, mouth open, cap over his eyes. Pip's fever had eased after the warden healer cooled him with clean tidewater and left medicine Sister Vauntine eyed with suspicion until Saffron tasted it first and declared it awful enough to be useful. Luma had finally fallen asleep with a shell cupped against her cheek, whispering that the pearl was quiet now. Quiet. Vessa looked toward the harbor. Far beneath it, beyond court corridors and old flood roads and the Brinewell gate, the pearl of held waters rested in its cradle again. Around it lay Vessa's stolen pearls. Her hidden cash. Her emergency fund. Her proof against helplessness. Gone now. No. Not gone. Returned. The distinction still hurt. Saffron came out of the chapel carrying 2 cups of bitter tea and the expression of a woman prepared to scold someone for breathing incorrectly. "You look like a drowned boot," she said. Vessa accepted the tea. A charming drowned boot. No. Unkind. Accurate. Saffron lowered herself onto the step beside her with a soft grunt. Drink. Vessa drank. The tea was hot enough to punish. Across the muddy lane, sea wardens worked beside dockhands to pull debris from drains. Their shell armor was gone, replaced with borrowed coats, rolled sleeves, and expressions of intense discomfort whenever Saffron gave an order. Vessa had seen one warden obey her faster than he had obeyed Captain Run. That seemed wise. "Where is he?" Saffron asked. Vessa did not pretend to misunderstand. She was too tired for useless lies. With the court healers. Alive. Yes. Voice. Damaged. How damaged? Vessa stared into her cup. They think it will return if he rests. Does he know how? No. Saffron snorted. Then sit on him. Saffron. What? His long enough. He'd make a decent bench. Despite the ache in her ribs, Vessa laughed. It came out rough and nearly turned into a cough. Saffron's hand settled on the back of her neck, warm and weathered. "You gave all of it." Vessa nodded. "The pearls?" "Yes." "The moon ones from Clasp?" "Yes." "The little river string you liked?" Vessa's throat tightened. "Yes." Saffron was quiet a moment. "Good." Vessa looked at her sharply. The old woman sipped her tea. "Painful good is still good. Don't stare holes in me." I thought you'd say I was foolish. You are often foolish. Not for that. Vessa looked away toward the docks. What if they waste it? They. The courts. The officials. The people who always manage to turn need into a meeting and meetings into nothing. Then you shout. That has not historically been enough. Then you steal the meeting. Vessa stared at her. Saffron's mouth twitched. What, you thought returning stolen pearls meant becoming dull? Before Vessa could answer, a shadow crossed the lane. Captain Run Pelagic approached with his helmet tucked beneath one arm and mud up to his knees. Without armor, he seemed less like a court weapon and more like a tired man who had seen too much water in too short a time. He stopped at the foot of the steps and looked at Saffron. Mistress Doc. Saffron raised one brow. Captain Soup Ladle. His jaw tightened. Vessa hid her smile in her cup. Run said, your evacuation order saved at least 40 lives. My shouting did. Your people carried well once they stopped looking offended by baskets. I will include that in the report. Do. His gaze moved to Vessa. The elder judges request your presence. Vessa felt her body go still. Saffron's hand tightened briefly on her neck, then withdrew. Vessa set the cup down. Request. Run's mouth flattened. Require. There it is. He did not soften the truth. She appreciated that more than she wanted to. Am I being arrested again? She asked. No. That was unconvincing. You remain under accusation. But not custody. Comforting as a wet blanket. Run glanced toward the chapel door, where several children had begun peering out. Judge Kel argued before he lost what remained of his voice that you were not to be confined while the children needed you. Vessa's chest tightened. He should not have been arguing anything. No, Run said. He should not. Did he win? Run looked faintly annoyed. He usually does when he refuses to speak above a whisper and everyone leans in. That sounded like Orivane. Vessa stood, slower than she meant to. Saffron rose beside her. You don't go alone, the old woman said. Run nodded. The court requested witnesses from land as well. Saffron narrowed her eyes. Which land? You. Sister Vauntine. 2 dockworkers. The child called Luma if she is well enough, though the healer advised against. No, Vessa said immediately. Run nodded again. Judge Kel said you would say that. Did he? He also said Luma's testimony should be preserved in writing if she chooses, not demanded in chamber. Vessa looked toward the chapel. Inside, Luma slept beneath a patched coat, one hand curled around her shell. Good, Vessa said, voice softer than she intended. Run looked at the flooded street, then at the wardens clearing debris beside dockhands. This will not be a normal hearing. Has your court had any normal ones lately? No. Good. Normal was not helping. The Thylacine court looked different after almost falling. It was not less beautiful. If anything, damage made its beauty harder to ignore. Cracks ran through polished coral walls where brackish rot had been burned away. Pearl lamps flickered irregularly, some dim, some too bright. Living records that had once flowed in perfect lines now bore gaps, scorch marks, and fresh annotations in Tovran's anxious hand. Wardens stood at attention beside clerks carrying buckets. Advocates whispered in corners, but their whispers sounded thinner. Water remembered, Orivane had said. Now the court did too. Vessa entered the hall of measured tides wearing borrowed dry clothes that did not fit, her braid refastened with a plain strip of cord because the brass clasp had finally broken beyond repair. Saffron walked on one side, Sister Vauntine on the other. Captain Run led them in. Tovran waited near the clerk's station with red-rimmed eyes and a stack of ledgers high enough to hide behind, though he seemed to have decided against hiding. At the center of the chamber stood Lady Maurex veiled in bands of pale currant. She looked smaller without her advocate's chain. Not weak. Never that. Her silver hair had been rebraided, her robes replaced with plain court grey, her bruised cheek cleaned. She stood straight, hands bound before her, eyes clear and proud and full of a resentment that had survived the flood. Beside her, Boran Clasp stood in a separate ring of water, looking less proud and far more miserable. His fine coat was gone. Mud stained his trousers. His hair hung lank against his forehead. He had the expression of a man who had discovered that wealth floated poorly when tied to guilt. Selen Ma knelt on a witness mat, pale and shaking. She was not bound, but 2 wardens stood near her. Vessa noticed that one of them was Kasa, the warden she had pulled from the whirlpool. Kasa gave Vessa the smallest nod. Elder Judge Vilun sat on the crescent dais with 4 other judges. Their faces were grave. Above them, the 12 old compact pearls had been rehung. Their light was faint, but steady. And beneath the dais, seated in a low witness chair because the healers had apparently won some battle, was Orivane Kel. Vessa saw him and forgot to move. He wore simple dark court clothes, not his full judge's coat. His left arm was bound from shoulder to wrist. A pale bandage covered the burn marks at his throat. He looked exhausted, almost colorless in the pearl light, but his back remained straight and his eyes were clear. When he saw Vessa, his expression changed. Not much. It never did much where others could see. But enough. Relief. Warmth. A question. She answered by lifting her chin in a way she hoped said, "I am here and not drowned and only slightly furious." His mouth softened. Tovran noticed the exchange, looked down at his ledger very quickly, and turned pink at the ears. Vilun struck the coral rod. "This hearing is called under Emergency Restoration Authority following the near breach of the Brinewell Gate," she said. "Matters before the court, the crimes of Lady Maurex Vade, Borenclasp, and their accomplices, the status of Vessa Quiltide, the restoration of the Pearl of Held Waters, and the incomplete compact language recovered from the flood road." No one whispered. Vilun looked toward Tovran. "Clerk Sill, read the recovered compact line." Tovran stood. His hands trembled, but his voice held. "Let no seal be held by tide alone when tide and threshold both have sinned. Let return answer theft. Let judgment answer harm. Let mercy answer debt. Let the pearl of held waters remain only while both sides remember." The words moved through the chamber more powerfully than any accusation. Several judges closed their eyes. One advocate looked away. Vilun's face was unreadable. "This line does not appear in the current court copies of the compact." Tovran swallowed. "No, Elder Judge. Do you believe it authentic?" "Yes." His voice grew firmer. "The script is foundation cut, not later inscription. The salt crystallization pattern indicates age consistent with the original gate. The language predates modern compact revisions. Also," he drew a breath. "Also, the Brinewell Gate responded to it." A murmur began and died quickly. Vilun turned to Maurex. "Lady Maurex Vade, you stand accused of unlawful removal of the Pearl of Held Waters, corruption of court records, conspiracy with land merchant Borenclasp, attempted mass inundation, coercion of aid Selen Ma, and abuse of advocate privilege. How do you answer?" Maurex's voice was clear. "I answer that everything I did was born from the court's failure to act." "That is not a plea. It is the truth." Vessa felt saffron shift beside her. Maurex lifted her bound hands as far as the current allowed. "You sit here now with solemn faces because the water reached your polished floors. When divers died nameless in merchant employ, when relics were sold above while their wards failed below, when land children starved beside sea wealth, where was this urgency?" No one answered. "Where?" Maurex demanded. Her words struck the hall because again, as always, she had chosen true stones to build a crooked wall. Orivane's hand moved on the arm of his chair. He tried to speak, but only a faint rasp came. The healer beside him leaned forward sharply. He ignored her. Vilun looked toward him. "Judge Kel, not yet." He stilled. Vessa wanted to cross the chamber and glare him back into resting. She remained where she was because Saffron's hand clamped onto her sleeve in warning. Vilun turned back to Maurex. "This court's failure does not grant you authority to drown the innocent." "No," Maurex said. "Your failure granted me nothing. It created me." For a moment, there was no sound but the soft movement of the witness currents. Then Sister Vauntine Mere stepped forward without invitation. Several clerks inhaled in alarm. Vilun studied her. "State your name." "Sister Vauntine Mere of the Key Shelter." "You were not yet called." I know. I am old enough to survive rudeness. Vessa felt an inappropriate flicker of admiration. Valentine faced Maurex. You are not wrong about neglect. I have buried children whose names never entered a court record. I have begged merchants for flour while they wore pearls at their throats. I have watched officials argue jurisdiction over hungry bodies. So hear me clearly, do not use our dead to excuse making more. The hall went silent. Maurex's eyes hardened. You think small mercy will undo structures of harm? No, Valentine said. I think murder will not. Saffron gave a low approving hum. Veloun inclined her head toward Valentine. Your statement is received. Boren shifted in his ring of water. Honored judges, surely my involvement is lesser. I was misled by sea politics beyond my understanding. Vessa laughed. I turned to her. She spread her hands. Sorry. It was that or choke. Boren flushed. This criminal will speak, Veloun said. Vessa looked up at the dais, surprised. The elder judge's gaze remained stern. Vessa quilled-eyed, approach. Vessa felt every person in the hall watch her cross the floor. She stopped at the witness mark, close enough to see the tremor of anger in Boren's jaw and the bright, cold intelligence in Maurex's eyes. Veloun said, You confessed to theft. Yes. Repeated theft. Yes. From Boren Clasp and others. Yes. Boren smiled faintly. Vessa turned toward him. Don't look so pleased. You were still worse at it. A few people made strangled sounds that might have been scandal or laughter. Veloun's coral rod struck once. Answer plainly. Vessa drew in a breath. Her throat still hurt from bearing Orivane's judgment, and each word scraped slightly. Good. Perhaps truth ought to cost something. I stole from merchants who cheated divers, trapped families in debt, sold bad contracts, bribed inspectors, and threw away enough food to feed the children sleeping under their floors. I stole coin, pearls, tokens, sometimes medicine. I told myself need made it clean. She looked at Boren, then at the judges. It did not make it clean. It made it complicated. The 12 compact pearls glowed faintly. Vessa continued before courage could reconsider. But if you punish only the hand that stole bread and not the hand that locked the bakery, you are not judging theft. You are protecting ownership. Saffron's eyes shone. Orivane's gaze rested on Vessa with such quiet pride that she had to look away. Veloun leaned forward. What did you return at Brinewell? My cash. Pearls stolen over years. Coin too, some of it. Everything I had hidden away for the children. Why? Vessa almost said, to stop the flood. That was true, but not whole. And the court had become dangerously interested in whole truths. Because it was not mine, she said. Even if I used it for good. Even if the people I stole from were cruel. Even if I would do half of it again if a child were hungry and no one lawful would help. She swallowed. I returned it because I could not ask the pearl to hold what I refused to release. The compact pearls brightened. Veloun's expression softened by a fraction. And what do you ask in return? Selkanor's warning seemed to whisper through the hall. Return is not trade. Vessa clasped her bandaged hands. Nothing for myself. Boren snorted. She ignored him. For the children, I ask what should never have required my theft. Food. Shelter. Protection from debt claims. Honest apprenticeships when they are old enough. Names recorded. Wages kept. Doors that do not lock from the outside. Sister Valentine bowed her head. Saffron whispered, Good girl. Veloun looked to Orivane. Judge Kel, you requested to submit a written statement. Tovran stepped forward quickly, holding a sheet of tide glass. Due to injury to the judge's voice, I will read under his seal. Orivane made a small sound. Tovran paused. Unless your exactness insists on damaging himself further. The entire hall seemed to hold its breath. Orivane looked at his clerk. Tovran, trembling but resolute, looked back. Vessa could have kissed the clerk on the forehead. After a long pause, Orivane inclined his head. Tovran exhaled and read. Statement of Tide Judge Orivane Kel, Compact Division. The court must distinguish between guilt and convenience. Vessa Quiltide is guilty of theft, concealment, and flight from lawful arrest. She is also a material actor in the restoration of the Pearl of Held Waters and the prevention of catastrophic breach. Her crimes arose in a context of sustained land exploitation and tide court neglect. To punish her without addressing that context would repeat the incomplete judgment that weakened the compact. Tovran's voice shook, then steadied. I further submit that this court erred by defining treaty protection too narrowly. Harm done by land powers at the tide line affects the compact. Children starving under pearl markets, divers cheated in shoal contracts, and relics trafficked through land warehouses are not outside tide jurisdiction when their suffering feeds breach conditions. Maurex closed her eyes. Whether from satisfaction that her accusation had finally been admitted, or fury that Orivane had done so without embracing her remedy, Vessa could not tell. Tovran continued. I recommend formal seizure of Boron Clasp's illicit gains and all related flood profiteering assets. I recommend creation of a joint land-sea restitution office, supervised by this court, Brindlehook civic witnesses, and dockside representatives. I recommend Vessa Quiltide's sentence be converted to bound service within that office, contingent upon truthful accounting, continued restitution, and protection of vulnerable minors. Vessa stared at Orivane. Bound service. Not a cage. Not pardon. Not erasure. Work. Useful, difficult, accountable work. Tovran read the final lines more softly. Let judgment name harm. Let mercy prevent further harm. Let return become repair. The tide glass sheet dimmed. Vilun sat silently for a long moment. Then she turned to Boron. Boron Clasp, land merchant of Brindlehook, this tribunal recognizes compact authority over your possession of a sea seal, conspiracy to profit from controlled inundation, unlawful debt exploitation tied to sea labor, and trafficking in restricted court objects. Your assets connected to pearl trade, salvage speculation, and debt contracts are frozen pending joint review. Your debt claims against miners, divers, and dock families are void under emergency compact harm authority. Boron's face drained. You cannot. Vilun's rod struck the dais. We can. The land courts will challenge this. Let them, Run muttered under his breath. Vilun continued. You will be held under land-sea compact custody until full sentencing. Your records will be opened. Your properties will be inventoried. Your victims will be heard. Boron looked as if the flood had returned and this time chosen only him. Vessa found she did not feel triumph exactly. Relief, yes. Satisfaction, certainly. But not the bright pleasure she had expected. Boron would answer now, and that mattered. Yet all the stolen years remained stolen. Judgment came late. It often did. Late was still better than never. Vilun turned to Maurex. Lady Maurex Vade, you named true failures and chose atrocity. You corrupted records, conspired with greed, endangered both worlds, coerced your aid, and attempted to make floodwater judge where your court would not. Maurex lifted her chin. And would you have listened otherwise? Vilun's face tightened. Perhaps not soon enough. That answer moved through the chamber like a blade cutting silk. Maurex blinked once. Vilun continued. That failure is ours. Your crimes remain yours. The compact pearls brightened again. Your advocacy is stripped. Your seal is broken. You will be confined not in silence, but in record labor. Every corrupted archive line you touched will be restored under witness. Every omitted grievance you exploited will be catalogued for hearing. You will not be permitted to wield law until you have repaired what you used law to wound. Maurex's composure cracked. You would make me a clerk. Tovran's eyes widened, deeply offended on behalf of clerks. Vilun's gaze did not waver. No. Clerks are trusted. A sound passed through the chamber. This time it was unmistakably laughter, quickly smothered. Even Vessa had to bite her cheek. Maurex's face flushed with cold rage. Vilun nodded to the wardens. Remove them. As Boron and Maurex were led away in separate currents, Maurex's gaze passed over Vessa and Orivane. It lingered on their nearness, on the line of attention between them that neither court procedure nor exhaustion had managed to hide. What is freely given holds longest, Maurex said softly. Vessa stilled. Selkanor's words, thrown back with bitterness. Orivane's gaze sharpened. Maurex smiled once, not kindly, and was gone. The hall seemed to breathe again. Vilun faced Vessa. Vessa quiltied, the court accepts Judge Kel's recommendation in principle. You will not be imprisoned. You will enter a term of restitution service, details to be drafted with land witnesses. You will account for thefts where possible. You will assist in identifying corrupt contracts, hidden assets, and victims of dockside exploitation. Vessa folded her arms, partly to stop her hands from shaking. And the children? The first assets seized from Boron Clasp will establish emergency shelter and provision. Not a workhouse. No. Not merchant apprenticeships with prettier paper. No. Saffron sits on whatever board you invent. Saffron made a startled noise. I do. Vessa did not look back. Yes. Vilun's mouth moved almost imperceptibly. Agreed. And Sister Vauntine. Agreed. And someone who was a child from the docks. Vilun glanced toward Orivane. His eyes remained on Vessa, but he nodded once. Vilun said, when one is of age and willing, yes. Vessa thought of Nib's fierce face. He'll be insufferable. Saffron murmured, already qualified. Vilun struck the rod once more. Then let it be recorded, the Harbour Restitution Office is formed under Temporary Emergency Compact Authority, pending full treaty revision. Vessa Quiltide will serve as Harbour Restitution Keeper under supervision of court and land witnesses. Tovran wrote so fast his stylus squeaked. Vessa's throat tightened. Keeper. Not thief. Not exactly innocent. Not owned. Something new. The hearing dissolved slowly into work. Real work. Unromantic work. The kind with lists, arguments, wet ledgers, shouted orders, disputed authority, and more people than chairs. Brindlehook officials arrived looking offended to have been summoned by Sea Court authority and left looking alarmed after Vilun threatened to read Boron's contracts aloud in public square. Dock representatives were gathered. Divers came forward. Clerks carried salvage deeds, debt books, and compact copies that did not match one another. Tovran looked overwhelmed and radiant. Vessa should have stayed to argue over everything. She wanted to. But when Orivane tried to stand and nearly failed, every argument in her vanished. She crossed the chamber before anyone else reached him. Do not say you are fine, she warned. His voice was a thin rasp. I was not going to. Good. I would have called you a liar in front of your court. His eyes warmed faintly. Unwise. Frequently. The healer, a severe woman with pearl pins in her sleeves, appeared at his other side. Judge Kel is returning to the healing chamber. He will not attend further proceedings today. He will not draft rulings. He will not whisper amendments. He will not supervise clerks from a pillow. Tovran, who had hurried over, hid a guilty sheet of tide glass behind his back. The healer narrowed her eyes. Clark Sill. It was only a possible amendment. Orivane reached for it. Vessa caught his hand. His gaze moved to hers. No, she said. The healer looked startled. Tovran looked impressed. Orivane, after a moment, let his hand fall. Vessa leaned closer. That was the sound of learning. He made a faint rasp that might have been a laugh and might have been pain. The healer did not appear to appreciate the uncertainty. They took him to a quiet chamber high in the coral tower, where pearl lamps glowed soft gold and the water beyond the windows moved calmly at last. The room had a narrow bed, a low table, and no stacks of legal documents until Tovran tried to bring one in and Vessa pointed silently at the door. He retreated. The healer changed Orivane's bandages, made him drink something clear that smelled like salt and wintergreen, and instructed him not to speak for 3 days. Orivane's expression at that command suggested betrayal. Vessa smiled sweetly. I like her. The healer looked at Vessa. You should also be resting. I am standing very gently. You bore judgment current through an untrained throat. Yes, but only briefly. The healer's stare could have soured milk. Vessa Saturday. Better, the healer said, then left them with instructions so detailed even Orivane looked humbled. For a while, neither spoke. Not because there was nothing to say. Because there was too much, and because one of them had been forbidden to say it. Vessa sat in the chair beside his bed, arms folded, watching fish drift beyond the window. Orivane sat propped against pillows, looking deeply displeased by pillows as a category. At last, he reached for a slate on the bedside table. Vessa snatched it first. No court work. He gave her a look. She handed him the slate and chalk. Fine. Personal complaints only. He wrote slowly with his uninjured hand. You should rest. Vessa read it and scoffed. That is a complaint about me. Accepted, but ignored. He wiped the slate. Thank you. She looked at the words longer than necessary. For what? He gave her another look, then wrote. For returning. For judging. For mercy. For the pearl. For me. Vessa swallowed. The room was too quiet. The water beyond the glass moved with unbearable gentleness. I did not do it alone, she said. No. He wiped the slate again. Together. The chalk word sat there between them, simple and devastating. Vessa looked down at her bandaged hands. I don't know what I am now. Orivane's hand stilled. I was useful as a thief, she continued. Not good, maybe. Not clean. But useful. I knew what to take and who needed it. Now everyone wants to put me in an office. His chalk moved. You will steal less paperwork than expected. She stared. Then laughter burst out of her, sudden and helpless. She clapped a hand over her mouth because his healer might return and blame her for encouraging expression. Orivane's eyes shone with quiet satisfaction. That, she whispered, was definitely humor. He wrote. Medicinal. She laughed again, softer this time. Then the laughter thinned. What if I fail? She asked. What if I can't do this lawfully? What if every door is slower than hunger? What if they make the office pretty and useless and I become someone who signs papers while children wait? Orivane listened. Truly listened, without reaching too quickly for comfort. Then he wrote. Then you will shout. She wiped at her eyes with the heel of her hand, irritated to find them wet. He continued writing. And I will listen. So will the court, if I must drag its ears to the docks. A very unjudicial image. His mouth softened. She leaned back in the chair, holding the slate as if it were a warm cup. You know, when I first met you, I thought you were the coldest man alive. He lifted a brow. You were standing on water and threatening me with ancient authority. It was a reasonable conclusion. He wrote. And now? She looked at him. There were answers that joked. Answers that deflected. Answers that kept bridges unbuilt and doors unlocked. She was so tired of running. Now I think you were cold because you were holding yourself still, she said. And I think still things can thaw. He did not write for a moment. Then. You taught me that. Vessa shook her head. No. I made noise near you until you noticed. His shoulders moved with a silent laugh, then he winced. Serves you right, she said. Laughing without permission. He set the slate aside. His hand, pale and bruised, rested on the blanket between them. Vessa looked at it. There was no crisis now. No whirlpool. No flood. No pearl demanding truth. No child watching her be brave. Only a quiet room and a choice no one had forced. She placed her hand over his. His fingers turned carefully, threading through hers. Nothing flared. Nothing told. No court record lit in the wall. Good. Some things did not need witnessing by magic. The next weeks were not tidy. Stories liked to end at the saving, Vessa thought, because stories were cowards. Saving was dramatic. Repair was mud. Repair meant hauling ruined mattresses from lower rooms, scraping silt from floors, arguing with merchants who suddenly discovered charitable language once their ledgers were under threat. Repair meant listening to divers describe underpayment, then watching them flinch when asked to sign testimony because signatures had trapped them before. Repair meant finding children's names, some real, some chosen, some forgotten. It meant persuading land officials that joint compact authority was not sea invasion, and persuading sea advocates that dock witness testimony was not decorative folklore. It meant Tovran inventing 6 new filing categories and then apologizing to 3 old ones. It meant Saffron sitting on the new restitution board with a shawl around her shoulders and a stare that could reduce magistrates to boiled kelp. It meant Sister Vauntine refusing to let anyone call the renovated warehouse an orphanage. "It is a harbour house," she said. "Children are not cargo waiting to be claimed." The name stayed. Borenclasp's largest pearl warehouse became the first harbour house. Its barred vault doors were removed. Its windows were opened. Its counting tables were cut down into school desks. The private office where he had once hidden illegal contracts became the fever room. Vessa took particular pleasure in that. Nib pretended he did not like the place, then organized the younger children's sleeping mats by age, temperament, and likelihood of stealing blankets. Pell became a message runner for the Harbour Restitution Office and immediately declared himself Deputy of Whispers, a title no one approved and everyone used. Luma visited the Sea Court twice a week under Orivane's protection and the healer's supervision, learning to listen to Pearl song without fear. She drew pictures of what she heard: circles, waves, little lines like music. Tovran labeled each one with grave respect and filed them in a new category called minor witness sensitivities, which Vessa said sounded like a rash. Orivane recovered slowly. Too slowly, in his opinion. Perfectly normally, according to the healer. His voice returned first as a rough whisper, then as a low rasp, then as something closer to itself, though softer at the edges. For weeks, he could not speak long without pain. This made court proceedings shorter, clearer, and, according to Tovran, miraculously efficient. It also made people listen. When Orivane spoke now, he used fewer words. They landed harder. He judged Borenclasp in a public compact hearing held not beneath the sea, but on the tide steps between Brindlehook and the court gate. Land magistrates attended. Dockworkers attended. Divers attended. So did children, merchants, wardens, fish sellers, smugglers pretending to be fish sellers, and at least 4 cats. Boren's sentence was not swift spectacle. It was worse for him. His properties were seized. His debt contracts voided. His hidden accounts exposed. His pearl licenses revoked. The court ordered years of labor not at docks where he could command, nor in offices where he could manipulate records, but under supervision cataloguing claims from those he had exploited. He would hear testimony. He would write restitution entries. He would not profit from a single signature. Cruel, Boren said, pale with outrage. Orivane's restored voice carried over the tide steps. Precise. Vessa, standing beside Saffron, had to bite her lip. Morex's proceeding took longer. She did not plead. She did not repent in any satisfying way. But when the original compact line was read aloud in full court and entered into living record, Vessa saw something in Morex's face shift, not regret, perhaps, but recognition that the truth she had used as a weapon had survived her and been placed beyond her control. Her sentence was exactly as Vilun had promised. No death. No drowning. No dramatic silencing. Record labor under witness. Restoration of corrupted archives. Testimony review for grievances she had exploited but never meant to heal. No advocate's chain. No seal. No authority to speak law over others until the court she had tried to break agreed she had repaired enough to be heard. That will take decades, Run said after. Good, Vessa replied. Orivane, beside her, said, necessary. She glanced at him. Look at us. Different words, same mood. His mouth curved. The Harbour Restitution Office opened 1 month after the flood. It occupied Boren's former counting house. Vessa had insisted. The hidden panel behind the stove remained, but now it stood open and empty, a little plaque beneath it reading, "Here was hidden what nearly drowned us. Let nothing necessary be hidden here again." Tovran thought the wording imprecise. Saffron thought it perfect. Vessa's desk was a scarred table facing the door. She had tried sitting behind it and hated the feeling immediately, so she moved it sideways. People entering could sit beside her, not across from her like accused prisoners. Orivane noticed and said nothing, which meant he understood. Her work began with ledgers. She hated ledgers. Then she learned how much could be stolen inside them and began hating them more usefully. She found false weights, double debts, apprentice fees charged to children not yet old enough to sign, widow penalties, dock injury liens, pearl diver deductions for water use, which made her so angry she threw a ledger at a wall. Orivane, visiting that afternoon, picked it up, read the page, and threw it at the wall again with better aim. Tovrin walked in just afterward. He looked at the fallen ledger. Then at them. I will record that as evidence agitation, he said. Vessa leaned against the table, laughing until her ribs hurt. Orivane looked mildly ashamed but not repentant. Their courtship, if anyone dared call it that aloud, grew in stolen moments that contained no stealing at all. They walked the tide steps at dawn after long hearings. Vessa brought him dock tea too bitter for any sane person, and he drank it without complaint until she realized he liked it. He brought her copies of legal terms rewritten in plain Brindlehook speech so she could argue with magistrates who tried to bury cruelty in polished language. She taught him which rooftops could hold weight and which smiles in the market meant a man was lying. He taught her how to read tideglass script, beginning with words like debt, witness, minor, and free. The first time she read her own name in court script, she went quiet. Orivane waited beside her. It looks different, she said. How? Like it belongs somewhere. He did not answer immediately. Then he said, it does. She pretended to inspect the next line because her eyes had become unreliable. Once, during a storm that turned the harbor green and silver, they found shelter under the awning of Auntie Saffron's stall. Rain drummed above them. The city smelled of wet rope and frying onions. Saffron was inside, loudly pretending not to watch them through a crack in the shutters. Vessa stood close enough that Orivane's sleeve brushed hers. You know she's spying, she said. Yes. Doesn't that bother you? I have been examined by record minnows. Saffron is less subtle but more dignified. Vessa laughed. Do not let her hear you say that. I assume she already has. From inside the stall, Saffron barked, I have. Orivane inclined his head toward the shutters. Mistress Doc. Vessa covered her face. Rain ran off the awning in silver sheets. Orivane looked out at the harbor, then down at her. You are happy here, he said. It was not quite a question. Here under surveillance. Here in Brindlehook. Vessa watched water run along the gutter, properly downward. I know where the city leaks. That is not an answer most people would give. It is mine. She tucked wet hair behind her ear. I used to think leaving would mean winning. Getting enough coin, taking the children somewhere softer, vanishing before anyone could collect what they thought we owed. She looked across the quay toward the harbor house, where warm light glowed in Boren's old warehouse windows. Now I think staying and making the city answer might be better. Orivane's gaze remained on her face. And when the work is hard, it is always hard. And when people disappoint you, they always do. His expression softened. And still, she turned to him. And still. The rain filled the pause between them. His hand brushed hers, not by accident this time. She curled her fingers around his. Saffron made an exaggerated noise inside the stall, somewhere between a cough and a blessing. Vessa called, I can hear you. Good, Saffron called back. Then hear this, if that judge means honorable intentions, he may state them before I die of curiosity. Orivane went very still. Vessa felt heat climb her neck. Saffron, I am old. I get to be direct. You are not that old. I become older every time you two stare silently at each other like dramatic oysters. Vessa wanted the harbor to open and swallow her. Since it had recently tried and failed, she could not rely on it. Orivane, to her complete astonishment, stepped toward the stall shutters and said, My intentions are honorable. Silence. Then the shutter opened 1 inch. Saffron's eye appeared. How honorable. Saffron, Vessa hissed. Orivane looked at Vessa then, rain dampening his dark hair, the silver streak near his temple bright in the stormlight. There was color in his face, but his voice, though quiet, held steady. As honorable as Vessa permits. That silenced even Saffron. Vessa's heart did something reckless. Orivane did not press further. He did not turn the moment into a claim. He simply held Vessa's hand under the awning while rain washed the city clean around them. That was the trouble with him, she thought. He kept giving her room to choose. 2 months after the flood, the treaty revision was signed. Not in the Thylacine court. Vessa had objected to that. Loudly. Repeatedly. With diagrams. So had Saffron, without diagrams. In the end, the signing took place at the old tide steps, with one table standing on dry stone and one table placed in shallow water. The new compact recognized shared responsibility at the threshold between land and sea. It added harm testimony from dock communities to tide proceedings. It established permanent funding for harbor houses from seized illegal pearl trade profits. It required pearl merchants to register sea origin objects through both courts. It created protections for miners against debt labor. It restored the omitted language to every official copy. Tovran cried when he entered the final version into the living coral archive. He denied it. Everyone saw. After the signing, as people drifted into celebration, Orivane found Vessa standing at the edge of the tide steps with her shoes in one hand and her toes in the water. Careless, he said. She glanced back. It's ankle deep. You have nearly drowned in less. I have also nearly drowned in more. I am versatile. He came to stand beside her. The tide curled around his boots. The compact is stronger. That sounded like relief. It was. Careful. People may think you have feelings. I have been accused of worse. Yes. By me. Frequently. She looked at him. The sun was setting beyond Brindlehook, turning every wet surface copper and rose. The harbor no longer looked like a mouth or a trap. It looked like a place where things could begin again, though not easily. Orivane reached into his coat. Vessa immediately narrowed her eyes. If that is a legal document, I will push you in. It is not. A summons? No. A restitution worksheet? No. You hesitate like a man with paperwork. I hesitate like a man who knows you dislike being cornered. The humor left her gently. He withdrew a small object wrapped in blue cloth. Not silk. Simple woven linen. He placed it in her palm. Vessa unfolded it. Inside lay a brass braid clasp. Plain at first glance. Stronger than her old one. Its hinge was neatly made, its surface etched with tiny tide marks so subtle they only appeared when the light struck sideways. It had space inside for 2 picks, a needle, and perhaps a sliver of tide glass. Vessa stared down at it. I asked a legal metalsmith to make it, Orivane said. Then asked Miral Oyst to correct the design. That explains why it's useful. Yes. The first version was apparently tragically honest. Vessa laughed softly, though her throat tightened. He continued, it is not payment. Good. Not reward. Also good. Not evidence. She looked up. You're improving. It is a gift. A gift. Freely given. Her fingers closed around the clasp. I don't have anything for you, she said. His gaze held hers. That is not why I gave it. I know. She looked down again. That is what makes it difficult. He smiled slightly. Then keep it and be difficult with it. Vessa pressed the clasp against her chest. I can do that. The moment stretched. People laughed farther up the steps. Pell shouted something about deputy of Whisper's authority. Run bellowed back that no such authority existed. Saffron's laugh cut across both. Luma stood with Tovran near a tide pool, apparently explaining Pearl Song to a cluster of very serious clerks. Nib pretended not to watch Vessa and Orivane while watching with his entire face. Orivane's hand moved, then stilled at his side. Vessa saw the restraint and loved him for it before she had fully admitted the word. Loved. There it was, bright and terrifying as a pearl lifted from dark water. She took his hand. His fingers closed around hers with quiet certainty. I used to think wanting someone meant they could take something from you, she said. Orivane listened. And maybe that's true sometimes. Maybe it always risks that. She drew a breath. But you keep giving me choices. It's very inconvenient. His eyes softened. For you. For my world view. I apologize to your world view. No, you don't. No. She smiled. Then, because she was tired of running from true things, she said, I love you, Orivane Kel. The words came out steadier than she felt. His face changed completely. Not dramatically. He was still himself. But the sternness, the carefulness, the judge's reserve, all of it opened like a door unbarred from the inside. He lifted her hand and pressed his lips to her knuckles. Clean. Gentle. Reverent. I love you, Vessa Quiltide, he said. Her name in his restored voice nearly undid her. Behind them, someone sniffed loudly. Vessa closed her eyes. Saffron. No, said Nib's voice, thick with emotion and horror. Pel's crying. I am not, Pel said. My face is leaking from civic pride. Orivane's mouth twitched. Vessa laughed and leaned her shoulder against his arm, because joy had to go somewhere. 3 weeks later, Orivane asked her to marry him. He did not do it during a crisis, which Vessa appreciated. There was no flood, no tribunal, no glowing pearl demanding truth. He did not ask in front of the court, which she appreciated more. He did not ask with a contract, though Tovran later admitted under pressure that he had drafted 3 possible vow structures and been firmly forbidden to present them. Orivane asked at dawn, on the rebuilt lower quay. Vessa had gone there to inspect the new drainage cuts and make sure the Merchant Council had not replaced Child Protection Fund with temporary youth consideration allocation, which they had tried twice. She found Orivane waiting beside the tide steps, holding 2 cups of dock tea. That tea could strip paint, she said, accepting one. I know. You bought it anyway. I have grown fond of it. That is either devotion or damage. Possibly both. They walked along the quay while the city woke. Nets snapped in the morning breeze. The harbour house windows glowed with breakfast light. Children's voices drifted down the lane. A line of pearl divers passed them, laughing, their new contracts tucked into waterproof sleeves at their belts. The tide came in gently, touched the lowest step, and withdrew. Orivane stopped. Vessa turned. Did you find another revised clause? No. Good. Because I am not emotionally prepared before breakfast. He held her gaze. I did not want to ask you in a moment when gratitude might be confused for love, or danger for certainty, or public approval for choice. Her hand tightened around the cup. I did not want to ask as a judge, he continued. Or as the man who supervised your sentence. Or as someone offering shelter, protection, or pardon. Vessa could not speak. He reached into his coat and drew out a small ring. Not gold. Not jeweled. Tied glass and brass, shaped like 2 narrow bands meeting around a tiny seed pearl. The pearl did not glow with magic. It was simply beautiful. His voice softened. I ask as Orivane. A man who loves you. A man who trusts you. A man who will spend his life choosing truth with mercy, if you will have me beside you. The harbour blurred. Vessa hated that her eyes kept doing this lately. She had been far more composed as a criminal. Orivane knelt on one knee. A dock gull landed on a piling nearby and squawked, ruining the dignity of the moment. Vessa laughed through tears. Orivane looked briefly at the gull. That was not arranged. You're sure? Very official witness. I hoped for fewer feathers. She wiped her cheek. You really thought through all the ways this could feel like a bargain? Yes. Of course you did. Yes. She looked at him kneeling there on the damp quay, stern and gentle, wounded and healed, patient enough to let her choose, brave enough to ask. No theft, she whispered. His eyes warmed. Nothing stolen. No debt. None. No court clause hidden in the ring? Absolutely not. I may have Tovran verify that. He already did. She laughed again, then held out her hand. Yes, she said. I will marry you. The ring slid onto her finger as if it had been waiting there. Orivane stood, and for a moment they simply looked at each other. Then Vessa stepped into his arms. He held her carefully at first, as if she might wish to step away. She did not. She wrapped her arms around him and rested her cheek against his chest, listening to the steady beat beneath his coat. The gull squawked again. Vessa whispered, "If that bird tells Saffron before I do, I'll be furious." Orivane's laugh rumbled softly beneath her ear. The wedding took place at the tide line because Vessa refused to be married entirely on land or entirely undersea. "That sounds symbolic," Tovran said, taking notes. "It sounds practical," Vessa said. "Half the guests breathe air. Some of the guests breathe water. I am avoiding a seating chart war." The chosen place was the old tide steps, now cleaned and repaired, with white shell garlands hanging from posts and ropes of blue ribbon strung between lantern poles. The lowest steps rested beneath clear shallow water, where sea courtiers could stand. The upper steps held dockworkers, children, fish sellers, magistrates, smugglers of uncertain invitation status, wardens, clerks, pearl divers, and at least one merchant who had donated heavily enough to be tolerated but not trusted. The sky was clear. The harbor shone. Vessa stood in a simple dress the color of seafoam under moonlight, sewn by 3 dock women, 1 former sailmaker, and Luma, who had contributed 7 uneven but beloved stitches inside the hem. Her new brass braid clasp held her hair back. There were no stolen jewels on her. No hidden pearls. No escape fund tucked beneath her sleeve. Only the tide glass ring on her finger. Saffron adjusted Vessa's collar for the 5th time. "If you fuss more, I'll wrinkle on purpose," Vessa said. "You wrinkle by existing." Bridal cruelty. Bridal honesty. Sister Valentine entered carrying a small bouquet of shell flowers and dock lavender. "The children are ready." That sentence frightens me. As it should. Outside, Pell had organized the younger children into what he called a ceremonial procession and what everyone else called a slow-moving argument. Nib, newly promoted in his own mind to guardian of all proceedings, stood near the steps in a clean shirt looking deeply uncomfortable with both cleanliness and emotion. Luma came into the small preparation room holding a shell lantern. Her curls had been brushed into a cloud around her face, and her expression was solemn enough for a judge. "The pearl is happy," she announced. Vessa crouched carefully to avoid wrinkling anything Saffron would comment on. "Is it?" Luma nodded. "Quiet happy. Like when Pip sleeps without coughing." Vessa swallowed. "That is the best kind." Luma touched the tide glass ring. "You're not scared?" "Terrified." The girl's eyes widened. Vessa smiled. "Good terrified. Like stepping somewhere new and knowing you chose it." Luma considered that, then nodded as if filing it properly. Saffron sniffed. "Enough. Before everyone dissolves." "You first," Vessa said. "I am old. I am allowed moisture." The music began outside. Not court music. Not exactly. A pearl diver played a low shell horn while 2 dock fiddlers took up the melody, and somewhere beneath the water, sea bells answered in soft chiming tones. Land and sea did not blend perfectly. The rhythm tugged in 2 directions at first. Then the fiddlers adjusted, the shell horn deepened, and the bells found the spaces between. Vessa stepped out. Everyone turned. She had faced guards, judges, merchants, floods, and old magic. None of them had ever made her want to bolt quite like a crowd smiling at her. Then she saw Orivane. He stood halfway down the tide steps, where water lapped at his polished boots. He wore formal tide cloth, deep blue-gray with coral-white clasps, but no judge's chain. His silver-streaked dark hair had been tied back. His healed throat bore a faint mark where Morex's stolen current had struck him, but his voice was his own now. His eyes were fixed on Vessa with such open devotion that all her fear changed shape. Not gone. Transformed. She walked toward him. Pell scattered shell petals too early and mostly onto Run's boots. Run endured this with military discipline. Nib walked beside Vessa for the final stretch, his face rigid with the effort not to cry. At the last step before Orivane, Nib stopped and looked up at him. "You'll treat her right," Nib said. It was not a question. Orivane answered with equal solemnity. "I will spend my life doing so." Nib nodded once. "Good." Then he turned to Vessa and thrust something into her hand. His terrible kitchen knife. Cleaned. Polished. Wrapped with a new cord around the handle. Vessa stared. "Nib. For emergencies," he muttered. "Marriage might have some." She laughed, then pulled him into a hug. He suffered it for 3 seconds before hugging her back fiercely. "Keep the knife," she whispered. "I have enough emergencies." He pulled away, blinking hard. "Fine. But you can borrow it." "I'm honored." She turned to Orivane. He held out his hand. She took it. The ceremony was officiated jointly by Elder Judge Orivane and Sister Orivane, because Vessa had claimed any marriage between a tide judge and a harbor thief required enough authority to confuse future historians. Tovran stood nearby with a tide glass record book, looking happier than anyone had a right to look while holding writing instruments. Orivane spoke first. "Marriage at the threshold is not ownership, not debt, not contract of possession. It is a vow witnessed by tide and land, held by choice." Sister Orivane added, "And by those who will remind you of that choice when you are tired, proud, frightened, or foolish." Saffron said loudly, "Especially foolish." Several people laughed. Orivane's hand tightened around Vessa's. Orivane looked at him. "Orivane Kel, speak your vow." Orivane turned fully to Vessa. "When I first saw you, I saw danger," he said. Vessa arched a brow. "Reasonable." The crowd chuckled. His mouth curved, but his eyes remained serious. "I saw only what the law named first. Then I saw courage, loyalty, wit, stubborn mercy, and a heart that returned to the vulnerable again and again, even when returning cost you. You taught me that justice without mercy is only a colder kind of harm. I vow to listen when you see what I miss. I vow to stand beside you without binding you. I vow to offer truth without cruelty, protection without possession, and love freely given every day I am granted to give it." Vessa's eyes burned. Orivane looked to her. "Vessa Quiltide, speak your vow." Vessa drew a breath. She had not written anything down. That now seemed like a terrible idea. Orivane probably knew exactly how many words he had used. Tovran definitely did. But Orivane looked at her as if whatever she said would be enough. So she began. "When I first saw you, I thought you were the most irritating man ever to stand on water." Laughter broke over the steps. Orivane's eyes warmed. "You were stern," she continued. "You were precise. You were annoyingly difficult to escape. I thought your law had no room for people like me. Then you made room. Not by pretending I had done no wrong, and not by asking me to become someone quieter, but by seeing the whole of me when it would have been easier to see only the thief." Her voice shook. She let it. "You taught me that trust is not a trap when it is given room to breathe. You taught me that accepting a hand does not mean surrendering my own. I vow to come back. I vow to tell you the truth, especially when it is inconvenient, which will be often. I vow to keep mercy from becoming careless and to let you help me keep justice from becoming cold. I vow that what I give you will never be stolen, forced, or owed. Only chosen." Orivane's eyes shone. The tide touched their joined hands. Orivane lifted a small shell bowl containing clear water from the Brinewell gate. Sister Orivane held a lamp lit from the harbor house hearth. "Tide and threshold," Orivane said. "Hearth and harbor," Orivane said. "Witness freely given vows." Tovran entered their words into the tideglass book. The script glowed pearl white, then settled. Orivane slid a second ring onto Vessa's finger, this one a plain band to rest beside the tideglass engagement ring. Vessa placed his ring on his hand. Her fingers shook, but she did not drop it. A personal triumph. Orivane looked at them both. For once, the elder judge's severity softened openly. Then by tide, threshold, law, witness, and willing hearts, you are husband and wife. For one breath, Vessa simply stared at Orivane. Husband. The word felt impossible. It felt like a door opening onto a room she had never allowed herself to imagine. Orivane lifted her hand again and kissed her knuckles, just as he had on the tide steps when love had first been spoken aloud. The gesture was gentle, familiar, and somehow more intimate than if they had stood alone. The crowd erupted. Children cheered. Saffron cried and denied it. Pell shouted something about official wedding security. Run pretended not to smile. Tovran cried openly this time and wrote through it. Luma lifted her shell lantern, and beneath the water, Sea courtiers sent ribbons of glowing bubbles spiraling up around the steps. Vessa leaned close to Orivane. We are being applauded by bubbles. Appropriate for a threshold wedding. You're very calm for a married man. I am overwhelmed beyond useful expression. She laughed. There you are. The celebration lasted until sunset. Tables were set along the quay with food from every corner of Brindlehook: grilled fish, dark bread, sugared kelp, spiced rice, roasted roots, honey cakes, dried apples, and 3 enormous pots of saffron stew. Sea courtiers brought translucent fruits that tasted like rain and bells. Dock children ran between tide pools with ribbons tied around their wrists. Wardens danced badly. Smugglers danced well and denied being smugglers. Tovran attempted to record the order of toasts until Miral Oyst stole his extra stylus and told him history could survive one evening without footnotes. Miral found Vessa near the harbour house table and pressed a small wrapped packet into her hand. A wedding gift, Miral said. Vessa opened it to find a map. Not of smuggler routes. Of Brindlehook and the Thalassine court together, drawn with tide paths, roof paths, child-safe houses, honest bakeries, corrupt offices marked with tiny warning hooks, and the Brinewell gate glowing beneath all. Vessa traced the lines. This is beautiful. Obviously. Also illegal. Sentimentally. Vessa hugged her. Miral suffered it with less complaint than expected. Later, when lanterns had been lit and the first stars appeared, Vessa slipped away from the crowd to stand at the lowest tide step. Her dress hem brushed the water. She held her shoes in one hand. The harbour reflected lights from land and sea alike, gold above, blue below. Behind her, footsteps approached. She knew them now. Orivane came to stand beside her, no judge's chain, no formal posture, just a man slightly tired from dancing and very newly her husband. Running, he asked. She looked at him. Only a little. Should I be concerned? No, she leaned her shoulder against his arm. Old habit. Too much happiness makes me check exits. And there are too many witnesses. Escape impossible. How unfortunate. Deeply. They watched the tide in silence. After a while, Orivane said, I spoke with Vilun. That sounds dangerous on a wedding day. She offered us quarters in the court. Vessa turned slowly. He held up a hand. I did not accept. Wise husband. I also spoke with Saffron. More dangerous. She offered us the rooms above her stall until the harbour house apartments are finished. Vessa stared at him. She did. She said, and I quote with caution, if you two plan to keep saving the harbour, you may as well live where I can throw soup at you. Vessa closed her eyes. That sounds exactly like love from her. I thought so. And what do you want? He looked at her, surprised she had asked so plainly. Good, she thought. Let him learn too. I want a place where you do not feel caged, he said. Where the children can find you without passing court guards. Where I can reach the court without abandoning the docks. Where our work and our life do not devour each other, though I suspect they will try. She smiled. Above Saffron's stall, then. You are certain? No. But I choose it. His hand found hers. Then so do I, he said. The pearl of held waters glowed faintly far below, its light rising through the harbour as a soft shimmer under the waves. Vessa could not hear it as Luma did, but she liked to imagine it was quiet happy. Behind them, Nib shouted at Pell for dropping cake into a tide pool. Saffron shouted at both of them. Run shouted that no one should shout near ceremonial lanterns. Tovran shouted that cake in tide pools might require classification. Vessa looked at Orivane. Our life is going to be noisy. Yes. You used to enjoy quiet. I still do. Regrets. He turned to her fully. In the lantern light, his eyes were the color of calm sea after storm. None, he said. Her heart settled. Not trapped. Not owned. Settled, like the pearl in its cradle. Held, not hidden. Chosen, not taken. Vessa rose on her toes and kissed his cheek, light and quick and sweet. Orivane's smile came slowly, openly, just for her. The tide washed gently over the lowest step and drew back. No alarm bells rang. No currents reversed. No ancient court rose to accuse them. For once, the sea simply came and went as it should. Vessa Quiltide Kel, she was still deciding whether that sounded like a legal document or a dare, stood beside her husband at the edge of the harbor and watched the city breathe. The work ahead would be hard. Justice would need tending. Mercy would need muscle. Children would still wake hungry unless someone remembered before morning. Courts would still prefer neat words until people made them look at messy truth. But she was not alone. Orivane's hand held hers, warm and steady. Behind them, the harbor house lanterns burned bright in a building where greed had once hidden a wounded pearl. Beneath them, the Brinewell gate held. Around them, land and sea shared music badly and beautifully. Nothing had been stolen. Nothing had been forced. At last, what mattered most had been freely given.